This is episode 22, The Suspicious Death of George Reeves. George Kiefer Brewer, later known by his stage name George Reeves, was born on January 5, 1914 in Woolstock, Iowa. He was the son of Donald Carl Brewer and Helen Lesher, born just 5 months after the two were married. The marriage was a tumultuous one, with both parents feeling unhappy in their situation, and the inclusion of a newborn child did nothing to quell the spats and only contributed to the disdain on both sides. It has long been suggested that the marriage itself was forged due to Helen becoming pregnant rather than due to a mutual interest in pursuing a life together. Shortly after George was born, Donald and Helen separated, with Helen moving back to her hometown of Galesburg, Illinois, and taking her infant son with her. Helen and George's time in Galesburg was short-lived. Being a single mother with a young boy was a challenging lifestyle, and seeking familial support, the two moved to California, where they would live with Helen's sister. Sometime around 1925, Helen met and married Frank Joseph Besselo while in California. George's father, Donald Brewer, also became married to a woman named Helen Schultz around the same time. George would never see his real father again, but 2 years later, in 1927, Frank Besselo would officially adopt 13-year-old George, who would then become known as George Besselo. The relationship between Helen and Frank seemed to be a much more suitable situation than her first attempt at marriage, and during this time, the three lived as a family. While attending high school at the Polytechnic School, George became fascinated by acting, and it became a true passion in his life. He also pursued an interest in boxing. Shortly after he graduated, George attended Pasadena Junior College and began studying acting at the famous Pasadena Playhouse, which boasts it being the starting point for film stars such as Gene Hackman and Dustin Hoffman. At the Pasadena Playhouse, George met and fell in love with Eleonora Needles, a beautiful dark-haired actress. While both were working together to expand their careers, their affection for one another was undeniable. In 1939, George received his first big break, being cast as Stuart Tarleton in Gone with the Wind. He would be playing a male suitor to Vivien Leigh's Scarlett O'Hara. It was hardly a large role, but it was a foot in the door to Hollywood that George was desperate to enter. He appears in the opening scene, and his work on the film caught the attention of others as he was offered a contract with Warner Brothers soon after completing work on the film. It was on this contract where George's name was officially changed to George Reeves. Around this time, George's mother Helen divorced Frank Besselo. Strangely, she would tell her son that Frank committed suicide, much to his devastation. It wouldn't be until years later that George discovered that Frank was in fact still alive, and this would severely strain relations with his mother. On September 22, 1940, George and Eleonora were married in the Church of Our Savior, San Marino. The two initiated a honeymoon while George was working on a film, and so they honeymooned in Southern California. When George finished, they went up to San Francisco for the second half of their honeymoon. The two found a home in Pasadena, which is where they would live for the entirety of their marriage. After his work on Gone with the Wind, George appeared in 4 other films for Warner Brothers, all of which released prior to Gone with the Wind due to the epic scope of the film. Despite the fact that Gone with the Wind was his first role, it appears as 5th in his list due to the delay between filming and release. The next few years would have a lot of ups and downs for George's career. He began appearing in short films and worked with bigger names in a few B movies, namely James Cagney and future President Ronald Reagan. George was loaned out by Warner Brothers to appear in a film called Lydia, but after its poor showing at the box office, George was released from his contract. He was quickly picked up by 20th Century Fox, but only appeared in a few pictures before they released him as well. At this point, George began working freelance and appeared in several other smaller roles before being picked up and cast as Lieutenant John Summers in the World War II drama So Proudly We Hail, produced by Paramount. Just when it appeared that George's acting career may be getting a boost, in early 1943, the 29-year-old was drafted into the Army. The director of So Proudly We Hail, Mark Sandrich, promised George he would have roles lined up for him when he returned. George was assigned to the U.S. Army Air Forces and performed in a show for them entitled Winged Victory, which would later become a popular feature film. Reeves was transferred into the 1st Motion Pictures Unit, a film production unit of the Army Air Forces made up of professional actors, writers, and directors who would make training and propaganda films to help the war effort. At the completion of the war, Reeves returned to a changed Hollywood, in which many studios were tightening their budgets and work had become harder to find. Unfortunately for George, Mark Sandrich, the man who had promised him work when he was free, passed away in March of 1945, just months before George left the military. George appeared in a few low-budget productions, but his career seemed to be going in a different direction than he had planned. Whether it be due to issues stemming from the time apart during the war, George's frustration with Hollywood, or stresses related to money, George and Eleonora separated, and George moved to New York in 1949. Their divorce would become official 1 year later. George began working on various radio programs and television shows while in New York, though he always thought of it as being beneath what he truly wanted to do. Many major Hollywood stars at the time didn't view television as serious acting, and George tended to agree with their sentiment. However, he needed a paycheck, and so he did what he could to make do. In 1951, George returned to Hollywood to attempt once again to get his big break in film, but ironically, it would be television where George would become a permanent fixture of pop culture and Hollywood itself. Reeves was approached to play Superman in a film entitled Superman and the Mole Men. He took on the job as it was work and he needed to make a living, but when they immediately offered him the starring role as Superman in a television series to follow up the film, he was hesitant. Reeves was unimpressed with the world of television, and didn't like the tight schedules and rapid-fire scene filming. Despite his resistance to the idea, Reeves agreed, and after production of Superman and the Mole Men was finished, he and crew immediately moved on to 13 weeks of filming the television series in the summer of 1951. Reeves wasn't pleased with his contract, which limited his ability to pursue other acting roles. Neither he nor any other actor on the series was allowed to take any role which could interfere with the shooting schedule, and even during a break, it would be difficult to get work, since the contract required that the studio only give the actors 4 weeks' notice when the new season shoot was about to begin. This made it impossible to take on stage work or any roles which could have long runs. Phyllis Coates, who would play Lois Lane in the first season of The Adventures of Superman, described her initial meeting with George as follows, quote, "George invited me over and made us a martini, and he said, 'Here's to the bottom of the barrel,' and that's how I first met George," end quote. When asked about what she thought of George as a person, Coates stated that he was, quote, "a decent human being, a fun-loving, kind, generous, decent human being," end quote. Jack Larson, another of George's co-stars, described him as, quote, "the people's friend," end quote. Noel Neill, who took over the role of Lois Lane starting in the second season, said of George, quote, "He was so kind, such a gentleman, as opposed to so many people in this business, he just couldn't have been sweeter," end quote. By 1952, the show was purchased and aired on the ABC network, gaining more exposure for the cast. Despite his distaste for the role he was playing and the format on which it appeared, George took it seriously. While behind the scenes he joked about his job and referred to his cape and tights as his monkey suit, in public he was extremely dedicated to the ideals and image of Superman. George was a smoker at the time, but began going out of his way to make sure he was never seen smoking in public, and eventually quit altogether. He made many appearances as Superman for various charities and organizations, and at the end of every season, he would cut the Superman S logo off of all of his costumes and send them to children who were sick in hospitals. George wasn't all pure, though, despite an attempt to keep his private life discreet. He was a heavy drinker, and it wasn't uncommon for him to be out late into the early morning hours drinking and partying hard. In addition to his partying lifestyle, George was involved in an affair with Toni Mannix, the wife of MGM general manager Eddie Mannix. For many, this was considered the worst-kept secret in Hollywood, as it had been alleged that Eddie not only knew of his wife's affair, but approved. According to several sources close to the situation, Eddie and Toni had long since lost their luster for one another, but were Catholic, and for them, the idea of divorce was simply not an option. So the two are alleged to have looked the other way at each other's trysts and maintained their marriage only as a front to the public. Toni was an attractive, elegant woman who had begun her career in Hollywood as a member of the famed Ziegfeld Follies. She later met and became the mistress to Eddie Mannix before the two were married in 1951, and not long after which Toni met and began an affair with George Reeves. Rumors abound about the possible dark connections for Eddie, with many speculating that he had ties to the mafia and that he had his first wife Bernice murdered. He was also considered a key player in the cover-up of MGM's Paul Burns suicide. The rumor was that Eddie was the man you went to when you had a problem that needed fixing, and legal wasn't an option. Many people referred to him as the most dangerous man in Hollywood. It's been said that outside of underworld connections, Eddie also employed crooked cops and private eyes. It's been alleged that Eddie was heavily involved in covering up an incident in which Clark Gable is purported to have accidentally killed actress Tosca Rulin, and he had tracked down and destroyed prints of a pornographic film which starred a young Joan Crawford. While Eddie clearly knew about the affair with Reeves, many believe that he was simply waiting for the right time to get revenge. Toni was 9 years George's senior, was rich, and would lavish him with gifts. One of these gifts would be a modest 2-story home located at 1579 Benedict Canyon Drive in the hills north of Sunset Boulevard. Most people who knew George were fond of Toni, feeling that she truly cared for him and that the two were a nice couple, despite the situation revolving around her marriage and whatever possible impact that could have on the clean-cut personality of the man who, for children around the world, was in fact Superman. Their affair was not just a physical thing, with many close to the couple having stated that they discussed marrying should Toni's husband Eddie ever pass away. Not all things were perfect, though. Toni was reportedly jealous and was always fearful that George was going to find someone younger to replace her. Despite her obvious affection for her younger lover, Toni was possessive and controlling, often limiting George's outgoing nightlife personality. Regardless, the two tended to get along well, with George jokingly referring to Toni as Ma, and Toni calling George the boy. Famed mobster Mickey Cohen once referred to Toni Mannix as the only person in Hollywood who had any balls. Things seemed to be looking up for George. Superman was a smash hit and garnered him international acclaim. 2 seasons in, George looked to get out from under the role and to break out on his own. He was 40 years old and looking to move on to bigger and better things, starting his own production company and working on the script for a new television series. Superman producers asked him to stay, but George was unhappy with his salary and excited about the possibilities of a new show over which he would have more control. Unfortunately, George failed to gain financial support for the series, and Superman producers offered him a salary increase, and so he continued on as the Man of Steel. George began feeling worse about his time as Superman. He was getting older and wasn't in as good a physical shape as he had once been. He was engaged in a constant back-and-forth battle. He both despised and was grateful for his fame as Superman. By 1958, his relationship with Toni was on the rocks, and her long-held fear came true. While out one evening, George met and began an affair with Lenore Lemon, the daughter of Arthur Lemon, a Broadway ticket broker. Rumors swirled about Lemon, the young fireball from New York who many believe was a troublemaker with connections to the mafia. Jack Larson, George's Superman co-star, would later say, quote, "She was well known to have been a party girl, and she was involved with Hoffa and all of that. Look what happened to Hoffa," end quote. Many have described Lemon as a perfectly sweet woman until she got a few drinks in her, at which point she became angry and had been known to throw her fists around when she felt slighted. Others were less kind, describing Lemon as a gold digger with a reputation for attaching herself to powerful men, milking them for what they were worth, and then moving on to the next target. The news was devastating to Toni, as she was reportedly crushed not just emotionally, but felt publicly humiliated. Their affair was over, and now Reeves was very publicly showing his relationship with Lemon, and had moved her into his home, a home which Toni herself owned. Things started to go downhill financially for George at this time. During his relationship with Toni, he'd been given large quantities of money, but now he was left without that extra income. Many of his close friends stopped spending time with him because of their distaste for Lemon. Jean LaBelle, a close friend of George's, would later say, quote, "She wasn't the kind of person you fall in love with. She was the kind of person that wants to run your life." End quote. In addition to this, weird things began happening, and George began to suspect Toni was the responsible party for several strange incidents that occurred throughout early 1959. He began receiving midnight phone calls, but when he answered, the person on the other end never spoke a word. Later, his beloved schnauzer, Sam, was kidnapped. In the months prior to his death, things took a more sinister turn. George was involved in 3 accidents while driving, which could have killed him, and he began to feel suspicious and paranoid about those around him. In the first incident, 2 trucks almost crushed George's vehicle while he was driving. During the second, a speeding car nearly collided with George head-on, but Reeves was able to get out of the way at the last moment. The third time was the most concerning. George was driving his prized Jaguar down a narrow, curvy road in the Hollywood Hills when his brakes failed. The vehicle crashed into a cement pillar, and George sustained a nasty head injury for which he would be prescribed painkillers. Strangely, an inspection by a mechanic revealed startling information. All of the brake fluid had been drained from his car, and the mechanic could find no issues with the vehicle that could have caused this to happen, suggesting that someone may have drained the fluid in an attempt to harm or even kill George Reeves. At the time, George was shaken and suspicious. He either wasn't sure of who may have been responsible, or chose not to name who he believed it to be, but that would change over time. The midnight phone calls stopped being silent, instead becoming long rants describing in grotesque detail the way in which the caller planned to murder Reeves. At their peak, there were as many as 20 phone calls per day. Frustrated and worried, Reeves went to the Los Angeles District Attorney and filed a report. When asked who he believed might be behind the incidents and phone calls, George suggested that they investigate Toni Mannix. The district attorney's office launched an investigation and discovered that not only was George receiving threatening phone calls, but so was Toni Mannix. This discovery caused many to believe that this showed proof that Eddie Mannix, or someone he was connected to in the mafia, was involved, though others argued that Toni could have been lying about receiving calls in order to throw suspicion off of herself. George's luck began to change, though. He became engaged to Lenore Lemon, and his financial woes appeared to be getting solved. Superman was sold into syndication in Australia, and he was offered $20,000 to make an appearance as the Man of Steel. He had an exhibition boxing match scheduled against light heavyweight champion Archie Moore, and he'd been offered the director's chair on a new science fiction film entitled Return to Earth, for which he wanted his Superman co-star Phyllis Coates to play the lead. He also had plans to go back to Superman, for which he was being offered a considerable salary increase. According to friends, the 45-year-old was experiencing a resurgence in his career, and was riding a high wave and feeling better than he had in years. He was hopeful about the future, and looking forward to several projects, as well as his marriage to Lemon, with whom he had planned to honeymoon in Spain. Everything would change, though, on the night of June 15, 1959. There are several discrepancies in the events of the early evening, though I will present both sides of the story. According to multiple witnesses, George, Lemon, and Robert Condon were at Chasen's restaurant, a very popular establishment for actors located in West Hollywood. The trio were sharing drinks. Condon was there interviewing Reeves for an article he was writing to be released in conjunction with an autobiography he was ghostwriting on Archie Moore. At some point, an argument ensued between George and Lemon, and they were seen outside of the restaurant shouting at one another. It's been alleged that the argument took place because Lemon suspected George of talking to his ex, Toni Mannix. There have also been statements made that Condon did not in fact accompany George and Lemon to the restaurant, and that the couple had much more than just a few drinks. There was some speculation at the time that George was interested in calling off their engagement, and that Lemon was none too pleased with his alleged change of heart. Later, when asked about this, Lemon denied being at the restaurant that evening and claimed that, instead, the pair had attended some wrestling matches. George was good friends with Gene LaBelle, a well-known wrestler and martial artist. According to Lemon, they had attended the matches by themselves and Condon was not in their company at the time and no argument took place. When asked about this later, LaBelle could not recollect having been involved in any wrestling matches on that day and definitely did not see George that night. Yet a third angle on this evening is that George and Lemon neither attended the wrestling matches nor met for drinks at Chasen's. According to this report, George and Lemon were home that evening hosting writer Robert Condon, and Lemon had prepared dinner for the trio to discuss the news article and the book. Following dinner, the three are reported to have gone into the living room to watch some television and went to bed around midnight. Details continue to get sketchy from here. According to Lemon, sometime around 1 a.m. there was a knock at the door. George and Lemon were known to frequently hold parties at the home, though George was open about the fact that he didn't want people showing up after midnight. Initially they planned to ignore the knocking, but Lemon became frustrated and went downstairs to open the door. George is alleged to have put on his robe and come on down the stairs yelling at their guests, Carol Van Ronkel and William Bliss. Ronkel was a neighbor who lived a few streets down with her husband, screenwriter Rip Van Ronkel, and is also alleged to have been having an affair with George's house guest, Robert Condon. According to Lemon, Reeves calmed down and had a few drinks with the guests, but quickly excused himself upstairs to go back to bed, still annoyed by them showing up so late. According to Condon, George apologized for his bad temper prior to going upstairs to bed. At this point, according to the official police report, Lemon stated to the guests, quote, "He's gonna shoot himself," end quote. The group then heard the sound of a drawer opening, and Lemon continued, quote, "He's getting the gun out now, and he's going to shoot himself," end quote. At this point, the guests heard a gunshot. When asked about her statements later, Lemon told police that she was only kidding, and didn't think George would actually shoot himself. Lemon would later say that George often joked around by firing a blank from his gun when he had guests over. William Bliss ran upstairs to check on George after the gunshot, and found him naked, laying dead on his bed with his feet planted on the floor and his body facing upward. This led investigators to suspect that Reeves had been sitting on the end of his bed when he shot himself. A .30 caliber Luger pistol was laying on the floor between his feet. Interestingly, the police were not immediately called and didn't arrive at the home for nearly an hour. When asked about this, none of the witnesses present had any excuse as to why there was a 45-minute delay before they called, nor did they show any remorse for not calling immediately. It should be noted that all guests were heavily intoxicated when police arrived, leading some to theorize that the delay in the call was due to them getting rid of evidence of illegal drugs, while others have suggested that the delay points to a cover-up. Police later included in their reports that it was very difficult to get a coherent story from the extremely inebriated guests. Fred Crane, a friend of George's who had worked on Gone with the Wind with him, told a different story, though he was not present at the home that night. According to him, Bill Bliss had told several individuals that the official story was not the way things happened. According to this rumor, Bliss claimed to have been making a drink when the shot went off. He is then alleged to have said at this point, Lemon came down the stairs having been up in the bedroom when the shot went off and exclaimed, quote, "Tell them I was down here, tell them I was down here," end quote. George Reeves died of a single gunshot wound to the head in his upstairs bedroom between 1:30 and 2 a.m. on the morning of June 16, 1959. Strangely, the shell casing was found under his body, and the bullet was lodged in the ceiling, which is an odd trajectory for a man who is alleged to have put the gun to his own head and pulled the trigger, though it's not uncommon for bullets to do strange things when they enter the body. The Luger, though, had its shell ejection port on the right side, meaning that if George held the gun in his right hand, the shell should have ejected forward from him, not back behind him. There is the possibility that he could have held the gun with the ejection port facing up, which could account for the shell landing beneath the body, though it would have had to have ejected up and then fallen down faster than his body hit the bed. A private investigator later recreated the scene and found that, in order for the bullet to have ended up in the ceiling the way that it did, Reeves would have had to have had his head twisted at an uncomfortable angle when the trigger was pulled. However, this is not the end of the evidence contradicting the official story. Police found no fingerprints on the gun, though it was clear that the gun had recently been oiled, which could account for the lack of prints. There were also no powder burns on the body, which are typically associated with suicide and a gunshot wound in which the gun is held with close proximity to the body. For powder burns to not be present, the weapon had to be held at least 18 inches away from his head when it was fired. On the other hand, there have been instances in which powder burns were not present and a weapon was fired in close proximity. It's both been reported that gunpowder residue was not found on George's hands that night, though it has also been stated that it's possible that investigators didn't even check for it. There were a total of 5 bullet holes found in the bedroom, 3 of which were in the floor. Lemon would later explain away one of these bullet holes, claiming that she had accidentally discharged the weapon while fooling around with it one night, though the others go without explanation. Police also failed to treat the crime scene properly, not dusting for prints nor searching the property, and never taking any photographs of the scene or the body. They even allowed Lemon to wash the bloody sheets without processing them. Despite all of this evidence, which seems to suggest that the official story wasn't exactly accurate, police essentially followed a theory of suicide from the onset of the investigation, much to the dismay of George's friends, and especially his mother. The strange circumstances surrounding Reeves' death don't end there. Somehow, between the time of his death and the first autopsy, Reeves was embalmed. How exactly this error occurred, no one is sure, with some believing it's a case of confusion, and others suggesting police error, and still others feeling that this was manipulated to conceal evidence. The initial autopsy revealed no startling details other than the fact that, at the time of his death, George's blood alcohol content was a surprising 0.27%. Just as a note, the current legal level of a blood alcohol content is 0.08%, meaning that Reeves was over 3 times what would net you a DWI today. Some found this shocking, while others felt that George was a notoriously heavy drinker and they weren't surprised that he was so drunk that evening. According to the autopsy report, Reeves had loaded his gun, placed it to his right temple, and pulled the trigger, falling back onto the bed with his feet still planted on the floor. An interesting piece of information is that Reeves had injured his right hand in an accident just a few weeks prior to his death and had even filed a claim for disability due to his damaged hand. Police considered a combination of factors in their ultimate finding of suicide. George's blood alcohol content was a prime factor in their consideration. In their investigation of the home, they found no evidence of forced entry or of a second person being in the bedroom that night, though since Lemon lived there, it would be difficult to pinpoint any particular evidence to show that she had been in that room at that exact moment. Some have argued that there wouldn't have been signs of forced entry since George tended to keep a so-called open house where friends could come and go as they pleased, though the story of their friends banging on the door that night seems to suggest otherwise. Some of George's friends and house guests told a bizarre tale of George being a practical joker and that he oftentimes fired a blank round from his gun to scare guests. Some have theorized that someone had slipped into the bedroom that night and replaced the blank shell in Reeves' Luger with a live round, though this wouldn't explain why Reeves would have placed the gun to his head when pulling the trigger in order to scare guests who weren't in the room. Others said that George had a tendency to play Russian roulette, and that on this particular night he lost. The latter was ruled out by investigators as there wasn't enough information to support the theory, and still didn't explain the lack of powder burns. George's mother, Helen, was strongly opposed to the finding of suicide, so much so that she had his body shipped across the country to have a second autopsy performed, and hired an attorney, Jerry Giesler, to petition the police to reopen the investigation. The second autopsy supported the possibility of a homicide, and also discovered a strange set of bruises on George's body, which may suggest that he had been hit or involved in a struggle prior to his death. In addition to this, Helen contacted the Nick Harris Agency and made contact with Milo Spiriglio, an investigator at the firm. Spiriglio later stated, quote, "Nearly everyone in Hollywood has always been led to believe that George Reeves' death was a suicide. Not everyone believed it then, nor do they believe it now. I am one of those who does not." End quote. The agency ultimately found the cause of death to be homicide, but the police department disagreed and stuck with their initial ruling of suicide. They speculated that Reeves was depressed about the direction of his career and his troubling money situation, and that his relationship with Lemon was becoming tense and he chose to end his own life. When faced with the suicide theory, Jean LaBelle was quoted as saying, quote, "I would bet my life on it that Lenore Lemon came up there, got a gun, and shot him." End quote. Shortly after George's death, Lemon returned to the home and cut down the police tape to gain entry to the house. She allegedly took liquor from the home, food from the refrigerator, and over $4,000 worth of traveler's checks which George had signed in preparation for their honeymoon. Lemon very quickly left town, heading back to New York, and didn't even attend George's memorial service. Lemon would distance herself in the passing years and had little to say about George's death. At the time, she allegedly told police that George had been depressed and that she couldn't say she was surprised that he committed suicide. Her life continued a downward trend following George's death, and she fell deep into alcoholism. Over the years, when she did rarely speak of that night, she gave several different accounts of what exactly happened. She died in 1989 alone in her apartment on New Year's Eve. Her corpse was not found for several days. Eddie Mannix died just a few years later, in August of 1964, taking most of his secrets with him to the grave. Toni, on the other hand, lived until 1983. She suffered from Alzheimer's disease towards the end of her life, and is reputed to have held twice weekly prayer circles in honor of George. Edward Losey, a Los Angeles publicist who befriended Toni later in her life, alleges that Toni, a devout Catholic, in her final days, confessed to a priest that she had hired someone to murder George. Jack Larson contradicts this statement, saying that he knew Toni well and had no doubt that she was not involved in George's death. He points to Toni's decaying state of mind as the reason behind any possible claim of her involvement, though Losey would go on to say that this happened more than once, and whenever Toni felt close to death, she called in a priest and gave him the same confession. Unfortunately, the information is unverifiable and can only be viewed as hearsay. As is typical of a death of a celebrity, especially one with so much chaos and confusion around it, many theories have sprung up in the 58 years since that fateful night. Some of these theories have been suggested by those who not only knew George, but the women and influences in his life. Others have been cobbled together by detectives and online theorists, authors, and just fans. The first theory is that which is listed as his official cause of death. That George Reeves, despondent over his failed career as an actor, stressing heavily from a depleted bank account, and struggling with a relationship in which he was no longer happy, made the choice to excuse himself from a gathering of friends, walked upstairs, entered his bedroom and in a severely drunken state produced a Luger handgun and shot himself in the head at approximately 1:20 a.m. The suicide theory does leave some room for the possibility of an accident, as many have heard the rumors that Reeves frequently played Russian roulette and decided, in a drunken stupor that night, to play a final round and lost. Another theory, which has gained great popularity in the years since Reeves died, is that George did not commit suicide and instead was shot by his fiancée Lenore Lemon. Many point to the fact that George and Lemon had a rocky relationship and that they'd been arguing earlier in the evening. They then factor in the large quantities of alcohol and possibly other substances in which the two indulged that night, and see it as a recipe for disaster. According to this theory, Lemon went upstairs with Reeves that night and argued with him. During the argument, it's suggested that she fired several shots into the floor to get his attention, and when George became dismissive, or possibly angry, Lemon fired the killing shot. Others have theorized the possibility that Lemon, drunk and angry, accidentally shot George while attempting to scare him during their argument. Sticking on course with murder from an angry lover, the third theory is that Toni Mannix had George murdered. George suspected that Toni was behind the sabotaging of his car, and likely the one making the mysterious phone calls to him at odd hours of the night, and also likely the person behind the threats he would receive later, though it was never specified whether it was her voice on the phone or that of someone else's, and George just assumed she had put them up to it. Phyllis Coates, George's co-star from Superman, later stated in the early morning hours of June 16th, within an hour of George's death, she received a frantic phone call from none other than Toni Mannix. Toni is alleged to have said, "The boy is dead," and went on to explain to Phyllis that George had been murdered. There were 5 bullet holes in the bedroom, and his sheets were in the washing machine. What's fascinating about this phone call is that it happened within an hour of George's death, and the police weren't even called until 45 minutes after he was shot. So many have been led to wonder how exactly Toni became aware of the death so quickly, and why she was so adamant that it was a murder. Theorists point to this story, as well as the fact that Toni was not only crushed by George's decision to leave her for Lemon, but she was well known, a powerful woman in Hollywood, and she had been publicly embarrassed by the incident. She was known to be jealous and possessive, and many people believe she took an approach that night that if she couldn't have George, no one could. Of course, Toni wasn't there that night, but many believe she likely had contacts with some of the darker men that her husband often employed for his alleged criminal activities, which leads us to our final theory. Eddie Mannix was reputed to be a vicious man with more than one foot in the dark underbelly of society. Rumors abound about the kind of men he employed and the kind of activities he was involved in. Though Eddie was known to be friendly with George, often helping him out when he needed money or pulling strings to try and get him jobs, this all took place during a period in which George was having an affair with Eddie's wife. By all accounts, Eddie didn't mind this, and in fact it was part of an agreement between Eddie and Toni, but many theorize that all of that changed when George left Toni. According to this theory, Eddie not only empathized with and felt bad for Toni, but he was angry at the news because of the attention it brought him and the embarrassment. 1950s Hollywood was a different world than today, but much like now, public image was everything, and Eddie wasn't happy with his ruthless, powerful reputation being smeared by George's actions. Many believe that not only was Eddie responsible for George's murder that night, suggesting that he hired one of his mafia friends to conduct a hit, but that he was in fact the one behind the threats and sabotage. For a man who was already considered the likely culprit in his first wife's death, it wasn't a stretch for many to believe he could have easily manipulated the situation surrounding George's death. When you've got corrupt police in your pocket and killers at your disposal, it's almost impossible to not consider this theory. George Reeves was interred at Mountain View Cemetery in Altadena, California. Some years after his death, his body was exhumed and he was cremated and moved into the mausoleum. George's mother Helen died in 1964, never believing that her son had committed suicide. Her ashes were placed in the mausoleum beside her beloved George. The death of Superman spread around the world like wildfire, to the dismay of children and friends alike. It was a brutal shock to the system, and it had come at a time when the television series was set to come back in a major way. George Reeves was an American icon, reluctant though he may have been. To those who knew him and loved him, he was Honest George, a good man who had his demons, but who ultimately sought to be a stand-up guy, a trustworthy friend, and a devoted son. Though his case has been closed for over 50 years in the public record, for many, the details surrounding his final hours are suspect, and the truth about what led to his untimely death is a mystery that remains to this day. This is episode 46, The Abduction of Jodi Huisentruit, Part 1. Jodi Sue Huisentruit was born on June 5, 1968, in Long Prairie, Minnesota, to Maurice and Imogene, often called Jane. Jodi was Maurice and Jane's third daughter, and would be their final child, having now filled out a family that spanned a wide age gap, with Joanne, the eldest, Jill, the middle child, and Jodi as the baby. When Jodi was born, her sister Joanne was already 18 years old. In a way, this put Joanne in a position where she often felt more like a parent to Jodi than a sister. But regardless, their relationship was well developed and exceedingly loving. Joanne would later describe Jodi, stating, quote, "Jodi had probably the greatest personality. I know she's my kid's sister, and I'm very proud of her, but she was so personable and bubbly. Everybody says that about her. There's a lot of pretty faces out there, but to have a personality like hers, it was very unique." End quote. Long Prairie is a small city in Todd County, with a population of just over 3,000 residents in a total of 2.67 square miles. The city was named after the Long Prairie River and is bordered on the south by Lake Charlotte. Housed at the junction of U.S. Highway 71, as well as State Highways 27 and 287, Long Prairie is a city built around the beauty of its natural surroundings, as well as recreational and leisure activities. The educational system revolves within the Long Prairie Gray Eagle public school system, containing an elementary school and a secondary or high school, along with options for early childhood education. Suffice it to say, Long Prairie is a sleepy, calm town that, despite its designations, feels more like a small town than that of a city. Jodi's early life was filled with joy and happiness. She was an active child, and in a sense, was almost a surrogate son for her father, who'd never had one, but secretly had always hoped for one. In that sense, Jodi was the baby, and exceedingly close to her father, who introduced her to sports and athletic activities, something which her older sisters had shown much less of an interest in. As a result of this, the bond between Jodi and Maurice was extremely strong, and the two often spent a great deal of time together. It was on the golf course, though, where Jodi and her father would connect the most. While Maurice taught Jodi how to swing a club, they would talk about life, hopes, and dreams. In a way, the golf course became their own private world, where they could share everything, and the relationship between father and daughter was galvanized on the fresh-cut green and the rolling landscapes. It wasn't all about sports for Jodi, though. Her prime interest from a young age was television, and she dreamed of being broadcast around the country. Jodi's love for television and film drew her into theater, where she would frequently pursue the larger roles, with dreams of celebrity in her young eyes. Joanne would later say of Jodi's aspirations, quote, "Jodi always knew she wanted to go into television from little on. She just loved to be on the stage. She was the one that wanted the big roles in the plays." End quote. This wasn't unusual for Jodi, as she was known to pursue every venture in her life with the same drive and determination that would come to be key characteristics of her life later. She wasn't prone to letting go of ambition, and instead would double down on her efforts in hopes of achieving all that she dreamed. Sadly, when Jodi was just 13 years old, a family tragedy would disrupt the flow and lead her into a world of confusion and self-doubt. In 1982, Jodi's father Maurice lost a long battle with colon cancer. Jodi was absolutely devastated by the loss of not only her father, but her best friend and confidant. Maurice had been his daughter's biggest cheerleader, and now, without him, there was almost a sense of not knowing what to do next. She would usually turn to him for advice, but he was no longer there, and stepping out onto the golf course at first was just too painful for her to confront. Joanne would later remark, quote, "It was very hard on everybody, and hard on Jodi, because he suffered from colon cancer, and she was very close to him because she was like the boy he never had." End quote. At this time, Jodi's best friend Amy witnessed some changes in her behavior, but they were short-lived, and Jodi's typical tenacity would ultimately win out. Her positive mindset and intense focus would guide her through the darkness of this time, and Amy would later say, quote, "It was a very profound loss. She had a rough summer after her dad died. I remember she lost a lot of weight and was very, very thin, but she kind of was the type of person not to really dwell and never be, 'oh, woe is me.'" End quote. After her struggle to come to terms with the loss of her father, Jodi reinvested her efforts and began stepping back out onto the green, finding a sense of peace and comfort on the golf course, almost as if her father was there with her. It was through golf that she ultimately managed to overcome her pain and find a sense of purpose and drive. But to Joanne, she believed that golf represented something more to Jodi. It was almost as if, through golf, she felt she could commune with her father, and she strove to show him all that she could do with what he had taught her. This mindset would spill over into all aspects of her life, from academics to personal achievements. And for Jodi, it was all about doing the best she could do and pushing herself beyond what she thought she was capable of. Joanne would later say, quote, "She just applied herself 110% to everything she did, and I think she wanted her dad to be proud of her. I think that was part of what drove her." End quote. Jodi would continue playing golf as she aged, and would join her high school golf team. She was reported to have been an excellent player, and her team won the state Class A tournaments in her junior and senior years of 1985 and 86, during which time Jodi played a vital role. Throughout high school, she obtained good grades, and it was during this time that she started to develop an interest in a career in television more so than Hollywood. And as her dreams of acting began to change, they were replaced with a growing fascination with the news. She began to look at the possibilities of pursuing a job working for a television news station. Upon her graduation from high school in 1986, Jodi would move on to St. Cloud State University. St. Cloud, Minnesota is located along the Mississippi River and is one of the largest schools in the Minnesota State College system. It boasts a revolving population of nearly 150,000 students and offers more than 200 majors, minors, and pre-professional programs throughout 6 colleges and schools. The city of St. Cloud offered Jodi a wider view of the world, with its population being over 20 times that of Long Prairie, at over 65,000 residents, making it Minnesota's 10th largest city. According to friends and family, it was Jodi's time in St. Cloud that seemed to truly open her eyes to the possibility of traveling. A passion to see the world, which had already germinated within her, was in full bloom as she attended classes. Jodi's pursuits at St. Cloud were in the fields of mass communications and speech communication, and after 4 years away, she graduated with a bachelor's degree in 1990. While everyone expected Jodi to immediately leap into her passion for the news and to begin making attempts at getting on board at a local station, the free-spirited and passionate 22-year-old had other ideas in mind. Jodi had plans for her future, and while the news and broadcasting were always part of the picture, she knew that life could often throw you curveballs. And before she made the choice to lock herself into any specific direction, she wanted to see a bit more of the world. She'd always dreamed of moving away from Long Prairie, of being in a larger city with a more vibrant life, and she saw this as her opportunity to do so. And so her first job post-college was working as a flight attendant for Northwest Airlines. Her childhood friend Amy would later say, quote, "I think she felt like, I want to see more of the world before I settle down and get into a career and maybe find a relationship and end up, more tied down." So she did a lot of seeing the world from that time when she was a flight attendant. End quote. Jodi loved being on the move and living her life in a different place from day to day. Her warm and sociable personality made her exceptional at this particular job, where she got to speak to different people every day and watch the world spin from the windows of a plane. While this was an exciting time in her life, Jodi never viewed it as her future, and she knew that being a flight attendant was just a way to make a living while living out her dream of experiencing the world. It wasn't too long before the traveling bug was worked out of her system, and Jodi began to set her sights back on her one true dream: broadcast journalism. This would take Jodi out of Minnesota and to Iowa for the first time. Her first job in the industry was for KGAN, a local news channel located in Cedar Rapids. Jodi worked as the bureau chief. Despite her lack of experience in the field, Jodi was trusted with coordinating the efforts of reporters to investigate and cover stories. While this got her foot in the door and showed her skill and talent, this position placed her in the background, and Jodi still held out dreams of being in front of the camera. Her second job in the field brought her back to Minnesota, where she was hired on to KSAX in Alexandria. Alexandria was larger than Long Prairie, though not by a great deal, but was certainly much smaller than Cedar Rapids. Her choice to take this position simply involved her desire to move closer to the positions she sought, and each new job suited her with new challenges and chances to prove herself. Displaying her typical hard work and diligence, Jodi quickly earned the respect and admiration of her fellow coworkers. One thing, which remained consistent throughout Jodi's moves and jobs, was her ability to develop strong friendships. Newsrooms can be stressful places to work. Everything moves so rapidly, and the stories can be all-encompassing. This often breeds a competitive environment. But for Jodi, everyone was a part of the team, and she had no issues establishing strong connections that would last throughout her life. Finally, after spending some time learning all there was and mastering it at KSAX, Jodi was offered a job which she considered a big break for her career. KIMT, located in Mason City, Iowa, had an open position for a morning and afternoon producer. While this was an exciting move for Jodi, it was the other caveat to this position which drew her in. This producer would also function as an anchor on the morning and news broadcasts. After years working both behind and in front of the camera, though the latter was less so than the former, Jodi finally had the opportunity to sit at the desk and guide the program. About this new job, Joanne would later say, quote, "She thought it was a promotion, that she was going to be moving up the ladder gradually, and she was really excited." End quote. The position required Jodi to report in at 3 a.m., where she would put stories together, do research, make adjustments, and then she'd settle into the chair for the 6 a.m. and noon broadcasts. Mason City, Iowa is not exactly the burgeoning metropolis that Jodi dreamed of, with a population of just under 30,000. But to her, it was an opportunity and another chance to get a leg up. She dreamed of anchoring the news, and KIMT offered her this chance. She saw it as another challenge, but also a platform from which she might be able to make a case for herself to become an on-air broadcaster for a larger network sometime in the future. KIMT was a CBS affiliate, and one who was always driven to do her best. Jodi believed that if she worked hard and knocked it out of the park, she might just catch the eye of one of the bigger show's producers. While it wasn't a guarantee, Jodi knew she was going to give it her best either way. Jodi rented an apartment from the Key Apartments, located on North Kentucky Avenue on the outskirts of Mason City. This placed her less than a 20-minute drive to her new job and provided her with enough distance to be able to settle down and unwind after a long day. Her shifts typically found her working from 3 a.m. until 12 or 1 p.m., which, while it was early for her to get up and required her to cut out a bit of her nightlife activities, didn't seem to bother her much. Joanne would later say, quote, "She didn't really complain about the morning shift at all. She had her afternoons, and she just enjoyed being on television." End quote. Outside of her career pursuits, Jodi found her life in Mason City to be fun and exciting. She developed a close circle of friends with whom she would frequent local bars, while also finding ways to satisfy her urges to travel and perform in athletic activities. She still golfed and would play with friends and also alone as a way to clear her head. She was known to enjoy skiing and was even known to go to Iowa City for water skiing. Jodi's love life was one area which seemed to have a noticeable vacancy. By 1994, Jodi was 26 years old, and her beauty was easily noticed and drew men towards her. The blonde-haired, brown-eyed girl had a captivating smile and an undeniable charm. Jodi knew how to talk to a man, and this often served her well when trying to get information from someone for a story, but it also served a different purpose. According to some friends, during their college days, when money was tight and they still wanted to have fun, it wasn't uncommon for them to go out to local bars and use their flirtation to get free drinks. Jodi didn't have to work very hard to beguile a man, but she'd yet to find one who truly captured her attention, though the 27-year-old wasn't worried. Her career was beginning to surge, and she assumed there would be plenty of time for that later. It was during this time with KIMT that Jodi began to show the first signs of possible burnout from a life marked by hard-driving determination and constant movements. She made friends quickly at the station, but some noted that Jodi would sometimes seem as though she were completely exhausted, and then she would burst out in total excitement and energy. Perhaps it was her ventures out to the bar with friends, or her struggle to adjust to the early morning schedule, but Jodi developed a reputation for being late. Another producer at KIMT, Amy Coons, functioned as Jodi's assistant at that time. In a later interview, when asked about Jodi's punctuality, Coons responded, quote, "She was often late, about once a week. I would call her and wake her up, and she'd be into work within 20 minutes. End quote. It was during this time that quiet whispers began to circulate about the possibility of drug use. Jodi was known to show erratic energy patterns, and when asked about this, Coons responded, quote, "Jodi had been really up and down before her disappearance. She would fall asleep in edit bays, and later in the day would be really perky. I wondered what was going on with her. I would not be surprised if drugs were involved." End quote. When asked about Jodi's behavior at work, Coons stated, quote, "She was very demanding. She would often snap at me. Then she would turn around, clap, stand up at her desk and proclaim, 'I love life.' I could never figure her out." End quote. Among those in Jodi's social circle was a man with a lot of money to throw around, and, allegedly, a predilection for boasting and drawing attention to himself. Arthur John Van Cise, who typically went by his middle name, was 49 years old when he met and began hanging around Jodi. At the time, he worked as a district sales manager for Pfister Hybrid Seed Company. Mason City detective Terence Prochaka, when asked about Van Cise, described him as, quote, "very well known, but he's also active in his personal life. He liked to be out at bars at night. He liked to be somewhat of a show-off, maybe a playboy type. He had a very fancy boat for that time." End quote. Van Cise had met Jodi when he moved into the Key Apartments upon first arriving in Mason City in the fall of 1994. According to friends, it wasn't uncommon for Jodi and Van Cise to flirt and dance together, but it was abundantly clear that Jodi's interests were no more than playful and platonic. It's been debated whether or not Van Cise had designs on Jodi, but the general consensus is that, at least in terms of Jodi, she said that was never going to happen. Van Cise seemed to fill a role in her life, that missing father figure that she still longed for. But even according to Jodi's own diary, there was not the possibility of anything even resembling an intimate relationship there. Van Cise maintains that he never had an interest in Jodi in that way, and that they were simply good friends and he viewed her like a daughter. It wasn't uncommon for Van Cise to be around Jodi and her friends. He was slowly accepted into the group, and Jodi spoke about him, not as an individual, but as part of that group of friends in general. Half a year after meeting, Jodi's 27th birthday was approaching, and Van Cise made the decision to organize a surprise party at a local bar. Jodi was gleefully shocked by the gesture and had a great time that night, dancing with friends, drinking, and perhaps even flirting a little. At the party, a camera was present to record the events of the evening, and the tape will later play a role in Van Cise's accounts of the events leading up to Jodi's disappearance. On the weekend of June 23rd and 25th, 1995, Jodi had gone out of town to Iowa City for a fun weekend and water skiing. On Monday, June 26th, Jodi participated in a local golf tournament. According to the official timeline, Jodi left the tournament at approximately 8 p.m. Her comings and goings are tracked by telephone calls, one of which was placed from her apartment that evening at 8:24 p.m. Jodi called her friend, Kelly Torgeson, but her husband answered. Kelly wasn't home at the time, so Jodi spoke to the husband for a while. According to the husband, Jodi was in high spirits when she got off the call. She requested that he let Kelly know she'd called and to give her a call back when she got in. Detective Proshaka, when asked about the call, said that, according to Kelly's husband, quote, "There was nothing in her voice that she was scared or mentioned any problems with anybody recently. She actually made a long conversation about the trip she'd had, her skiing trip. She was actually more or less bragging to him about how much fun she'd had." End quote. It should be noted that Jodi reported to work at 3 a.m., meaning that her work arrival time was a mere 7 hours after she arrived home after 8 p.m. that night. The 8:24 p.m. phone call, even if only lasting 5 minutes, would leave her with only 6 hours and 10 minutes to get ready for bed, sleep, then wake up, do her morning routine, and drive the 20 minutes to work. Though later evenings weren't exactly uncommon for Jodi, this may have played a role in her tendency to be late for work. The following morning, on Tuesday, June 27th, Jodi's arrival time of 3 a.m. came and went without her arriving. Being that it wasn't uncommon for Jodi to be late, Amy Coons doesn't think a great deal about it and assumes that Jodi will arrive before 4 a.m. When 4 a.m. comes, and Jodi still hasn't shown up, Amy finds it necessary to make a call to her apartment, a call which she has made multiple times in the past. At approximately 4:10 a.m., Coons calls and the phone rings and rings. At this point, she feels her assumption that Jodi overslept is most likely the outcome of this situation. Eventually, Jodi answers, and Coons can hear the sleepiness in her voice. She explains that it's now after 4 a.m. and she's overslept again. Jodi is reported to have apologized and tells Coons that she'll be there in 20 minutes. It should be noted that some articles report that Coons had another employee place this call, but this seems to be due to confusion about a later call that takes place. And in an interview, Coons confirms her call, stating, quote, "I don't remember what time I called her. I think it was 4:10 a.m. End quote. She goes on saying, quote, "She asked what time it was. I told her. She said she'd be right in." End quote. Thinking nothing more of the situation, Coons goes back to work preparing for that morning's broadcast. As time ticks by, 4:30 passes, and then 5. Coons assumes that Jodi may have fallen back to sleep, But as the 6 a.m. hour approaches, and the show is going to have to begin, Coons decides to sit in for Jodi and anchor the episode herself. While Coons is on the air reporting that day's news, she can't help the growing concern in her mind. While Jodi is frequently late, she's never this late, and she's never missed an episode of the program. Coons attempts another call to Jodi, but this time, the phone never stops ringing. When asked about why she didn't call the police right then, Coons responded, quote, "I waited because I thought she had just fallen back asleep. At the very worst, maybe she fell and hit her head in the shower. And honestly, I was busy doing the work of 2 people." End quote. When the broadcast ends, Coons approaches an employee and asks him to call the police and see if they're able to go and do a welfare check at Jodi's apartment. The call comes in to the Mason City Police Department at 7:15 a.m. Within 10 minutes, an officer arrives at the key apartments, and in the distance, he sees Jodi's red Mazda Miata. He approaches her door and knocks several times, calling out her name and asking if everything is all right. He receives no answer. Being that there's nothing immediately alarming about the call, the officer decides to check out Jodi's vehicle, assuming that she may have experienced car trouble and caught a ride with someone else. As soon as he gets near the vehicle, all semblance of this being a routine situation goes out the window. The vehicle itself doesn't appear damaged, but scattered all around are Jodi's belongings. Among the items discovered are a pair of red women's dress shoes, a blow dryer, a bottle of hairspray, car keys, one of which is bent, and earrings. The car itself is not damaged, though its front driver's side mirror is folded forward. Detective Proshaka later says, quote, "It was actually folded in the outward position, which would make it appear that someone had brushed up against it and folded it in the outward position." End quote. The bent key draws attention as it's immediately assumed that this likely happened during a struggle, and considering the items scattered around, it becomes quickly clear that this is a crime scene and there's likely been an abduction. One detail which solidifies this in investigators' minds is when they discover drag marks in the silt nearby. Investigators are called to the scene and begin a multi-pronged approach. While the vehicle and area around it is being processed, other investigators enter the apartment while uniformed police begin canvassing the area, knocking on neighbors' doors and asking if they witnessed or heard anything peculiar from the night or early morning hours. Multiple tenants report hearing screams at approximately 4:30 a.m., though none had called the police to report the sounds. According to Detective Proshaka, the complex had a lot of tenants, and there was a campground nearby, so hearing screaming or loud sounds in the early morning hours wasn't all that uncommon. That being said, no one reported hearing any vehicles or other voices. One witness, a man living in the complex, will later tell investigators that, as he was leaving for work that morning around 4:30 a.m., he did note a light-colored van sitting in the lot with its parking lights on. Other officers are conducting a search of the apartment complex and surrounding area. That morning, they examined the park next to the complex, as well as the area around the Winnebago River, which runs behind the complex, though they find nothing of note. Back in Jodi's apartment, nothing seems to be out of place, and there's no sign of a struggle. The more they look around, the less they believe anything related to the disappearance happened within the apartment. At one point, while in Jodi's bedroom, they discover a journal on her bedside table. They go through it, hoping that there may be something which gives them a possible suspect or direction to look, but ultimately there's little information considered helpful. The journal is later described as being short entries, including but not limited to Jodi's future plans, her thoughts about her job, and her dreams of moving on to a larger television market and anchoring to a larger audience. Ultimately, the journal is taken into evidence, and no copies or statements are shared with the public. Mason City Police Lieutenant Frank Stearns is one of the investigators surveying the apartment when he notes something that isn't exactly unusual, but does pique his interest. In the bathroom, he finds the toilet seat in the upward position, suggesting the possibility that a male had been in the apartment recently. Despite this possibility, they find nothing else which suggests the presence of a man, though what exactly would suggest that is highly debatable, unless the man would have left something specific behind. Regardless, this detail is noted in their reports, and it's at this time that Stearns has to confront the reality of the situation. He places a call to Jodi's sister, Joanne, who at first thinks that Jodi may have been involved in an accident. When she's told that Jodi is missing, she calms down a little, thinking that it might all be a mistake. She later says, quote, "He said Jodi is missing. Missing. Well, I was kind of uplifted. Missing. You'll find her, you know." Then he said, "We've been searching and we can't find her at all, and there's stuff by her car." End quote. While Joanne begins the drive to Mason City to find out exactly what's going on and where her sister is, detectives move from her apartment to the car. At this point, word has begun to travel around Mason City, and they find many of the complex residents gathering in the parking lot, watching their activities. Local media grabs a hold of the story, and due to their rush to catch the scoop, multiple inaccurate reports are disseminated to the public. According to early news reports, among the items found at the car, blood evidence was also gathered. The Mason City Police, though, dispute this claim, stating emphatically that no blood was found at the scene. An unidentified palm print was lifted from the vehicle, but that is the only piece of evidence publicly reported. It's at this point that detectives have a very odd encounter with one of Jodi's friends, John Van Cise. According to investigators, Van Cise approached them in the parking lot and openly stated that he was the last person to see Jodi alive. They find this statement troubling for, as far as they knew, they're dealing with a missing person, and not necessarily a murder. So Van Cise's use of past tense when speaking about Jodi makes them suspicious. According to Van Cise, Jodi had been to his apartment the night before to watch the video shot at her surprise birthday party. Officers take a statement from him and let him know that they'll be speaking to him again during the course of their investigation. At the same time, they've begun checking with local newspaper companies to find out if any used a light-colored van, which may explain away the sighting in the parking lot that morning, but none are found which would have been at the key apartment complex at that time. For investigators, the case is complicated by Jodi's public status. Living in such a small town and being on television, she's essentially a local celebrity. As they question friends and family, they begin to piece together strange incidents which Jodi experienced in the weeks and months leading up to her disappearance. According to police reports filed months earlier, Jodi had been out jogging when a black truck began slowly driving behind her. Worried and concerned, she turned off her path and ran up to the front door of a home, and the driver continued on down the road. Jodi reported this to police, who initially looked into it, but were unable to locate the vehicle or the driver. When Joanne was asked about this incident, she stated, quote, "Jodi was worried a few times about stalking. A guy in a black truck had followed her and acted very creepy." End quote. Jodi's childhood friend Amy went further, explaining that she and Jodi had discussed her desire for self-defense and to be able to protect herself. According to Amy, quote, "She had talked to me at length about how she had taken a self-defense class. She didn't feel safe, and she wanted to be able to defend herself." End quote. Armed with this new information, Mason City Police begin running checks on all the owners of black trucks in the area who have any kind of criminal background. They're unable to locate anyone that results in any possible connection to Jodi, the apartment complex, or being in the area that morning. By the next day, June 28th, agents from the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, as well as the FBI, join in with local officials in their search. Police Chief Jack Schleiper speaks to the media, informing them that at this time they're dealing with a missing persons case and foul play is suspected. But unfortunately, they are in possession of few clues or pieces of evidence which may give them a direction to go. Searches continue but yield no results, and as the days begin passing, the possibility of an abduction becomes solidified in the minds of investigators. By July 1st, 4 days after Jodi vanished, it's officially announced that the disappearance is being treated as an abduction, and the tip about the light-colored van being seen in the parking lot is released to the public. A reward fund is established for tips and information and reaches $11,000. It's around this time that John Van Cise speaks to the media, and investigators find his statement strange enough to take a closer look. In his statement, Van Cise says, quote, "She just makes me feel so good and so great about things. That's just Jodi. You can't help but love that woman. You can't help but love Jodi." End quote. Investigators speak to Van Cise again, and again he tells the same story, saying that Jodi came over to his place a little after 8 p.m. to watch the video, but this sets off alarms for investigators. According to their timeline, Jodi left the golf event at 8 p.m. and made a phone call from her own apartment at 8:24 p.m. They can't help but wonder whether Jodi ever did go to Van Cise's apartment that night. Having learned about the birthday party, investigators speak to multiple friends and coworkers who had been present. They speak of the evening being very pleasant and fun, and multiple attendees report that Jodi had danced with Van Cise several times that night. According to their statements, Jodi danced with multiple people and treated Van Cise no different than anyone else, but they felt that Van Cise had kept his eyes on her through the night and seemed much more invested in maintaining her attention. When Van Cise is asked about where he was between the hours of 4 and 5 a.m. the morning Jodi disappeared, he tells investigators that he was at home, had woken up around 5 a.m. and had taken a morning walk. Investigators found Van Cise's accounting of events and his behavior troubling, but at that time, they didn't have any evidence which would afford them the ability to get warrants to search his home or property. Instead, they asked Van Cise if he's willing to take a polygraph, and he agrees to do so. Van Cise later says that he went to Cedar Falls, Iowa to take the polygraph and alleges that he passed with, quote, flying colors. Though Mason City Police have never publicly commented on the results of this polygraph. When asked about the test, Van Cise later states, quote, "I was offended at first, but now I understand. I'm glad I did this because it proves I had nothing to do with it." End quote. On July 2nd, Police Chief Schleiper speaks to the media and once again refers to the van, stating, quote, "I want to emphasize that the person or persons associated with the van are not necessarily suspects. They simply may have information that would help us in our investigation." End quote. Schleiper goes on to answer questions, stating that they're unsure if Jodi's public persona and fame plays any role in her disappearance. He explains that more than 200 people have been interviewed and goes on to say, quote, "Over the next few days, we'll be expanding our search area and expanding the number of people assisting with the investigation." End quote. While investigators are searching areas surrounding the complex with an ever-expanding radius, they employ helicopters to also search an area southwest of the city. The Mason City Fire Department and State Department of Natural Resources are thoroughly searching the Winnebago River, though nothing is ultimately found. Nearly 300 tips are phoned into the police within the first week of the investigation. Days begin passing, with nothing new discovered. By July 7th, ground and air searches for Jodi are called off, though the interview process continues. On July 10th, Chief Schleiper states that an FBI behavioral scientist is attempting to determine if there's a link between Jodi's disappearance and any other disappearances in the area. He also explains that they have received at this point more than 700 tips. Joanne is questioned by police for any information she may have about her sister's disappearance. But the more Joanne meets and speaks with Jodi's friends, the more she realizes that her kid sister had much more of a life than she was aware of, and she is of little help. She eventually returns to Minnesota, feeling that she can't be of much assistance, though she does maintain contact with the Mason City Police. July slowly fades, and then August begins to pass with few, if any, leads. Over the course of the next month, Chief Schleiper continues speaking to the media and reveals several pieces of information. On August 3rd, the chief explains that they still have found no leads or suspects. On August 12th, John Lang, a special agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, tells the media that it appears that the suspect was likely watching Jodi and noted her behavior patterns. Back at the offices of KIMT, employees are shocked by the lack of development in the case, though they put Jodi down on leave and refuse to hire a replacement anchor. On August 27th, a candlelight vigil is held for Jodi at a public pool area, while local businesses display yellow ribbons and signs carrying the message, "Find Jodi." In early September, the reward for information about Jodi's disappearance grows to $30,000, but no one is supplying information that leads to any new discoveries. Jodi's family takes it upon themselves to hire a private investigation firm, McCarthy & Associates, to examine the case. They bring in private investigator Doug Jassa from Nebraska. Through the firm, the family is put in touch with 3 prominent psychics who allege to be able to assist with the case. The meeting is ultimately televised on the show Psychic Detectives. According to the so-called psychics, Jodi's abductor was someone who saw her on TV and had become obsessed with her. The private investigation firm is unable to come up with anything to identify a suspect. By the end of the month, Jodi's story is blasted into the national consciousness when America's Most Wanted airs a segment on it, which results in more than 60 tips, though none appear to reveal anything which can assist investigators. Days begin turning into weeks, and weeks into months. By the 6-month anniversary of Jodi's disappearance, in December of 1995, police are unable to announce any leads or suspects. They reveal that they have searched areas near 2 Mason City dams, but turned up nothing significant. KIMT continues to hold Jodi's position, with other staff members filling in for her, and the reward offered reaches $34,000. In February of 1996, Jodi's case is featured on the television series Unsolved Mysteries, and Chief Schleiper later reveals that the segment resulted in 186 phone calls and 97 tips for investigators, though none of these will pan out. Several months pass, and for Jodi's family, their frustration and sadness over her disappearance is mounting. They wonder how she could simply vanish without a trace, and nothing can be found. And in hopes of contributing something to the effort, 100 volunteers are gathered to conduct a search in the northeast Cerro Gordo countryside. Volunteers are given flags to mark anything they spot which appears suspicious, and then these flags are examined by law enforcement officials. Sadly, nothing is found during this search which may reveal anything about the case. The search is conducted in May of 1996, and just 1 month later, the 1-year anniversary of Jodi's disappearance comes around, and investigators are frustrated that they have no new information. They're essentially working with the same details they've had since day one, and while they can't connect anyone to the disappearance, they are aware that someone knows something that they aren't sharing. Soon, the months begin transforming into years, and from 1996 to 1999, there is little information about Jodi's case or the status of the investigation revealed to the public. While investigators assure the media that the case is very much open and ongoing, public interest begins to wane, and over the next years, Jodi's name begins to fade from the spotlight. The mystery of her disappearance only deepens, and then, in the winter of 1999, the first new piece of information is brought to the attention of investigators. Anthony Jackson, a prison inmate serving a life sentence for the rapes of 3 women in 1997, writes a rap song. It's alleged that one part of the song refers to a dead body in the Iowa city of Tipton, and it is suggested that the song is about Jodi. Investigators look into Jackson and discover that, at the time Jodi vanished, he was living in Mason City. This certainly piques their interest, and so they begin to dig deeper. Law enforcement officials in Tipton are contacted and brought into the investigation, and the first new search in over 3 years is launched. Investigators employ cadaver dogs, and they search areas in Tipton which are most likely locations for concealing a body. One dog gets a hit, but ultimately nothing is found. Mason City police arrange to speak with Jackson, but he denies any involvement in the crime or that any rap song he may or may not have come up with has anything to do with Jodi Huisentruit. Lieutenant Frank Stearns, when asked about Jackson, states, quote, "We ran that out as far as we could, but it's our belief that he had nothing to do with it." End quote. When asked about Jackson, Joanne responds, quote, "For a while there, we were really convinced maybe it was him, that we had a prime suspect, but the police in Mason City didn't think so. But he had a girlfriend that looked so much like Jodi, and he'd broken up with her." End quote. For the time being, Jackson is dismissed as a suspect, though his name will resurface later in the investigation. 3 more long and bitter years will pass, and then in the summer of 2002, some 7 years after Jodi mysteriously vanished from the parking lot of her apartment complex, 2 men will decide to examine the case themselves, and ultimately find themselves pulled into a world of possible corruption, murder, and cover-up. News director Gary Peterson of KAAL-TV in Austin, Minnesota, receives a letter from a psychic. The psychic explains that he's willing to do a reading or analysis of a cold case for free. Peterson had always been fascinated by Jodi's case, and figured he had nothing to lose by doing so. A picture of Jodi was sent out, and later, another letter was received. The letter contained questions and answers that the psychic alleged had to do with Jodi's case. After speaking with Josh Benson, a news anchor for KAAL, the 2 men decide to run a 13-part special about Jodi's disappearance, in hopes of drawing in new attention. The audience responds, and interest in Jodi's disappearance is reinvigorated, and throughout the course of their research into the case, both Peterson and Benson become fixated on figuring out what happened. They begin to examine it in more detail, and map out their own links as to what may have occurred. For them, one area of interest is the bizarre death of a man named Billy Pruin. Pruin was a Mason City local, and a friend of Jodi's. Pruin was described by many as a fun-loving, kind man who got along easily with everyone. According to official records, on Sunday, April 2nd, 1995, Pruin proposed to his then-girlfriend, Gretchen Tussler. 2 days later, on Tuesday, April 4th, Pruin took his truck to Mason City to pick up a new tractor he had just purchased for in the price range of approximately $200,000. He picked up the tractor and then drove it home, leaving his truck behind. Though multiple calls were placed to Pruin that evening, he failed to answer his phone. On Wednesday, April 5th, a friend went to check on Pruin after several unanswered calls. He found the front door hanging 4 inches open and Pruin's keys still in the lock to the door. He's reported to have shouted for Pruin, but seeing his truck wasn't there and hearing no response nor commotion inside the home, the man chose to leave the property, never having entered. The next morning, on April 6th, Pruin's mother went to the home to check on her son, whom she hadn't heard from. At this time, she entered the home and found Pruin deceased in the dining room. Investigators immediately arrived on the scene and found Pruin with a gunshot wound in his chest and the expended slug of his own .44 Magnum laying on the floor in the kitchen, and his revolver was in his hand. Initially, this death was ruled as a suicide, though many doubted this possibility. Pruin was reported to have been in high spirits, had gotten engaged days earlier, and had just made a major purchase for his farm. There were also details about the death which baffled those who looked into it, such as the fact that Billy's chest wound was larger than the wound in his back, suggesting that the shot which killed him had actually been fired from behind him, making it that his chest wound was an exit wound. For many, they believed that Billy had been murdered, and among those supporters of this theory was Jodi Huisentruit. Ultimately, Pruin's cause of death was changed to that of undetermined, and to this day, it remains unknown what exactly transpired that day. Other details which raised suspicions were the fact that no identifiable prints were lifted from Pruin's revolver, and Pruin's fiancée stated that, in the weeks leading up to his death, he had confessed to her that he was afraid of something, though he never specified what. In what would appear to be a very strange choice of behaviors, Pruin was noted to have recently acquired a large life insurance policy. According to that policy, several months had to pass, during which time, if Pruin were to commit suicide, his policy would be void. This is a fairly standard clause, but in Pruin's case, his death occurred just weeks before that time period would have ended, leading many to believe that even if Pruin had committed suicide, he wouldn't have done so until after that time had elapsed. Jodi, as well as many others, believed that Pruin had been attacked by someone and that his keys being left in the door suggested he had rushed into the home to get his gun, at which point someone may have engaged him in a struggle and shot him. Gunshot residue was not found on Pruin's hands, nor on his clothing, which for many indicates that Pruin was not close to the gun when fired, and they believe that he may have come home and been ambushed by someone who had already gained entry and grabbed his revolver. In an interesting twist, when the state medical examiner, located in Des Moines, Iowa, was contacted about Pruin's death, he stated that he hadn't yet received the official autopsy report from Cerro Gordo County. This report is typically mailed within days of the autopsy being completed. For whatever reason, it took 11 years for this report to reach the state medical examiner. Pruin's case remains unsolved. According to Jodi's friends and her sister Joanne, she never believed that the truth about this situation had come out, and she'd expressed an interest in examining it herself. Whether or not she dug into it, how much she discovered, if anything at all, and whether or not the circumstances surrounding Pruin's death played a role in her disappearance just 3 months later, remains unknown. It's a point of speculation for many, but is a hot-button issue in regard to Jodi's disappearance. In what some believe may be a connection to Pruin's death, Jodi's friend, Kelly Torgeson, whom she had called the night before she vanished, reported that on the day Jodi disappeared, she received a letter from her. In the letter, Jodi is alleged to have stated she was concerned for her safety and that she may be being stalked. For Peterson and Benson, their investigation into Jodi's disappearance continued. They came upon a bizarre story told by an officer of the court who had a disturbing experience back in 1996, just 1 year after Jodi vanished. While speaking with a convicted sex offender, the court officer happened to mention Mason City. The sex offender had a 2-word response: Jodi Huisentruit. When the court officer dug further and stated that she wasn't sure that Huisentruit was still alive, the man grimly responded, "No, she's dead." Peterson and Benson, the two men who had begun looking into Jodi's case, had come across many stories and rumors about her disappearance. One of the few which stood out was based on the experiences of a court officer who had spoken with a criminal, during which time Jodi's name came up. While speaking with a convicted sex offender, the court officer happened to mention Mason City. The sex offender had a 2-word response: Jodi Huisentruit. When the court officer dug further and stated that she wasn't sure that Huisentruit was still alive, the man grimly responded, "No, she's dead." His name was Thomas Korskaden. Korskaden, by the time Jodi had vanished, already had a checkered and dark history. In 1975, while serving in the military, he was stationed in California. In California, he was arrested for sexually assaulting a woman, for which he was later convicted. In 1995, just months after Jodi went missing, Korskaden was convicted of 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct. He would later be released, though he would return to prison in 1998 for violating conditions of his release, including but not limited to abusing drugs. Korskaden was released again in 2000, this time after a notification meeting in Austin, Minnesota, at which point residents were told that the sex offender would be coming to town to live after his release. At that time, Korskaden was under heavy supervision and would be required to wear an ankle monitor for the first 6 months of his release. Korskaden would later be arrested and sentenced to serve in Oak Park Heights Maximum Security Prison in March of 2002 on crimes of sexual assault against women and children. According to Mason City investigators, they did look at Korskaden as a possible suspect as early as 1995, but were unable to find anything which linked him to Jodi. Korskaden was reported to have owned a van fitting the description of the one seen in the apartment complex parking lot the morning Jodi vanished. Korskaden's wife also told investigators that he had tried to obtain tickets to attend a television taping at KIMT in early 1995 and had become enraged when he was unable to do so. Korskaden was familiar with Mason City and was known to frequent bars and strip clubs in the area. When asked about the location of his van, Korskaden reportedly told investigators that he gave it away to a friend, but before police could examine it, the van caught on fire. Korskaden claimed to have no knowledge of the fire or how it started. Outside of his disturbing remark about Jodi and a history of violent sex crimes, there's little which investigators felt could link Korskaden to Jodi's disappearance. Mason City police would later obtain a copy of Korskaden's fingerprints, as well as his palm print, which was compared to the print found on the vehicle, though it did not match. In 2004, Lieutenant Ron Vandeveerd was asked if Korskaden had been officially ruled out as a suspect. He replied that he had not, but, quote, "There is nothing that I can see that connects him to the Huisentruit abduction," end quote. In May of 2001, Jodi's family had her declared legally dead. Though they had not given up on Jodi, it seemed necessary to take this step in hopes of handling final legal situations regarding Jodi's life. 7 more years would pass before there would be any new information or leads developed in Jodi's case. In the meantime, her family struggled to accept the possibility that they may never find the truth. Peterson and Benson established a website, findjodi.com, which began as a place to gather all the information and, in the time since, has become a non-profit organization employing multiple people, including former police officers, in hopes of bringing attention to Jodi's case. In June of 2008, 13 years after Jodi vanished, newspapers published a story which included pages from Jodi's journal. This was bizarre, since the journal remained in the possession of the Mason City Police Department. The Iowa Globe-Gazette received an anonymous package in early June of 2008, which contained photocopies of 84 pages of Jodi's journal. When reached for comment, the Mason City Police Department confirmed that the pages were in fact from Jodi's journal and were authentic. The journal included writings from Jodi about her current job. In April of 1995, she wrote, quote, "My number one goal is to get a new job," end quote. On Sunday, June 25th, 2 days before she vanished, her entry reads in part, quote, "Great friends in Mason City, but professionally, I'm fed up. It's difficult finding a new job, and I'm confused about agents and what to do," end quote. When Joanne was reached for comment about the journal, she explained that even she had never seen it, and she later stated, quote, "It's just such a cold case. Somebody knows something, and we wish they'd come forward," end quote. Interestingly, several of the entries made in the days leading up to her disappearance mentioned John Van Cise. On June 11th, she noted John throwing her a surprise birthday party. On June 13th, she discussed attending the Glenn Miller Orchestra with John. On Sunday the 25th, she noted that she had been water skiing, and she mentions Van Cise's son, Trent, giving her tips on how to do it better. Police immediately began an investigation to determine how the journal was leaked to the press. Within 24 hours, they were able to discover the source: the wife of a former Mason City police chief who had since retired. Lieutenant Frank Stearns would later state, quote, "It was one of our retired chief's wife who released that to the media. Why she would release that, I don't know. As a chief of police, he had copies of records for himself, and he must have mistakenly took that when he retired, and his wife took that and released it to the media," end quote. Ultimately, his wife was questioned, but no real motive was determined, nor were they able to establish any links between the former chief or his wife and Huisentruit. After the release of the journal, which investigators felt was damaging to their case, the investigation once again went quiet. Several years later, in 2011, former Mason City police officer Maria All was appealing her termination in a meeting with the Civil Service Commission at City Hall. When her appeal was rejected, All spoke to the media, and for the first time, publicly discussed information she had received in relation to possible police corruption in the disappearance of Jodi Huisentruit. According to All, she had been called to a disturbance at an apartment complex and had responded alongside another officer. While at the apartment, she alleged to have overheard 2 men discussing Jodi's disappearance, and in that discussion, the men named 2 Mason City police officers and an Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation officer. According to All, she had been subject to a great deal of harassment and intimidation, sexism and threats during her time with the Mason City Police Department, which she joined in 2001. She would go on to explain that these experiences only got worse after she began raising questions about Jodi's disappearance. All was ultimately fired from the department in August of 2011, allegedly for not following department rules and procedures regarding possible evidence in a criminal case. The evidence All is alleged to have mishandled hasn't been revealed, but it has been stated it was evidence in the Jodi Huisentruit investigation. Later, a department psychologist ruled that All was not fit for duty. According to All's story, the man at the apartment had alleged that the officers involved in Jodi's disappearance were Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Bill Basler, along with Mason City police officers Lieutenant Ron Vandeveerd and Lieutenant Frank Stearns. It's important to note that both Stearns and Vandeveerd have played roles in Jodi's investigation over the years, including speaking on television shows and in news articles about the investigation. All three denied any possible involvement in the crime and called the claims asinine and nothing more than the ravings of a drunken person. All later stated, quote, "All I want is for the truth to come out. I'm trying to get it out in the open so it won't be a secret anymore." End quote. Details regarding this have been few, outside of the fact that the officers were accused of being involved. Shane Philpott, a pastor in Mason City, and Maria's brother-in-law, reported hearing a similar story. In his statements, he has suggested that he was contacted by a pastor, Raymond Tux, located in Minnesota, who informed him that he'd been told by a local, Donald Milks, that the police had been involved in Jodi's disappearance. Milks alleged that he knew the location of Jodi's body, which he had been told by a drug dealer, though he never revealed it. Philpott reported this tip to the Mason City Police, though whether or not it was taken seriously is unknown. During the time when Maria was fighting for her job, and also suing the city for her treatment during her time with the Mason City Police Department, she reached out to Gary Peterson at findjodi.com. Peterson later was able to track down the two informants who All had gotten the information from. According to Peterson, by the time he located them, both were deceased. Milks is reported to have died of an overdose, though the medical examiner noted there were no drugs in his system, even though a needle was found in his hand. I've also read accounts where Milks is alleged to have not died of an overdose, but rather as a result of the stress put on his body by years of drug abuse. The other man had been murdered in a stabbing. While some view this as furthering the cover-up, others have suggested that the men were known to hang around other criminals and were not quite upstanding citizens whose words could be considered trustworthy. In October of 2012, over a year after her termination, Maria All was awarded $95,000 in a settlement from Mason City, which put an end to her lawsuit. She maintains that her story about officers being involved is true, and that there's more going on with the Mason City Police Department than they are letting on. But an internal affairs investigation did ultimately clear all three officers who were suggested to have been involved. With this information present, but few details available, many have been unsure of where to stand on it. When asked about these accusations, Joanne stated, quote, "Officer All did call me. We had a nice conversation. I do trust the Mason City Police. I want to work with them." End quote. Several more years would pass before much would be stated about Jodi's case. Sadly, in 2014, Jodi's mother passed away, having never learned the truth about what happened to her daughter. It's a fight and a hope which Jodi's sisters now carry, along with her circle of friends and those who loved her. It's their hope that someday the truth will be revealed. Within the past few years, Jodi's case has once again been rising to the surface. In 2015, a former friend of Tony Jackson, the convicted rapist who had been previously examined for allegedly writing a rap song about Jodi, came forward with startling claims. The friend, who elected to remain anonymous, stated that in 1995, after playing basketball with Jackson, he was invited to a local bar with Jackson, who alleged to know that Jodi Huisentruit was a regular. The bar, the South Bridge Lounge, was only a few blocks away, and so the anonymous source claims to have gone along. According to his statements, when they entered the bar, Jackson approached Jodi and began speaking with her. The source says he was too far away to hear the conversation, but that he assumed Jackson was discussing broadcasting with her. Jackson had attended North Iowa Community College, where he had developed an interest in broadcasting and even hosted his own student talk show. This informant thought nothing of it at the time, but says that, in retrospect, quote, "My gut tells me that he probably did it, after all the stuff he's done since." End quote. Another anonymous source claimed, at the time, that she used to often jog back in 1995, and would run past Jodi's apartment along her route every morning between 4 and 5 a.m. According to her statement, she had been jogging by on the morning of June 27th when, quote, "I'm coming up to the apartment and a car comes out really fast, and it nearly hits me, and then I have to jump onto the sidewalk, and its headlights were off as it sped away." End quote. This witness alleges that, around the same time the previous day, when she had been jogging by, she witnessed an African-American male riding a bike outside of the complex. She says the man noticed her as she was jogging and began pedaling toward her, riding his bike right beside her as she ran, which she found strange and disturbing at the time. Regardless of this information, Mason City investigators refuted the claims, stating that they had found no evidence in their investigation which would connect Tony Jackson to Jodi's disappearance. In 2016, Iowa State House of Representatives Representative John Quaker of Sioux County released a blistering article describing his experience as a member of the Iowa State House Public Safety Committee. Quaker described the fact that there was once a cold case investigation team within the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, but that it had been dissolved due to budgetary restraints. He went on to discuss 4 major cases that got him invested in cold cases. Third on his list was the disappearance of Jodi Huisentruit. According to Quaker, on the 20th anniversary of her disappearance, in 2015, he had attempted to develop a program to draw attention back to the case, part of which included declaring a Jodi Huisentruit Awareness Day. He wanted to involve the Iowa media in this project in hopes of advancing their efforts in regards to all cold cases. He circulated a letter addressed to the city of Mason City, asking them to recognize the 20th anniversary and to solicit help. According to his statements, all 100 representatives signed the letter. He also spoke to one of Jodi's sisters, who encouraged him to bring attention to the case, though the idea of bringing an awareness day specifically just for Jodi was described as tacky and not something which she thought would bring good attention. Quaker would go on to write, quote, "Chief Mike Lashbrook insisted that he did not want the letter to be sent to him or anybody else in Mason City. Mayor Eric Bookmeyer complied and vouched for what a wonderful job the chief had been doing and that he was close to retirement, so he did not need this issue to come before the public and sully his record." End quote. Quaker goes on to allege that he was accused of meddling with the investigation and that the letter was, ultimately, disregarded by Mason City officials. Quaker would also say that the Mason City Police Department had developed new leads in 2008, and that these leads, which are supposed to be sent to the Division of Criminal Investigation, had not been passed on until 2015, some 7 years later. In a discussion with DCI Director Jim Saunders, Koiker was informed that under Iowa law, the DCI may only assist in the investigation and that the Mason City Police Department owns it. When Chief Brinkley took over in 2016, Koiker states that he sent him a registered letter about the case and received no response. In his article, Koiker wrote, quote, "I will simply say the Mason City Police Department seems to have a dubious lack of interest in following up on leads that could shed the light of day on Jodi Huisentruit's disappearance." End quote. Chief Lashbrook responded, saying, quote, "So far, this letter has proven to be an unnecessary distraction for the Mason City Police Department, involving the expense of time and resources. The fact that it receives such a mixed reaction from legislators, the city, the police department, and particularly the family of Jodi Huisentruit makes me question its value. It's unfortunate that those seeking to promote this letter don't respect the wishes of those who have a more personal interest in this tragic event." End quote. Mason City Mayor Eric Bookmeyer also responded, stating, quote, "I concur with Chief Lashbrook. The MCPD is conducting an ongoing investigation and continues to coordinate with other law enforcement agencies. I fully support their position and their plans to respectfully mark the 20th anniversary of this tragic occurrence. Lastly, it was and still is my position that after reviewing the letter, consulting with the MCPD, and the remaining Huisentruit family, that an unintended precedent would likely be set and be considered disrespectful to other victims and their families. I do not believe there is a place for politicians or politics in this investigation." End quote. In February of 2017, in response to revelations in the Jacob Wetterling case, Mason City Police Chief Jeff Brinkley discussed similar possibilities in the 22-year-old disappearance of Jodi Huisentruit. Chief Brinkley stated, quote, "Maybe there will be something similar to the Wetterling case, where it was a matter of a new opportunity to find DNA and match up some of those things that broke." End quote. When asked whether or not there could be similar evidence in Jodi's case, Brinkley responded, quote, "Yes. Yes is the short answer. I think in 22 years in my career, I cannot believe where we've come with science and how we've adapted science to policing." End quote. Just 1 month later, in March of 2017, news was revealed that the Mason City Police Department had sought and received search warrants in relation to the GPS data on 2 vehicles owned by John Van Cise. The warrants were executed on March 20th against Van Cise, now 72 years old and living in Arizona. They were seeking data on a 1999 Honda Civic, as well as a 2013 GMC 1500. Van Cise is listed as the interested party on the warrant, which was under seal. Mason City Chief Brinkley stated, quote, "As you know, we continue to actively work Jodi Huisentruit's missing persons case from June 27, 1995. The search warrant you are referring to is part of our ongoing investigation. We do not have any public comment at this time about the content of the search warrant or the person named in it. We would ask that anyone with information about Jodi's disappearance contact the Mason City Police Department." End quote. It would seem that, for the Mason City Police Department, John Van Cise remains their one and only person of interest. On May 20th, 2018, just a few weeks ago, the Cerro Gordo Sheriff's Department received a 911 call. The caller, who had been out walking dogs, reported the discovery of human remains at a rural location in the 22,000 block of 275th Street in Mason City. Upon arrival and examination, an anthropologist determined that the remains had been in the location for any time between 5 and 15 years, and are thought to belong to a female between the ages of 20 and 45 who is believed to have stood 5'5" to 5'7" inches tall. At their eldest approximation, being 15 years, that would go back to 2003, a full 8 years after Jodi vanished. However, this didn't stop rumor from spreading that they may in fact be Jodi's remains. The remains were brought to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy, though once the rumor about Jodi began to circulate, officials did state that a forensic odontologist definitely determined that the remains were not Jodi's. On Wednesday, May 30th, the Iowa Public Safety Department released a news briefing which stated that after the autopsy, it was official that the remains did not belong to Jodi. Simultaneously on this day, a billboard campaign was launched by friends, family, and members of FindJodi.com. 4 billboards featuring a photo of Jodi and the message, "Somebody knows something. Is it you?" are being put up all around Mason City to coincide with what would have been Jodi's 50th birthday on June 5th. In an article about the billboards, Josh Benson was contacted and stated, quote, "Someone knows what happened. We have to continue to find ways to reach people. We've never tried billboards before and felt this is a good way to saturate Mason City with our message and reach out to those who may know something." End quote. In a case that has been fraught with accusations of police corruption, cover-ups by city officials, the alleged involvement of 2 convicted rapists, and the intentions of a close friend, the disappearance of Jodi Huisentruit still creates a firestorm of controversy and speculation among investigators, both official and civilian alike. In the absence of solid evidence, multiple theories have been suggested in Jodi's case. The first theory is that Jodi may have been stalked, abducted, and possibly murdered by someone who has never been on the radar of investigators. Her statements in regard to the black truck following her, her desire for self-defense lessons, and the inability of investigators to identify the owner of the palm print found on her vehicle all fuel this possibility. The second theory is that Jodi Huisentruit was abducted and murdered by Tony Jackson, the convicted rapist currently serving a life sentence for 3 rapes committed in 1997. The former Mason City resident is alleged to have written a rap song about Jodi, suggesting that she was dead and buried in the city of Tipton. The third theory points towards Thomas Korsgaden, a convicted rapist of women and children with a sadistic personality who has, in the past, allegedly made statements about knowing that Jodi is dead. Korsgaden spent time in Mason City in the 90s and, according to his wife at the time, was angered when he was unable to get tickets to a show recorded at KIMT, where Jodi worked. In addition to this, Korsgaden is alleged to have driven a similar style van to the one seen in the parking lot that morning. The fourth theory is that Jodi's abduction may have been perpetrated by members of the Mason City Police Department and DCI in some attempt to cover up other crimes, possibly related to the death of Billy Pruin and 2 informants who had spoken to former police officer Maria All. The fifth and final theory is that Jodi may have been abducted and murdered by her friend and neighbor, John Van Cise, against whom the Mason City Police Department executed search warrants as recently as March of 2017. Van Cise's behavior and statements in the days and weeks following Jodi's disappearance have garnered suspicion from both police and civilian investigators alike. The disappearance of Jodi Huisentruit is a complex mystery filled with unsavory characters, accusations of corrupt officials, mysterious actions, and a rich older man who many believe had eyes for his much younger friend. It is all the necessary details to tell a compelling mystery story, except in this case, there isn't a broad-spanning fiction. but the devastating story of a family losing their younger sister, their cousin, their daughter. It's been nearly 23 years since Jodi Huisentruit vanished from the parking lot of her apartment complex, and in all of that time, little, if anything, has broken. The most recent news comes from just last month, when a body was discovered, but proven not to be Jodi's. On the morning of June 27th, Jodi awoke late, answering a phone call from work. She assured her assistant she'd arrive in 20 minutes, as she'd done so many times before. Sometime between then and 5 a.m., Jodi would mysteriously vanish without an explanation. When last seen, Jodi Huisentruit was described as being a Caucasian female with blonde hair and brown eyes. Jodi's ears were pierced at the time. Her clothing at the time of her disappearance is unknown. Jodi was 27 years of age. On June 5th, 2018, Jodi would have turned 50 years old. She has been missing for nearly 23 years. 23 missed birthdays, the expansion of her family, the lives of nieces and nephews, the passing of her mother. These important milestone events for which her absence has always been felt. In that time, her family has struggled to accept the likelihood that they will never see her again. They have been forced to move forward, though they will never forget. Jodi's childhood friend, Amy, stated, quote, "It can be all-consuming, so I've chosen to focus on the parts of Jodi that were life-affirming and the way she wanted to live her life. It was the complete opposite from the way she's remembered now, as this unsolved mystery, this victim. I choose to move forward and focus on the good." End quote. Joanne, Jodi's older sister, cannot accept that after all this time, the truth has never come out. She later said, quote, "Every day, I think about Jodi. You just shake your head and say, I wish we could get this solved." Episode 54, The Mysterious Death of Dorothy Kilgallen. Dorothy Mae Kilgallen was born on July 3, 1913, in Chicago, Illinois, to parents James Lawrence Kilgallen and his wife, Mae Ahern. James was a reporter who had worked for many different news services over the years, having begun as a telegraph operator when he was just 15 years old. James' dedication to the news and his rising status as one of the most well-known and respected reporters in the country would have a tremendous impact on Dorothy and her future. As a young child, Dorothy was defined as inquisitive and constantly learning. For James and Mae, it was clear that Dorothy had an aptitude for knowledge from a young age. She especially enjoyed being read to, and with James as a reporter, he would often read the newspaper aloud for his young daughter. Due to the changing nature of James' career, the family was on the move a lot from Dorothy's early years. James worked, among many side reporting jobs, for the Chicago Tribune as a neighborhood reporter. He would later change to the Associated Press and then the United Press, and even acted as the managing editor for the Indianapolis Times for a period. Around the beginning of America's involvement in World War I, circa 1917, he became the co-owner of the Daily Boomerang in Laramie, Wyoming. The Kilgallen family, by 1919, had expanded to include another daughter, Eleanor, who would be 6 years Dorothy's junior. While still young herself, Dorothy was drawn to her little sister and doted on her alongside her mother. The family settled into a more permanent residence in 1920 when the International News Service brought James on as a roving reporter based out of New York City. While the Kilgallen family had been somewhat acquainted with life on the move, The children had shifted things, and whether he knew it or not, James' days of wandering the country working for various papers were over. He would ultimately work for the International News Service for the next 38 years. Of the major stories James covered, they included the Lindbergh baby kidnapping and the German surrender in World War II. The Kilgallen family were Roman Catholic, and so the children were raised in the church. At the time, the United States was experiencing a rampant anti-Catholic movement. While much of this anti-Catholic sentiment was most fierce in the southern states, there was still a sideways glance cast at Catholics in the north. In the late 1920s, Al Smith became the first Roman Catholic to gain a major party's nomination for president, but his Catholicism came quickly into play, with many arguing that Smith wouldn't take his orders from the American people, but would instead be at the beck and call of the Pope. Interestingly, it was this very vehement anti-Catholic point of view which resulted in a surge in Catholics showing up at the polls to vote Democrat in defense of their religion. The Kilgallen family settled in Brooklyn upon arriving in New York, and it was a very transitional place at the time. 1920, the year of their arrival, saw the ratification of the 18th Amendment, which employed a federal ban on alcohol in what has often been referred to as prohibition. In major cities such as New York, the ban on alcohol resulted in the surging of the underground and the growth of organized crime, with bootleggers getting rich and wars between rival factions shedding blood in the streets. While the world around them seemed to be chaotic and questionable, James and May worked hard to provide a good upbringing and happy home life to their children. Brooklyn is the most populous borough in New York City, covering 97 square miles. In the 1920s to 30s, Brooklyn's population boasted more than 2.5 million residents, not very different from the current population today of 2.7 million. Brooklyn was a diverse area of New York, and at the time was experiencing large growth with schools, colleges, and businesses being constructed. Suffice it to say, Dorothy grew up in an ever-expanding borough in the shadow of Manhattan, where her father traveled each day for work. James was an admirer of culture, and it wasn't uncommon for the family to go into Manhattan to attend shows on Broadway, something which fostered a keen interest in theater for Dorothy, which would develop throughout her life. Dorothy's zest for learning and her curious nature set her up well for school, and she attended primary school in Indianapolis and Chicago prior to arriving in New York. Throughout the early years, Dorothy obtained high marks and specifically showed an aptitude when it came to writing, for which she was said to have possessed the talent. Much like her father, Dorothy had a natural ability to weave a story and to entice a reader, and this was an area she would pursue further as she entered Erasmus High School, located on Flatbush Avenue. Around this time, in 1929, the stock market crash occurred and America entered the Great Depression. While this hit many hard and resulted in mass homelessness and the rise of tent towns around the country, with New York seeing a massive one in Central Park, the Kilgallen family managed their way through as James' work as a reporter only increased. As Dorothy neared completion of her time at Erasmus High School, her interest in writing continued to grow and now encompassed journalism as well. Due partially to the influence of her father and her own innate desire to learn and share her knowledge, the possibility of a career as a reporter began to develop. Despite Dorothy's burgeoning intellectual prowess and dedication to the craft of writing, she had many obstacles to overcome. Dorothy would graduate from Erasmus in 1930, not exactly a time where it was easy for a woman to get a jump start in the field of journalism, a highly male-dominated career at the time. In spite of this knowledge, Dorothy had a reputation for her tenacity and dedication to her goals, and while the road may be difficult, She was determined to break through whatever barrier might lie in her path. Dorothy went on to attend the College of New Rochelle, a private Catholic college. Her pursuit of journalism was vivacious, and her writing had sharpened dramatically in the last few years. And the brilliant 19-year-old was certainly showing the potential to be an incredible reporter. Her tenure in college was short-lived, though, as she dropped out when she was offered a job, working as a reporter for the New York Evening Journal. While Dorothy's skill was of no doubt, it has come to be believed that this original offer came through the influence of her father. The Hearst Corporation owned the New York Evening Journal, as well as James' newspaper, the International News Service. Regardless of how Dorothy found her way into the business, her skill and talent for writing and investigating would galvanize her place and erase any snide remarks about nepotism. While Dorothy's articles were intriguing, it would be her involvement in a race which would catapult her from lesser-known writer to media darling and coast-to-coast columnist. 65 years before the television show The Amazing Race debuted and showed teams racing around the world, Dorothy Kilgallen was one of 3 New York reporters, and the only woman, who embarked upon their own race around the world. The rules were simple. The reporters had to traverse through their destinations using only transportation publicly available. The race, which was a joint venture between the newspapers and the airlines, aimed to show the ease with which one could circle the globe thanks to modern transportation, specifically airplanes. Each reporter would write articles in installments detailing their journeys and the adventure set out before them, which they would then cable over to their papers for publication. The National Aeronautic Association was responsible for tracking the time, and the race kicked off on the evening of September 30th, when each of the participants left their respective offices. The first goal was to reach Lakehurst, New Jersey, where the participants would board the famous Hindenburg Zeppelin, which would be destroyed in a tragic disaster less than a year later. It was a bad night, with heavy rain, forcing each racer to drive to the site rather than fly. Kilgallen was the last to arrive, but nonetheless, the trio were then ushered by dirigible to Frankfurt, Germany. Sometime during the trip, Kilgallen struck up a friendship with fellow reporter Leo Kieran, and the two followed much of the journey together. After Frankfurt, the next targets were Italy, followed by Hong Kong. Kilgallen and Kieran went their separate ways in Bangkok. Following Bangkok was Hong Kong, Manila, Honolulu, and then the race back home to New York. Ultimately, Kilgallen came in second, arriving back in New York having gone around the world in 24 days and 12 hours. Kieran finished last, having taken 2 hours longer than Dorothy, while Herbert Eakins of the World Telegram won, though there was some dispute about the manner in which he won, having talked himself onto a Pan American airline flight which was for crew only, breaking the rules about using publicly available transportation. Regardless of the fact that Eakins had completed the race in just over 18 days, it was Dorothy Kilgallen who received most of the pomp and circumstance, and quickly was elevated into the position of being a role model for women across the country and an inspiration to a generation, showing her female counterparts that she could compete with the guys, and they could too. The race resulted in Dorothy becoming a spokeswoman for airlines, and shortly after returning, she collected all of the articles she had written during her trip, added in some personal thoughts about the race, the locations, and the adventures as a whole, and released it as a book entitled Girl Around the World. The book was a success for Dorothy, further increasing her already growing celebrity status, and was later credited as inspiration for the film Fly Away Baby. In the film, Glenda Farrell plays reporter Torchy Blaine, based loosely on Kilgallen. The movie, released in June of 1937, depicts Blaine's attempt to solve a murder and smuggling case while on an around-the-world flight, and was quite successful as the second film in the Torchy Blane movie series, with a third film following later. Prior to the release of Fly Away Baby, Dorothy stepped in front of the cameras herself, playing a reporter in the 1936 film Sinner Takes All, starring Bruce Cabot. Throughout this rise in popularity, Dorothy continued writing columns, and considered being a reporter her true career. As the 1930s drew to an end, the evening journal, for which she wrote, merged with another paper, The American, and Dorothy began writing a daily column called The Voice of Broadway for the newly formed New York journal American. The column appeared for the first time in 1938. While the columns were originally based around New York show business news and gossip, Dorothy would frequently insert more serious work, covering politics and organized crime. The columns were so well received, and Dorothy was now gaining more traction, that they were eventually picked up for syndication, and soon, the once New York-only columns began appearing in 146 newspapers nationwide, increasing Dorothy's reach and boosting her already bolstered popularity. The success of the articles was so financially rewarding that Dorothy moved her family, with whom she was still living at the time, from Brooklyn to Manhattan. In late 1938, early 1939, Dorothy was working on a column about a new musical called The Knickerbocker Holiday. It was during this time that she met and began a relationship with one of the actors in the play, Richard Kalmar. Kalmar had been involved in entertainment for a while, though he hadn't truly been connected to any major hits. Some have argued that Kalmar may have viewed Dorothy as a way to shoot himself into stardom on the coattails of her celebrity, while others have stated that it was a whirlwind romance which encompassed both of them. Kalmar converted to Catholicism for Dorothy, and on April 6, 1940, 30-year-old Kalmar married 27-year-old Kilgallen, who would retain her maiden name in print and popular culture. Dorothy and Richard would embark upon several journeys together, one of which involved the growing world of radio broadcasting. Richard eventually joined a nationally syndicated radio drama in which he played Boston Blackie, a hard-boiled detective with an edge. For Dorothy, her Voice of Broadway column would be utilized to create a CBS radio broadcast of the same name. As America entered World War II, following the attack on Pearl Harbor, Dorothy's radio show was growing in popularity, and over the course of the next few years, both Dorothy and Richard would build their radio reputations. In 1945, the two decided to go in on a joint venture, a daily morning radio show entitled Breakfast with Dorothy and Dick. The show would air Monday through Saturday from 8:15 to 8:55 a.m. and between 11:30 and 12 on Sundays. The show was quite ahead of its time, considering today's world of podcasting. The two broadcast from their apartment, and through Dorothy's career and celebrity status, she had connections to advertisers, and so the two would frequently promote books, movies, and plays by discussing them as topics on the show. Here's a clip of that radio program.
Good morning, darling.
Good morning, sweetie.
I hope you noticed Julius's face when he ushered our guests in this morning.
I did. Well, it's 8:15, and this is Breakfast with Dorothy and Dick, coming as usual, direct from our apartment on 66th Street in New York. And today we're very happy to have at our breakfast table two friends who are also neighbors. They're Leo DeRocha, who needs no introduction in this neck of the woods, and his very beautiful wife, Mrs. DeRocha, otherwise known as Lorraine Day. Now, here we are.
Yes, here we are, and I think probably the first thing that I've got to do, not only for the members of our household, I know Mary is lurking in the doorway trying to get a peek at Mrs. DeRocha, and I know that all the members of our audience will want to know what she's wearing, and it being a very chilly morning in New York, she has on a tan skirt, a beige skirt, and a violet-colored sweater set, high-necked sweater, and also a cardigan on top of it. And she looks very pretty.
Breakfast with Dorothy and Dick began in their 16-bedroom apartment located at 640 Park Avenue, and later followed them to a brownstone at 45 East 68th Street. This morning show would outlast other similar radio endeavors, being conducted by the couple for over 20 years. Over the next few years, Dorothy's popularity would continue to rise. The syndication of her column, her work on broadcast radio, and her connections to Hollywood kept her name prominent in the public forum. In 1948, she worked on a broadcast with the wildly popular Frank Sinatra, though the two would later have a falling out when Dorothy wrote a comprehensive tell-all about Sinatra's life. Sinatra would be only one of many major names with whom she would have difficulties. She had a legendary feud with Jack Paar, the second host of The Tonight Show and the precursor to Johnny Carson. By 1950, it was estimated that Dorothy had nearly 20 million readers around the country. While she was a fine writer, many have attributed her success to an innate ability to get information that others weren't in possession of, bolstering the gossip aspect of her column. According to insiders of the time, Dorothy was consistently approached by agents to plug and promote the activities of their celebrities. Dorothy didn't believe in giving out a free promotion, and in order to do so, she has been alleged to have said to these people, quote, "Bring me 3 detrimental stories concerning other stars, and I will include a good piece about your client." End quote. This typically wasn't a difficult requirement to meet, as the competition between rival stars was intense, and the ability to smear a competitor was quickly taken up. In 1950, Dorothy made yet another splash in the public eye when she was invited to be a panelist on a new television game show entitled What's My Line? The game show involved a 4-person celebrity panel asking questions of a guest, in an attempt to determine their occupation. Over the years, the show became wildly popular and saw many celebrity mystery guests, including the likes of Sean Connery, John Wayne, and Julie Andrews. Here's a clip of Dorothy's first introduction.
Here to my right is my favorite Broadway columnist and girl about town, Dorothy Kilgallen.
Thank you, Larry. And I would like to introduce that wonderful Toastmaster, raconteur, and former governor of New Jersey, Harold Hoffman.
Dorothy would serve as a panelist from the inception of the show until her death 15 years later. For many who knew Dorothy, both in print and by her voice on the radio, this introduced them to another side of her, and it was clear that in the world of celebrity, while Dorothy was not quite as widely known as movie stars of the time, she was one of the most well-known female figures in America. Just a few years later, while Dorothy continued to write gossip columns, she began to expand her investigative side and to publicly explore many areas which would bring controversy and criticism. In 1954, Dorothy covered the murder trial of Dr. Samuel Shepard. If that name sounds familiar, it's because the arrest and trial of Shepard became the basis for the television series The Fugitive, which was later made into a film starring Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. Shepard was ultimately arrested and found guilty of bludgeoning his wife to death in their home in the Cleveland suburb of Bay Village. Dorothy, though, disagreed with the verdict and wrote front-page stories pointing out questionable evidence and criticizing the prosecution. This stirred up a lot of controversy, and at least one Cleveland newspaper stopped carrying her column in response. Dorothy was exceedingly outspoken about the case and wrote extensively. She argued firmly that there wasn't enough evidence to convict Shepard and that there was a good chance the real killer had gotten away. While she was publicly against the determination of the trial, it wasn't until after the judge, Edward J. Blythen, passed away that she publicly revealed that he had told her, before the trial had begun, that he believed Shepard to be, quote, "guilty as hell," end quote. When Dorothy was approached by attorney F. Lee Bailey about this statement, she agreed to be deposed, and that deposition played a major role in later getting Shepard's conviction overturned, and at a retrial, Shepard was found not guilty. Bailey later wrote in his memoirs that Shepard had met Dorothy at a late-night party following his release, at which point he thanked her for her ardent investigative work and defense of his innocence. This incident, though, would not be Dorothy's only brush with controversy, and if nothing else, signified a turn in her reporting. It's been suggested over the years that Kilgallen, like many popular news reporters of the time, had connections to the Central Intelligence Agency in terms of receiving tips and information from the agency in exchange for popular support of covert and military activities. As the tensions between the United States and the communist-overrun Cuba were beginning to increase in the late 1950s, Dorothy wrote a number of anti-Castro stories in her columns. Some of this information is rumored to have been given to her through first-hand accounts in direct interviews with Cuban exiles based in Miami. Some of these exiles would later participate in the failed Bay of Pigs invasion. The U.S. military, CIA, and other assets had set out to train, arm, and supply the exiles with what they needed in order to deliver them to the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, from which point they were to launch an offensive with the goal of overthrowing Castro. This came after an alleged series of plans worked on jointly by the United States government and the Mafia to assassinate Castro. While much of this information was very unknown to the public and still is debated today, it was considered anti-American to speak of at the time. But Dorothy released a column on July 15, 1959, in which she became the first major journalist to suggest publicly that the CIA and Mafia may be working together. The article did not sit well with higher-level military and intelligence agents, and it's been reported that the head of the FBI himself, J. Edgar Hoover, was angry about Dorothy's writings. From this point forward, her activities would be kept track of, and the FBI initiated a dossier on her. Many friends of Dorothy's from this time onward have spoken openly about how it became a running joke that if Dorothy called, they knew the conversation was being listened to and that the phones were being wiretapped. In September of 1959, Nikita Khrushchev, leader of the USSR, became the first Soviet leader to visit the United States. During this time, Khrushchev would have a face-to-face meeting with President Eisenhower in hopes of calming down tensions between the two countries. Dorothy wrote a scathing article about the visit in which she attacked the style of Khrushchev's wife, writing, quote, "The grisliness of her attire amounts almost to a demonstration of piety. It would be difficult to find clothes comparable to hers in the waiting room of a New York employment agency for domestic help. In this decadent capitalistic republic, applicants for jobs as laundresses, chambermaids, and cooks usually are far more a la mode than Russia's first lady." End quote. The article ignited such fervent backlash that, for a time, Dorothy thought she may have to cease publication and resign. With a mirrored similarity to current-day reports, Dorothy remained staunch in her anti-Russia stance and continued to write about Khrushchev, Castro, communism, and much more. Despite the backlash, just months later she would create another controversy. In an article published on December 22, 1959, Dorothy suggested that another female reporter, Elaine Shepard, had been involved in an extramarital affair with a member of President Eisenhower's White House staff. The story came out of a European trip conducted by the president, in which 83 members of the Washington Press Group went along. Shepard was the only female reporter involved in the trip. She later sued Dorothy for libel, looking for $750,000 in damages, alleging that Dorothy had, quote, "maliciously implied that she was a person of lewd and unchaste character," end quote. This lawsuit was the beginning of a long and bitter feud between the two women. In 1961, Dorothy went back to covering a trial revolving around another murdered wife. In 1959, Raymond Bernard Finch was a married 40-year-old surgeon living in West Covina, California, with his wife Barbara. He hired an 18-year-old woman, Carol Tragoff, as his receptionist. The two initiated an extramarital affair a year later, and the affair slowly began to change, with the two discussing the possibility of a permanent relationship. Tragoff, who was married at the time, had no qualms about divorcing her husband, but for Finch, it was more complicated. Based on California law, were he to divorce Barbara, she would be entitled to half his assets, and likely more if it were established in court that he had been unfaithful. At 10 p.m. on July 18, 1959, Finch and Tragoff arrived at the Finch residence on Lark Hill Drive. An hour later, Barbara arrived home and her husband approached her. Reportedly, a dispute broke out between the two, and Barbara was shot and killed by a .38 caliber handgun. At this point, Finch and Tragoff separated, with Finch stealing 2 cars along his way to Las Vegas. Tragoff arrived the next day, but later on in the evening, the two were caught and arrested. Finch was charged with first-degree murder, while Tragoff was charged with second-degree. The first trial resulted in a deadlocked jury, reportedly due to racial tensions amongst the jurors. There would be a second and even a third trial, with both eventually being found guilty. Tragoff went on to serve 8 years, while Finch served 10, ultimately having his medical license reinstated in 1984. By the time that the third trial had begun, most of the major media outlets in the country had moved away from the story, but Dorothy stuck with it and won acclaim and praise for her coverage. Her columns regarding the trial were noticed by Random House co-founder Bennett Cerf, also one of her co-panelists on What's My Line, and he reached out to Dorothy about a book deal. The book, later titled Murder 1, would contain Dorothy's coverage of 6 murder trials throughout her career. While Kilgallen is listed as the sole author of the book, there has been some dispute about it in the years since, with Cerf's widow later stating that the book had actually been authored by Alan Ullman, and that Dorothy's name had been attached purely for publicity's sake. Dorothy then turned her attention to a new controversy being stirred up, which involves celebrities and officials attending so-called sex parties. Most newspapers picked up on the story and ran with it, and the story became a major scandal in England. One of Dorothy's articles stated, quote, "The authorities searching the apartment of one of the principals in the case came upon a photograph showing a key figure disporting with a bevy of ladies. All were nude except for the gentleman in the picture who was wearing an apron. And this is a man who has been on extremely friendly terms with the very proper queen and members of her immediate family." End quote. While sensationalist in style, Dorothy worked just as doggedly at this article as she had on ones with major implications. In March of 1963, Dorothy was rushed to the hospital due to an unknown illness, which was later determined to be anemia. Some have debated publicly whether or not this was a cover story for alcohol problems, a pill addiction, or possibly even a mental breakdown. In her absence, Richard continued on with their morning show, though without Dorothy, popular opinion decreased, and the show ended the next month, ending their 23-year-long run. While, from the outside, public opinion of Dorothy's marriage seemed to suggest a loving engagement, those close to the couple were aware of severe marital problems. They had 3 children over the years, Jill, Richard, and Kerry, and seemed to be living a blessed life. But as is often the case, the truth beneath the gleam of celebrity life was darker. Richard was said to have engaged in numerous extramarital affairs, and may have even fathered children out of wedlock. It was said that it was common for him to dip into their bank accounts to frequently pay out hush money to these women. There's a famous story that Dorothy actually walked in on one of these affairs, taking place in the couple's own bed, and that from that day forward, she refused to ever sleep in that bed again. While they kept up appearances publicly, it appeared that they were very much no longer in step, nor did they consider themselves married privately. Throughout her illustrious career, Dorothy had made friends with a great number of celebrities and public figures. One friend in particular was future President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. The two had met through a mutual friend, Florence Pritchett. Friend may be the wrong term, though for while she was friends with Dorothy, she was one of JFK's mistresses. The two struck up a friendship, and Dorothy became close to Kennedy, and through their friendship, she gained a great deal of knowledge and insight. While she was a gossip columnist, among other things, she refused to cover the more questionable stories about Kennedy's extramarital affairs. On August 3, 1962, she wrote a mysterious article in which she discussed a prominent man in politics engaging in an affair with Marilyn Monroe. She never named the man, though the public automatically assumed it was JFK. Dorothy would later allege that she'd actually not been talking about John, but rather his younger brother and then Attorney General, Robert Kennedy. Dorothy became the first journalist to discuss this story, which internally was well known at the time. Back then, newspapers often kept things such as this secret in order to protect the president or other popular names, but all of that would change. Some have debated whether Dorothy elected to write this piece, or if in fact she faced outside pressure to do so. Shockingly, just 2 days after the article was published, Monroe was found dead, and Dorothy began to wonder if those who had urged her to write the article had done so in hopes of smearing the Kennedys. Rumors began circulating that Bobby had had Monroe killed in order to protect the secret. On November 22, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, while his motorcade moved through Dealey Plaza. Lee Harvey Oswald was later arrested for the murder of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit, and then also charged with the assassination of Kennedy. Oswald was, in turn, shot and killed by Dallas criminal and club owner Jack Ruby before he could go to trial for the assassination. Dorothy was absolutely devastated by the news, having not only been friends with Kennedy, but also a staunch supporter of his administration. The shock to the country was astounding, and even today, those who were alive remember where they were when they learned of the assassination. It was a flashbulb moment for the United States, and perhaps even the world, and goes down in history as one of the most controversial incidents ever. 7 days after the assassination, President Lyndon Johnson assigned the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, which would later become known as the Warren Commission, since it was chaired by then Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Earl Warren. In the years since, many have stepped up to question the veracity of the claim that Oswald was the lone assassin, let alone the quality of examination conducted by the Warren Commission itself back in 1963. Few people imagined that the government would conceal the truth about such a major incident, let alone possibly play a role in the assassination itself. Dorothy Kilgallen, though, was never afraid to follow her gut, and to her, something was wrong with the official story. Being a reporter with a great deal of knowledge and experience in covering major crimes and trials, she quickly became fixated on gathering information about the assassination, while also focusing in on the pending trial of Jack Ruby. One of her first acts was to reach out to a contact she had in the Dallas Police Department. She was given transcripts of all Dallas police radio communication the day of the assassination, and in those transcripts, Dallas Police Chief Jesse Curry stated, quote, "Get a man on top of the overpass and see what happened up there." End quote. Kilgallen later wrote an article that Curry had lied to the media when he had told them that he believed from the first moment that the shots had been fired from the 6th floor of the school book depository where Oswald was said to have been. It would be Dorothy's investigation into the Kennedy assassination which would stir up the greatest amount of controversy in her life. And just 2 years after Kennedy was shot, Dorothy herself would be found dead under circumstances which some have argued to be highly suspicious. Those 2 years' worth of research and investigation into the most dramatic crime of the time would leave many with unanswered questions, and lead others to believe that Dorothy's insistence and outspoken criticism of the police, the Warren Commission, and the government itself could possibly have made some want to silence the country's most popular and well-known woman reporter. Jack Ruby was found guilty of the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald on March 14, 1964, and with the attention she had paid to the trial, Dorothy found herself with more questions than answers. She began digging deeper into the assassination and started trying to arrange a meeting and interview with Ruby himself. The Warren Commission report was released initially in an 889-page report in September of 1964, though in November, the entire report would be released in a 26-volume text consisting of supporting documents, depositions from over 552 witnesses, and more than 3,000 evidence exhibits. Interestingly, Dorothy had someone inside the commission who was passing her information. Prior to the official release of the report, Dorothy received a 102-page segment specifically detailing Jack Ruby's involvement with the commission. She wrote several columns in which she released this information, allegedly so that when the official report was released, these details would have to be included. In response to these columns, the FBI began investigating the leak and sought out Dorothy for answers. They were already maintaining a dossier on her, but now it seemed that their interest was more heightened. Dorothy was extensively interviewed, though she was later reported to have said, quote, "I'd rather die than reveal the source," end quote. In an article published on September 30th, 1964, Dorothy wrote about the encounter and then added that the FBI, quote, "might have been more profitably employed in probing the facts of the case rather than how I got them," end quote. She would later write in another column, quote, "The American people have lost a beloved president. It's a dark chapter in our history, but we have the right to read every word of it," end quote. It was shortly after the publication of the leaked pages that Dorothy was contacted by Mark Lane. Lane himself was interested in the JFK assassination and felt that the investigation had been poorly handled and that there was evidence of a cover-up. Lane would go on to publish several books on the subject, including his 1966 release, Rush to Judgment, which was a scathing indictment of the Warren Commission. Lane put Dorothy in contact with Thayer Waldo, a journalist for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, who had information he was afraid to publish. According to Waldo, he had discovered that a meeting had taken place just 8 days before the assassination at Jack Ruby's Carousel Club. The meeting was alleged to have been between Ruby, Officer J.D. Tippit, who was murdered hours after the assassination, and Bernard Wiseman. Unlike her contemporary Waldo, Dorothy published the account of the meeting. According to her, Waldo had told her he was in possession of other information, but he feared for his life were he to share it. Later, after publication, Dorothy implied that the Warren Commission had been made well aware of this meeting, but they had elected not to dig into it as their information indicated that a fourth man had attended. What his identity was hasn't been revealed, though he was alleged to have been an important figure in the Texas oil business. Dorothy published several articles questioning the Warren Commission's approach, and then accused both the FBI and the Dallas Police Department of threatening witnesses and altering their testimony. On September 25, 1964, Dorothy published an interview with Aquila Clemens, one of the witnesses to the murder of Officer Tippit. In the interview, Clemens contradicted the official story, saying that she distinctly saw two men running from the scene of the murder, and neither resembled Oswald. She was afraid to discuss it too deeply, stating, quote, "I'm not supposed to be talking to anybody. Might get killed on the way to work." End quote. Clemens may have had reason to fear, as from 1963 to 1970, more than 30 individuals connected to the assassination would die from gunshots, unsolved murders, and mysterious accidents. Some of these were witnesses, others were simply associates of either Oswald or Ruby. Dorothy then approached one of Jack Ruby's co-counsel, Joe Tonahill, and requested that he deliver a message to his client. The message was said to be from a mutual friend, and upon receiving it, Ruby agreed to a one-on-one conversation with Dorothy. Tonahill later stated that the mutual friend was from San Francisco, and while the identity has never been confirmed, some have alleged that it may have been Mike Shore, a co-founder of Reprise Records. Dorothy Kilgallen became the only person to ever gain a private interview with Jack Ruby. Ruby's lawyers and even the prison guards agreed to wait outside. The interview lasted only 8 minutes, and Dorothy never officially released exactly what Ruby told her. Friends would later say that Dorothy told them that following this interview, she was going to blow the entire Kennedy investigation wide open. Dorothy believed that the information she had was going to be a major scoop, and so she didn't want to tell anyone else who might rush to publication before she could. In June of 1964, Dorothy met Adam Ronald Pataki, a film and drama critic for the Columbus Citizen Journal. According to friends, Pataki approached Dorothy and asked her if she was Claire Booth Luce. The two hit it off and began an alleged romantic affair, which was kept secret. Some have said that Dorothy was suspicious of Pataki, believing that he may in fact have been a spy working for the FBI or CIA, who was attempting to get close to her. For many, Pataki was unknown at the time, and he was frequently referred to as the out-of-towner, or Dorothy's mystery man in Ohio. It was an interesting relationship, with Dorothy being 12 years Pataki's senior and living halfway across the country, but the two found ways to meet up. Pataki has said that he worked with Dorothy on some of her investigation into the JFK assassination, and that he met her a number of times in the Regency Hotel, a location which will become important later. Pataki, however, denies that their relationship was ever romantic, insisting that the two were just friends. Around this same time, Dorothy was experiencing some financial difficulties. Her husband had made some bad financial investments, and they no longer had the income from their morning radio show to fall back on. For a period of time, she began to worry that they might actually lose their home in New York, and so this drove her harder to keep her information secret, believing that the financial gain she could make when she finally published would set things back in order. Unfortunately for Dorothy, she would never get the opportunity to publish a single word of her report. She had been investigating the case for well over a year, and in October of 1965, she told Mark Lane that she had found new information in New Orleans. She planned to visit an informant in the coming weeks, but she would be found dead before the trip could take place. It's important to note that Lee Harvey Oswald had spent time in New Orleans, and Jim Garrison, the former district attorney of Orleans Parish, would become the only man to bring a case against an alleged conspirator in the assassination, though he would ultimately lose that case. According to Ramparts magazine writer David Welsh, Dorothy had told him that, quote, she vowed she could crack this case, end quote. Another friend of Dorothy stated that Dorothy had told her, quote, in 5 more days, I'm going to bust this case wide open, end quote. At the same time, Dorothy was growing paranoid of the eyes and ears she believed to be following her. She had subtly revealed that she'd received information showing a connection between Ruby and Tippett, as well as information that David Ferry played a role in the assassination. Ferry would later die under strange circumstances after speaking with Jim Garrison. She handed a draft of some of her Kennedy investigation notes to her friend, Florence Pritchett, then Florence Smith. When asked why she was doing this, Dorothy pointed to what had happened to Bill Hunter and Jim Koth. Hunter and Koth had been looking into the assassination, and both had visited Jack Ruby in jail. On April 23, 1964, Hunter was shot dead by Creighton Wiggins, a police officer in the press room of a Long Beach police station. Wiggins initially claimed that his gun had fallen and accidentally discharged, though this was proved impossible in court. Wiggins then claimed he and a fellow officer, Errol Greenleaf, were playing a game of quick draw when he'd accidentally shot Hunter. Greenleaf alleged that his back was turned at the time and he didn't see what happened. Both were later convicted and sentenced to 3 years probation. Jim Koth moved forward and had planned to publish a book about the assassination, but his life ended on September 21, 1964. It was later determined that someone had broken into Koth's apartment and killed him with a blow to the throat. On November 7, 1965, Dorothy had plans to tape an episode of What's My Line. The show was taped live in the evening. According to her makeup artist and close friend, Mark Sinclair, she was in an upbeat mood and was her usual fun and kind self. The episode taping went forward without issue, and Dorothy headed out to grab a drink after the show, as was customary. Dorothy had no way of knowing this would be her final appearance on the show. Here is a clip of her last appearance.
Panel, I will admit we're being tricky, and we have perhaps 3.5 minutes to see what you can do. We'll tell you that Miss Kane is self-employed and deals in a service, and we'll begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Could I use your service, Miss Kane?
I think so.
Could Mr. Randall?
Yes?
You're quite sure about him, aren't you?
Reasonably.
Well,
You may be, Miss Kane.
If we had need of your service, would we go to you rather than ringing you up and summoning you?
You would have to take the initiative to utilize the service, yes.
All right. If we took the initiative, would she come to us?
no.
Is there anything entertaining about your work?
I would say yes.
You would. Then I would agree with you. Are you in the communications field?
Yes.
Are you in radio?
No.
Is she a writer?
Yes. Right. Good. And good night, Dorothy Kilgallen.
Good night, John. Good night, Tony. Please come again.
I will indeed. Thank you.
After the taping, Dorothy met with Bob Bach, a close friend at an establishment known at the time as P.J. Clark's. According to Bob's wife, Jean, after several cocktails, Bob offered Dorothy a ride home. She allegedly requested to be dropped off at the Regency Hotel instead, possibly for a date, even maybe with the mystery man who many believed to have been Pataki. She was witnessed entering the lounge at the Regency Hotel sometime between midnight and 2 a.m. A witness who worked at the Regency alleged that he saw Dorothy enter at approximately 1 a.m. The last person to report seeing her that night was Catherine Stone, who worked on What's My Line. According to her statements, Dorothy was entertaining an unknown man. This mystery man, again, some believe to have been Pataki, though he denied seeing Dorothy the night she died, as well as having been at the Regency at all that evening. It's important to note that, at some point, tensions had grown between Dorothy and Pataki. She began to feel that while she had let him in on some of her secrets in the JFK investigation, he may have been leaking that information to others, including journalists back in Ohio. It's been said that Dorothy felt betrayed, and whether or not Pataki was able to convince her to meet him again, or perhaps to convince her that he had not been leaking information, we can't know for certain. It has been alleged that this also gave Dorothy a stronger feeling that Pataki may in fact have been spying on her. The next morning, on November 8th, at approximately 9 a.m., Mark Sinclair arrived at Dorothy's 5-story townhouse in New York. He initially went to the 5th-floor bedroom where Dorothy slept every night, but she wasn't there. By what reason or how, Mark ended up on the 3rd floor, where he discovered Dorothy in the master bedroom, the bed she swore she wouldn't sleep in again after her husband's infidelity. Interestingly, her husband was asleep in his usual room on the 4th floor. The two hadn't shared a bed in quite a few years. Dorothy was sitting up in bed, wearing a blue robe. She still had her makeup on, including false eyelashes and a decorative hairpiece. A book was lying in the bed beside her. When Mark attempted to wake Dorothy, he discovered that she wasn't alive. The 52-year-old woman, who had been dubbed the most powerful voice in America, was dead. From this point forward, contradictions and confusion about the scene, the possibilities, and the cause of death become hotly debated. The arrival of investigators has been debated, with some stating that they were called and arrived shortly after the discovery was made, and others suggesting that police actually didn't arrive until after they'd heard about Dorothy's death broadcast on local television stations. Upon arrival, investigators found little to lead them to believe that Dorothy's death was related to foul play. There were no signs of a struggle. There was no bruising or marks on Dorothy's body. While authorities felt the scene didn't depict anything out of the ordinary, Mark Sinclair disagreed. First and foremost, Sinclair stated that the bedroom that Dorothy was found in was not a room she ever slept in. The blue robe that she was found dressed in, he had never seen her wear before, and he had been there in the mornings to wake her up on many occasions. Sinclair also said that Dorothy never got into bed before removing her makeup, hairpiece, and fake eyelashes. The book, The Honey Badger, written by Robert Ruark, had been found open in the bed by her side and was one which she had already read, and in addition to this, her glasses were not located nearby and she was unable to read without them. Sinclair also told authorities that Dorothy had told him that she'd been receiving threats. Despite these claims from Sinclair, investigators didn't feel that they signified anything of great importance. There was, however, one question which remains at the core of the debate surrounding Dorothy's death today. The notes she had compiled for her book about the JFK assassination were never located. The file, which she kept either close to her or locked away, has to this day never been located and was missing from her room when her body was found. As previously mentioned, Dorothy had given a rough draft of some of the information to her friend, Florence Pritchett Smith. In a strange turn of events, Florence herself passed away just 2 days after Dorothy's body was found. Florence's death was ruled to have been due to a cerebral hemorrhage, and it was said that, at the time, she was suffering from leukemia. What notes Dorothy provided to Florence were also never discovered. Dorothy's husband, Richard, was questioned by authorities. According to his statement, which changed several times, he'd recalled Dorothy arriving home at approximately 11:30 p.m. Richard claimed that Dorothy was in good spirits and was heading to type up part of her column, and that was the last he'd seen of her. Of course, witnesses placed Dorothy out still at 1 a.m. the night before she was found, which seems to call Richard's accounting of events into question. Examination of the scene found that, in a glass beside her bed, there were traces of Nembutal, a short-acting barbiturate which she was known to take. There was also an empty sleeping pill bottle. In what many consider a strange similarity, and others dismiss as mere coincidence, Dorothy's body had been found in a similar state to that of Marilyn Monroe, whose ultimate cause of death was determined to be a lethal combination of alcohol and barbiturates. When writing about Monroe's death in her own column, Dorothy had asked, quote, "If she was just trying to get to sleep and took the overdose of pills accidentally, why was the light left on? Usually people sleep better in the dark." End quote. Dorothy's light was also found to have been left on the night she died, and much like Marilyn Monroe, her death too would be attributed to an accident related to a lethal mixture of alcohol and barbiturates. Police determined, at the scene, that there were no indications of a homicide, nor did they believe this was a case of suicide, but purely an accidental death. Due to this determination, many steps of the investigation were either performed quicker than needed or outright ignored. For instance, they never dusted for fingerprints to determine whether or not Dorothy had entered the room alone that night, a point which many have argued about since the days after her death was discovered. Dorothy's body was removed from the scene so that the medical examiner could conduct an autopsy. During this period, her father, James, suggested to the public that it was possible she may have died as the result of a heart attack. Whether or not James believed this, had inside knowledge, or was simply attempting to cover up for the possibility that it was drug-related remains unknown, but he would eventually be proven incorrect. Even Dorothy's autopsy had questions surrounding it. While she had been found to have been in good health, and there were no indication that she had suffered a heart attack, her death was ruled to have been the result of acute ethanol and barbiturate intoxication. Interestingly, the medical examiner jotted handwritten notes beside this, stating, quote, "circumstances undetermined," end quote. That note would become the source of much debate and controversy, as some felt that it suggested that while Dorothy's death may have come as the result of alcohol and pills, there was some question about whether or not Dorothy had taken the pills willingly. The autopsy was conducted by New York City medical examiner Dr. James Luke, but curiously, it's not Luke's signature which appears on her death certificate. The signature on the certificate belongs to Dr. Dominic DeMayo. He was asked about why his signature was there, and responded that he had no idea. He wasn't even working out of Manhattan at the time, and played no role in the autopsy. The autopsy itself wasn't actually conducted in Manhattan, where Dorothy died, but instead, Brooklyn. Another strange detail in the medical examiner's report was the presence of nicotine. According to the report, large quantities of nicotine were found in Dorothy's blood, but there was an issue with this. Dorothy Kilgallen was not a smoker. While the cause of death had appeared to have been determined, there were some who disagreed with the findings that the death was purely accidental. Homicide investigator Jack Doyle, who had initially been involved with the case, stated that he didn't believe Dorothy's death was merely an accidental overdose. Doyle, among others, felt that the scene appeared staged. Not long after making these comments, Doyle left the New York Police Department and moved away from the state. Doyle would move a total of 6 times, and it has been suggested that each of these moves was precipitated by an author or reporter contacting him to discuss the details surrounding Dorothy's death. Another prominent voice involved in the case, Dr. Charles Umberger, toxicology director at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, later stated that he suspected murder. This same man kept a beaker of fluid extracted from both Dorothy's brain and stomach. Due to the limitations of testing available at the time, this fluid would be stored on ice for the next 13 years before it would be examined more closely. Public response to Dorothy's death was somber and respectful, though some felt that the autopsy results painted Dorothy as an alcoholic drug abuser, which many in her life disagree with. Dorothy was known to throw back a few drinks, but it was never something that people felt was out of control or beyond normal means. As for the pills, Dorothy did have difficulty getting to sleep, and was known to take prescribed pills to aid with this, but no one close to her has ever come forward to suggest that any kind of drug abuse was being conducted. Her fellow panelists on What's My Line paid tribute to Dorothy in their next episode, and here is a clip from that tribute.
Now, until next week, good night, Arlene Francis.
Thank you, John, and I just want to say that in the more than 15 Sundays, 15 years of Sundays that we've spent together on this program, we have become not just associates, but a kind of family. And so it is not so much as a co-worker that we miss Dorothy, though certainly she was a game player that was better than almost all the rest of us. It is really as a family that we are saddened by her absence. Good night, Steve.
Good night, Arlene. The fact that we didn't get any of the first three contestants tonight, John, establishes, as Arlene has indicated, that even just purely as a game player, Dorothy is very dearly missed. But of course, that's not a very important consideration. She's missed as a human being. The world knows her as a very brilliant woman, very quick-minded and very intelligent, the writer of a very fine newspaper column. But we all think it's more important that she was also a very fine wife and a very fine mother and a fine human being, and we miss her in those capacities. Good night, Kitty.
Tonight I'm sitting in Dorothy's seat, but no one could ever possibly take her place. Good night, Bennett.
Well, a lot of people knew Dorothy as a very tough game player. Others knew her as a tough newspaper woman. When she went after a story, nothing could get in her way. But we got to know her as a human being, and a more lovable, softer, loyal person never lived, and we're going to miss her terribly. John?
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
A mass was held for Dorothy at St. Vincent Ferrar, located on Lexington Avenue. The mass and funeral drew in 2,600 people, including many well-known names and notable personalities, including, but not limited to, Joan Crawford and Ed Sullivan. Dorothy's husband, parents, and children bid her goodbye, and she was laid to rest approximately 20 miles north of New York City at the Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Hawthorne, located in Westchester County. Her grave marker simply reads, Dorothy Kilgallen Colmar, beloved wife and mother. Just hours after the funeral, Bob Bach, who had been with Dorothy the night before she died, met with Richard and asked him about the JFK investigation. According to Bach, Richard responded, quote, Robert, I'm afraid that will have to go to the grave with me, end quote. While public grieving began drawing to a close, questions began to arise around the manner of Dorothy's death, spurring the NYPD to initiate a new investigation in January of 1966. The investigation would last a total of 8 months, and in September of 1966, the case was closed when investigators stated that they failed to find any signs of foul play. Dorothy's name began fading from the news, and while there were a great deal of questions left surrounding her death, her life, and the investigation she launched into the JFK assassination, time moves on and people forget. Just 5 years after her death, Richard died on January 7th, 1971, the result of an apparent suicide. Richard had been a heavy drinker throughout his life, and after Dorothy's passing, he increased the volume of his consumption. It was reported that he died in his sleep and that he had recently suffered a broken shoulder after falling in his home 3 days earlier. It's interesting to note that details about Richard's death are thin, with some blatantly stating suicide and others merely saying that he passed away. Regardless of the case, Richard was buried in the same plot as Dorothy, several feet above her. His name was not added to the grave marker. In 1978, biographer Lee Israel was working on a book about Dorothy's life. Through her investigation, she discovered that the fluid that had been taken from Dorothy's body was still in storage with the New York State Medical Examiner, and so she pushed to have it tested. The results came back with an interesting determination. While it had been known at the time that Dorothy had barbiturates in her system, the kind and quality was not previously known. New technology allowed for the ability to get finer detail, and it was determined that Dorothy died not as the result of a barbiturate, but of multiple barbiturates, 3 in particular: amobarbital, pentobarbital, and secobarbital. These were 3 slow-acting sleeping pills and this initiated a theory that Dorothy's death may have been the result of someone slipping the pills into her drinks during her night out, and ultimately causing her death hours later. Further documents, later released, also indicated that the glass found on Dorothy's bedside did contain barbiturates, but not in pill form, rather powder residue, suggesting that someone had opened capsules and poured them into the drink. Dr. Michael Baden, who later would become New York City's chief medical examiner, told Israel that the dosage of barbiturates in Dorothy's system was not indicative of an accidental overdose. In fact, it was the equivalent to taking 15 to 20 100 milligram secanols. Over the course of the next 40 years, the debate would ebb and flow. Occasional documentaries would be released discussing the conspiracy aspects of Dorothy's death. Articles, usually written around the anniversary of her death, called attention to the story, but the more years passed, the greater the distance grew between accounts of Dorothy's life and death, which were slowly being replaced with articles debating the veracity of conspiracy theories. Somewhere in the mix, as the JFK theories grew more prominent, Dorothy's name began getting lost in the shuffle, and today, this woman who was once an icon of female power and prowess has been gradually brushed under the rug. Dorothy's children went on with their lives, growing up, remembering the woman who was their mother, while others considered Dorothy to be, perhaps, the woman who knew too much. Due to the urging of author Mark Shaw and some information which he had released in a new book about Dorothy's death entitled The Reporter Who Knew Too Much, the Manhattan District Attorney announced in January of 2017 that they were going to take a look into accusations of homicide. More than 51 years after Dorothy was found deceased in her townhouse, the investigation would be re-examined for the consideration of possibly reopening it. Shaw felt strongly that the DA needed to speak to Pataki, 81 at the time. Biographer Lee Israel felt similarly, stating to the press, quote, "He had something to do with it," end quote. In addition to his suspicion of Pataki, Shaw has argued that Dorothy's death may have involved members of the Mafia, specifically Carlos Marcello. Much like the 1966 investigation into Dorothy's death, this one too lasted 8 months. In September of 2017, the New York District Attorney said that they had found no evidence to suggest that Dorothy's death was the result of a homicide. The DA's office said that they would be willing to examine any new evidence which could be provided in the future, but that at this time, they simply didn't have anything to point them towards foul play. When asked for comment about what they did find, the DA's office elected not to respond. 53 years after the death of Dorothy Kilgallen, her name remains inexorably connected to conspiracy theories, after she herself spent the last years deeply investigating conspiracy theories surrounding the death of her friend, President John F. Kennedy. The 1960s are known as a time of assassinations, with JFK being killed in November of '63, Malcolm X in February of '65, Martin Luther King in April of '68, and Robert Kennedy 2 months later in June of '68, along with countless others. Does Dorothy Kilgallen belong on this list? Or was her death sadly the result of an accident, a lethal combination of alcohol and barbiturates? There are 3 essential theories in the death of Dorothy Kilgallen. The first theory argues that Dorothy's death was in fact the result of an accidental overdose, and that all of the conspiracy aspects of the case are misplaced, and that while there are mysterious details about her death, this does not necessarily imply that anything sinister had taken place. Many believe that, in the absence of evidence which may have made things more clear, people have dug into a mystery that simply has no basis. The second theory suggests that Dorothy's death was neither an accident nor a homicide, but may have been intentional. Supporters of this theory feel that Dorothy had crumbled under the pressure, found herself addicted to pills and drinking heavily, while facing financial ruin and emotional distress, and that the brilliant woman elected to end her own life. Some have gone so far as to argue that Dorothy herself may have been responsible for some of the mysterious aspects, electing to do things out of the ordinary to raise questions about the manner of her death. The third and final theory has several different aspects to it, but ultimately revolves around the premise that Dorothy was in fact murdered. Some believe that Dorothy may have been murdered by her husband, Richard, whose career was trailing off and his drinking may have only increased his jealousy of Dorothy's time in the spotlight. Others believe that Dorothy may have been targeted by the mafia, who feared what information she might uncover in her investigation in connection to the assassination of John Kennedy and their potential involvement working with covert agencies. Yet others believe that Adam Ronald Pataki, the man alleged to have been Dorothy's secret boyfriend, may in fact have either murdered Dorothy for unknown reasons, or perhaps even been working as a covert agent sent to infiltrate her inner circle. And the final aspect contends that Dorothy Kilgallen, having upset the intelligence agencies of the United States multiple times, had caused them to finally lash out, not knowing what information she may have uncovered, in an attempt to silence her and destroy all of her research. The life of Dorothy Kilgallen was iconic and dramatic. This tough, smart, and tenacious woman broke down barriers and shattered the glass ceiling for women in the media. It was through her hard work, dedication, and intellectually driven and thought-provoking journalism that she would become an A-list celebrity, sharing drinks with singers, actors, and the royalty of Hollywood. Despite the glitz and glam, her numerous appearances on television, and her few roles in film, Dorothy's first love was always journalism. She saw herself as a reporter, and for her contemporaries, they were in awe of her abilities and accomplishments. Dorothy was considered an incredible journalist with a unique style who brought new eyes to newspapers and new perspectives to stories. She fought for what she believed in, regardless of what public opinion might have been. She wasn't afraid to question the official story, to stand up to any authority which attempted to suppress her, up to and including her own government. She was an inspiration to women around the world, and set the bar by which so many have since measured themselves in the world of journalism and investigative reporting. She was a mother, a wife, a friend, a sister, and a daughter. Her family was remarkably proud of her achievements. They outlived Dorothy by many years, with her sister being the last to pass away in 2014. No matter what the question, they always had something full of pride and love to say about Dorothy. Whether the victim of a conspiracy, an accident, or her own choices, Dorothy Kilgallen should be remembered for what she achieved and the way in which she lived, rather than the manner in which she died. But perhaps the best way to honor Dorothy's memory is to ask the questions she herself may have sought the answers to look for the truth, regardless of the obstacles, as Dorothy herself may have done were the roles reversed. This is episode 87, The Mysterious Death of Bobby Fuller. Robert Gaston Fuller, commonly called Bobby, was born on October 22, 1942 in Goose Creek, Texas. Goose Creek would later become Baytown. Robert was the first shared child for parents Lawson and Eva Lorraine, though Lorraine had a son from a previous marriage, Doris Franklin LaFleur, though everyone called him Jack. Jack was 12 at the time and very excited to have a new younger brother, and he would celebrate again 2 years later when the Fullers welcomed their last son, Randy, in 1944. While there was a huge age gap between Jack and his two younger brothers, the siblings were close, and Jack would often act as a makeshift babysitter for his brothers. Life wasn't exactly easy for the Fuller family, with several moves, as Lawson, working in the oil industry, sought better work to provide a more comfortable life for his family. Just a few years into Bobby's young life, the family up and moved 1,500 miles to the northwest, settling in Salt Lake City. It would be in Utah that Bobby would spend the majority of his younger years. Bobby was a fun-loving, excitable child who enjoyed laughing and singing. From a young age, Bobby was drawn to the radio and found himself pretending to play along to the music of the late 1940s and early 1950s. While Bobby and Randy formed a tight bond and were typically well-behaved, Jack was a little more rowdy and would often stir up trouble. Usually, if Bobby and Randy found themselves in a tight spot, Jack had helped work them into it. Jack's life would be marked by several troubling situations, and by the time he was in his teens, his relationship with his younger brothers was deteriorating. Jack was beginning to go his own way. Bobby and Randy were never tighter, and as Randy began growing, he caught up with Bobby, and the two looked so similar that people often asked if they were twins. Bobby began developing his musical interests when he began learning to play piano at age 5. In an article for the El Paso Times, Lorraine, when asked about her son's affinity for music, responded, quote, "He was always interested in music. I never discouraged him, but I didn't give him the idea either. I don't know where his obsession with music came from. It seemed to be his only interest. We just accepted it early that he would always be involved in music." End quote. Music had become the main focus of Bobby's life. He started taking music classes, where he excelled, and began learning his way around several different instruments, including the drums, which would be his focus for the next few years. Influenced early on by jazz, Bobby would play drums in several public events and even began working towards forming his own band. Jazz was extremely popular in Salt Lake City at the time, but when Bobby was 13 years old, his family moved back to Texas, settling in El Paso. Bobby's father had found a job working for a gas company, and this would enable him to provide a more stable and settled home life for his family. 1956, the year of their move, would be a major turning point in Bobby's life, as it was the year that Elvis Presley exploded onto the music scene with a series of appearances on television. While Elvis may have been an early influence on Bobby, it was Buddy Holly that would become his musical idol. Holly, a fellow Texan, would break into the mainstream in 1957. And once Bobby heard his music on the radio, he would become focused on that sound and style. Now, in high school, Bobby continued playing drums and was in the school band, but school wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Bobby's focus was not on academics, and he was vastly more interested in his part-time job at a local music store. There were few interests that could grab Bobby's attention like music, though cars and girls were gaining favor in his mind. Bobby was reportedly the kind of guy who could walk into a room and have girls swooning, and he often spent weekends drag racing around local back roads. Perhaps influenced slightly by his half-brother, Bobby also gained a reputation for causing trouble. But whereas Jack was frequently caught in the act, Bobby was more likely to use his charm and charisma to talk his way out of trouble, or to not get caught in the first place. One example might be Bobby's interest in seeing live performances. He wasn't old enough to gain entrance to local bars and clubs, but he soon found out about a bar where they didn't care much how old their patrons were, and he would frequently sneak out late at night to attend shows, and sometimes he'd even step onto the stage and perform with the bands. By the time Bobby was 16, he came up with a plan to create his own personal recording studio. He had a talent for sound engineering and frequently spent hours in the library reading about the ins and outs of studio construction. Armed with that knowledge and his apparent innate ability to perform, he was able to wire up the sound system himself. The studio was constructed in the garage of the family home, located on the aptly named Album Avenue. Bobby would record there many times and would even bring in others to record their projects in his studio. Before Bobby ever released an album, he earned a reputation throughout the area as being a gifted musician with a mastery of drums and an ever-growing talent on guitar. As the 1950s came to a close, Bobby was primarily focused on mastering that guitar. One of the earliest iterations of what would eventually become the Bobby Fuller Four was a band titled Captain Fuller and the Rocket Squad. Initially, Randy was meant to be the guitarist, but when Bobby took up the instrument, Randy had to pivot, learning to play bass instead. Together, the brothers began recording more complicated songs in their home studio. When Bobby became a senior in high school, he entertained the idea of college, but those who knew Bobby knew that his dream of being a musician was unlikely to be placed on hold to earn a degree. Unfortunately, Bobby's senior year would be marked by a family tragedy. Bobby's older half-brother, Jack, had returned to Texas after a nomadic existence which kept him distant from his family. Having newly earned a license as a barber, Jack was working in El Paso when he struck up a friendship with Roy Leon Handy. Jack and Roy got along well. Both were divorced, single, and looking for something more out of life. The exact details of what led to the tragedy aren't exactly confirmed, with various stories leading in different directions. Some rumors suggest that Jack and Roy had purchased a treasure map that alleged to lead to buried gold somewhere in New Mexico. In other accounts, Jack and Roy had an affinity for firearms and had been driving into the New Mexico desert to set up targets and fire off shots. What cannot be argued, though, is that on February 4th, 1961, Roy produced a .22 caliber pistol and fired 3 shots, hitting Jack in the arm, back, and back of the head. Police reports state that the shots were fired from close range and that Jack was robbed following the shooting, at which time Roy drove off in Jack's '57 Chevy. On February 8th, Jack's stepfather filed a missing persons report. Roy had disposed of the murder weapon, but was in possession of Jack's identification and had gone around various Texas towns passing forged checks and pretending to be Jack. When he was arrested in Lubbock, Texas on February 21st, Roy confessed to the murder and led authorities to the location of Jack's body. Roy would later be sentenced to life imprisonment, but issues with the investigation and errors in the reporting resulted in his sentence being reduced to a mere 10 years for the charge of manslaughter. Roy would move away from Texas years later, continuing on with his life, while Jack was buried next to his biological father in Haskell, Texas. It was a difficult time for Lorraine to lose her firstborn son, but sadly, this would not be the last time she'd have to bury one of her own children. Some believe that Jack's death had a dramatic impact on Bobby's life, perhaps for the first time eliminating that teenage sense of immortality. In what can only be described as an almost prophetic sense of a short life, Bobby became intensely focused on not only developing a musical career, but crafting a legacy that would live on beyond his own years. While Bobby had begun playing shows at local clubs, he made the shrewd decision to open his own club. This would afford him the ability to play to the crowd whenever he wanted, while also making money on admission, which was $2 at the time. Perhaps due to his own struggles as a young teen trying to get in to see bands, Bobby designed his club, called Rendezvous, as a teen club. Alcohol would not be served, and teens could attend, see live performances, and not have to deal with the rougher crowd that often frequented local area drinking establishments. The club was a major hit, drawing in larger crowds every week. Bobby began making good money, providing him the ability to obtain better equipment and the possibility of recording in a real studio. While the club was extremely successful, Bobby was struggling with his band. He worked hard on his music, trying to master every instrument he put his hands on, and while his bandmates also loved music, they may not have been as intensely devoted as he was. If Bobby felt someone wasn't playing to their best ability, or perhaps that their best ability wasn't good enough, he had no problem rotating them out of the band, and this would happen multiple times in the early years. The only consistent member of the band was his brother Randy. In 1961, Bobby released his first single, entitled You're in Love. Over the next few years, he would release more singles, some recorded in professional studios, others in his home studio. Bobby's first major hit, though, would come as the result of a strange influence. Buddy Holly had tragically lost his life in a 1959 plane crash which also took the lives of Ritchie Valens and the Big Bopper. Buddy's band, the Crickets, were still around, and had brought in Sonny Curtis to work as their new lead singer, taking the place of Holly, a fairly difficult task. In 1958, Curtis had written the song I Fought the Law, which he later recorded with the Crickets. The song would be covered several times, but it would be Bobby's 1964 version that would hit regional airwaves and open the door to future success. That same year, Bobby and his band would move to Los Angeles, signing a deal with Mustang Records. This version of the band would see Bobby as lead guitarist and singer, Randy on bass, Dwayne Chirico on drums, and Jim Reese on rhythm guitar. Bob Keane, the owner of Delphi Records, had worked with Ritchie Valens prior to his untimely death and decided to take a chance on Bobby. Their initial project involved a release on Keane's Donna Records label when the band was referred to as Bobby Fuller and the Fanatics, which would eventually become the Bobby Fuller Four. By this time, the Beatles were a major influence on the American music scene, and while many bands were trying to fashion themselves after the foursome, Bobby wasn't interested in going that way. He remained tied to his roots, his love for Buddy Holly and their style, and so the Bobby Fuller Four set out on Mustang Records to carve out their place in history. Reportedly, in one of their first meetings after signing with Mustang, the band was told they'd be on the top of the charts within a year. While much of the band saw that as a dream, Bobby viewed it as an absolute reality, and he was right. In 1966, Mustang Records re-released I Fought the Law, which Bobby had re-recorded, altering some of the lyrics, but with the same instrumental. This time, the song broke out of the regional success it had previously earned, going on the national airwaves and being played at radio stations all around the country. In March of '66, the single hit the top 10 in the United States. The success of I Fought the Law was followed up with the release of Love's Made a Fool of You, another song not written by the band, but by Buddy Holly himself. In what can only be described as a sign of the times, Bobby and the band appeared in the 1966 film The Ghost in the Invisible Bikini, starring Nancy Sinatra and Boris Karloff. In the film, Bobby and the band lip-synced songs by a different band, and while it wasn't exactly what Bobby wanted, it did get his actual band more exposure. By the summer of '66, the Bobby Fuller Four were everywhere. They were making national television appearances and performing major Los Angeles clubs, such as the Whiskey A Go-Go. While everything seemed to be going exactly the way Bobby had dreamed, there were whispers behind the scenes that the charismatic performer was not only unhappy with the band, but with the business arrangements they'd made. According to Miriam Lena's 2015 book, I Fought the Law, The Life and Strange Death of Bobby Fuller, Bob Keane had cut a distribution deal with Roulette Records. At the time, the music industry was heavily impacted by the involvement of organized crime. The record company's founder included notorious figure Morris Levy, a known mobster. AllMusic, previously AllMusic Guide, once described Levy as, quote, a notorious crook who swindled artists out of their owed royalties. Levy was known to have done business with the DeCavalcante, Gambino, and Genovese crime families. In addition to contract issues, Bobby felt that producer Bob Keane was altering his music without his approval. On multiple tracks, Bobby heard melodies and string accompaniment added to songs that he did not approve of. Bobby also felt that Keane was attempting to sow seeds of discord by pushing him towards a solo career as a pop singer, and while Bobby had dreams of going solo, he wasn't interested in being a pop star. It was around this time, in the midsummer of '66, that Bobby began speaking openly about his unhappiness with the current situation and desire to back out of everything, walk away from the fame and stardom, return home to El Paso, where he'd continue to build more clubs, as well as using his established name to possibly construct his own record label from which he could record in the way he wanted. In what may have been a final straw for Bobby, Keane canceled a European tour for the band, which Bobby had been looking forward to. Their music was climbing the charts in the UK, and Bobby saw the possibility of further expansion, but Keane apparently had different ideas. At that time, Bobby told several friends and bandmates that he planned to walk away from the band and his recording contract. He wanted out. He wanted to be in charge of his own career, and he didn't want to associate with Bob Keane or his record label. Perhaps in an attempt to smooth things over, or to discuss the future of the band, a meeting was set up to take place at Bob Keane's office on the morning of Monday, July 18th, but Bobby would never make it to that meeting. On Sunday, July 17th, Bobby spent most of his time relaxing with friends who were visiting from El Paso. During this time, the band had been run ragged, performing shows, making television appearances, doing promotional work on radio shows and various interviews. A day off was rare, and so when they were given a week off starting July 10th, everyone planned to take advantage of the time by doing as little as possible. Bobby, not a heavy drinker or drug user, did enjoy spending time with friends, throwing back a few cold beers, and maybe smoking a joint here and there. Spent most of that Sunday with his pals laughing about the old days and just unwinding. He knew there was the meeting the next day, and they were supposed to rehearse in studio as well, and so he was tired and trying to take advantage of every opportunity he had to just sit back and avoid the stress. He knew the meeting wasn't going to go well, especially once he told Keene his plans. On Sunday evening, Bobby was back at his apartment located on Sycamore Street in Hollywood, where his mother was staying, having arrived in town a few days earlier to visit her sons. In addition to Lorraine, the band's road manager and one of Bobby's good friends, Rick Stone, was also staying at the apartment. According to Stone, he was hanging out on the couch watching television and drinking beer while Bobby made several phone calls. Stone reported falling asleep in front of the television sometime around midnight, while Lorraine herself says she spoke to Bobby for the last time just before she went to bed around 1 a.m. Lorraine would later tell Edna Gunderson of the El Paso Times, quote, "He was wide awake. He always stayed up playing his guitar and listening to records. I told him good night. That was the last time I saw him alive. Later, I heard him leave the apartment. It didn't disturb me. I don't know why he went out, but I think he probably went to get something to eat. He often did that." End quote. According to friends and family, Bobby was very much of a night owl and rarely went to sleep before sunrise. The last person to confirm seeing Bobby was an employee of the apartment complex who said he shared a beer with the singer at approximately 3 a.m. By all reports, everyone who saw Bobby that Sunday said he was in good spirits, feeling positive, and making plans for the future. Early on the morning of July 18th, both Rick Stone and Lorraine noticed that Bobby had not returned to the apartment. In addition to Lorraine, Rick had also heard the sound of the apartment door opening then closing during the night and assumed that it was Bobby going out for a nightcap. Bobby's failure to return home wasn't an immediate cause for alarm, and both Rick and Lorraine made note of the fact that Lorraine's blue Oldsmobile was gone as well, and so it was assumed that Bobby had gone out and possibly spent the night at a friend's house. Rick proceeded down to the studio where the band was scheduled to rehearse, but Bobby never arrived. This was surprising to everyone, including Randy, as it was highly unlike Bobby to miss an appointment, especially without notifying anyone. Later that afternoon, Bob Keene came by for the planned meeting, but Bobby still hadn't arrived. Shortly before 3 p.m., the band called it quits and headed out, assuming Bobby wasn't going to be coming that day, and there was no point in rehearsing without their frontman. A few hours later, around 5 p.m., guitarist Jim Reese and drummer Dalton Powell, who had replaced Dwayne Chirico, decided to swing by Bobby's apartment to see what he was up to, find out why he didn't come to the session that morning. They also later said that Bobby had previously invited them over that day. According to both men, they pulled up to Bobby's apartment and noted that the blue Oldsmobile still was not there. The two men were walking up to Bobby's door at the same time that Lorraine was heading to check the mail out the back door. According to Lorraine, she noticed the blue Oldsmobile parked in the lot and immediately went over to see if Bobby had just pulled up. As she approached the vehicle, she noted the heavy scent of gasoline. Lorraine reached out and pulled the driver's side door open, and there she saw her son, Bobby Fuller, lying across the front seat with his hand still on the keys that were plugged into the ignition, though the vehicle was off. This is later contradicted by the autopsy report, which states that the keys were not found in the ignition. After trying to wake Bobby, Lorraine realized the horrible truth and immediately turned and ran back to the apartment to call the police. Hearing her hysterical screams, Jim and Dalton walked towards the car with trepidation and witnessed the same sight that had sent Lorraine screaming up the stairs. In shock, the two men mindlessly wandered back towards their car and drove off in a daze. Rick Stone arrived shortly thereafter, and as he pulled up, he noted several LAPD vehicles, and as he approached, police pushed him back and told him to step back from the scene, though Stone noted the sight of a 2.5-gallon gas can lying on the floorboard with a tube running up from it. Bobby's head was partially under the steering wheel, and his hair was greasy, his clothing was wet, and it was clear by the scene and the smell that Bobby was soaked in gasoline. Initially, there was no determination made by investigators as to a cause of death. The scene became even more bizarre when other details were noted in official reports. Aside from Bobby having been soaked in gasoline, it was said that his arms and torso were covered in bruises, and it would later be determined that the car Bobby had been found in was parked in that spot for approximately 30 minutes prior to Lorraine discovering him. Bob Keene, who had arrived on the scene after Lorraine's discovery but before the arrival of police, noted that as he tried to lift Bobby's head, his body was stiff, suggesting that he'd been dead for several hours. The details about the car were strange, as both Jim and Dalton stated multiple times the vehicle was not there when they arrived minutes before Lorraine saw it. How could Bobby have been dead for hours but parked in the car for only 30 minutes? And how did Jim and Dalton completely miss the car? These are questions for which there have never been sufficient answers. Bobby was taken to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's office, wherein an autopsy was conducted by Jerry Nelson that same day. The report checks both of the boxes for suicide and accidental death, while Bobby's death certificate noted the cause of death as asphyxia due to the inhalation of gasoline, though later in the month of October, this would be changed to accidental asphyxiation. Interestingly, in the autopsy report, the bruising on Bobby's body is clarified as not actually being bruising, but multiple petechial hemorrhages believed to have been caused by the combination of his skin being soaked in gasoline and the heat of the sun reacting with that gasoline. The coroner noted no signs of physical abuse, no broken bones, and no cuts or abrasions. Interestingly, both Rick and Lorraine would later argue against this, saying that they saw abrasions. Rick as well noted seeing dried blood on Bobby's shirt, though this is not mentioned anywhere in the autopsy report. Toxicology showed no poisons, barbiturates, or even alcohol in his system. Dean Quippers, in an article for Spin magazine, added, quote, "Bobby's bladder, however, had been full, which seemed to indicate that he'd been unconscious for a long time before he died." End quote. Now, you might be inclined to ask, how can there be so many unanswered questions floating around the death of a major celebrity and no official answers from the LAPD? Well, the answer to that riddle is that the LAPD didn't conduct much of an investigation. Within hours of Bobby's death, local papers and then national news reported that he had died as the result of a suicide, even before the autopsy itself had been conducted. In what can only be attributed to either laziness, complicity, or just a general failure to properly investigate, the police didn't do very much digging to determine if suicide was the most likely cause of death. You'd imagine, considering the odd details of how his body was found, you might want to ask a few questions, but that doesn't happen here. The LAPD actually performed several acts which ensure that future investigations would be inhibited and that any attempts to prove an alternative theory is nearly impossible. It's unlikely this was the result of a purposeful disruption of evidence and more likely the result of negligence, but some disagree. Firstly, the LAPD never dusted the car for prints nor swept it for any forensics, turning it back over to the family without checking the car for any signs that someone other than Bobby may have been in the vehicle or had been driving the vehicle that day. Interestingly, the autopsy report says that Bobby's body was found in a full state of rigor mortis, meaning that Bobby had likely been dead for at least 2 hours prior to being found, and yet the vehicle was supposedly only parked there for 30 minutes. If Jim and Dalton were correct in saying that the car was not there when they arrived, then the vehicle had to have been driven by someone else, since Bobby couldn't have pulled in after them if he was already dead. Unfortunately, whether or not someone else was in the car or had driven it that day is a mystery we'll never know the answer to. In the highly debated death of another musician just shy of 30 years later, Kurt Cobain, his death was ultimately ruled a suicide, and yet to this day, more than 30 years after, the Seattle Police Department has the shotgun in their evidence lockup. So what did the LAPD do with the gas can that was allegedly the cause of Bobby's death? Well, they put it in the trash. Not even the trash at the station or in the evidence room, but a trash can at the apartment complex. The can was never checked for prints, and so whether or not Bobby Fuller ever laid his hands on that can remains unknown. All of this is exceedingly frustrating, especially when you consider that months later his death would be changed to accidental, which seems to partially close the door on a confirmed suicide, opening the door to other possibilities. But where do you go when you don't have the evidence to work with? In the aftermath of Bobby's death, several rumors came to the surface. One indicated a woman named Melanie, who Bobby was either friends with or perhaps was having a physical relationship with. I should note in some places this woman is called Melody, though most sources say Melanie. It's difficult to know the correct name as this woman has never popped up to discuss Bobby or his death since it happened. This Melanie was allegedly connected to a man in the area who was well known to be connected to organized crime. It was supposed at the time that this man may not have appreciated Bobby spending time with his girlfriend, and that he may have sought revenge, especially if Melanie was the woman Bobby spoke to on the phone that night. In further contradictions, Rick would later say that when the family received Bobby's personal effects, including the clothing he wore the day he died, he had on bedroom slippers, and the toes of those slippers were very scraped up, which he believed indicated that Bobby had been dragged across gravel or rocks. There was also several witnesses to the scene who later claimed that one of Bobby's fingers appeared to have been broken, as if it had been bent backwards, but the coroner reported no broken bones. Curiously, despite all of these discrepancies and the curious nature of the death itself, the LAPD later told the media that there was no evidence of foul play and that this case was closed and sealed. Rick, however, wasn't the only one who had information that contradicted the official report. Jim Reese, the guitarist, alleged that when he arrived on the scene and saw Bobby in the car, he noted a partially burned book of matches in the back seat, which he believed indicated that someone had attempted to set the car on fire, but either failed to do so or fled when people came around the parking lot. In hopes of gathering further information and to track down possible leads about who may have wanted Bobby dead and who could have been involved, 2 different private investigators were hired at different times. In the middle of their investigations, though, both men would walk away from the case. One private investigator simply quit without giving notice or a reason why. The other left town, although he allegedly told Rick Stone that he'd been threatened and was in fear for his life. Jim Reese later claimed that, just days after Bobby's death, 3 men arrived at his apartment looking for him, and they were armed. Reese fled to El Paso in fear for his life. In terms of motive, some believe there could be a connection to Bobby's recording contract. While the singer had made it clear he wanted out of this deal, it's important to note that the record company had taken life insurance policies out on all members of the band. While Randy Fuller's life insurance was $150,000, Bobby was insured for $850,000. For the record, adjusted for inflation in 2019, $850,000 would today be $6.7 million. We know that part of Bobby's contract was tied to Morris Levy and Roulette Records. If Bobby did walk away or get out of his contract, this would have cost them quite a bit, and Levy was rumored not to be the type to just let someone go free. It's rare that anyone associated with the mafia is just going to let you walk away, star or not, without getting something back from their investment. Some people believe that perhaps if Bobby couldn't get him paid off alive, he may have seen the life insurance policy and realized that the singer was worth much more money dead. There were also rumors at the time that Bobby may have been experimenting with LSD, and some have tried to make a connection between the death of Bobby Fuller and a party he could have attended where things just went wrong. There are some who believe the scene of his death was staged to cover up an accident, and it's interesting to note that before the coroner could test Bobby for LSD, he ran out of samples to test, and Bobby by this time had already been embalmed. There are also some who try to connect Bobby and LSD to Charles Manson, and believe that he could have been targeted by the Manson family, though for most the timeline doesn't match up and Bobby doesn't seem to fit into their style of murder. Bobby Fuller was laid to rest on July 20th, 1966, and interred at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in the Hollywood Hills. His stone simply reads, Robert G. Fuller, beloved son. Bobby's father, Lawson, passed away in 1988 at the age of 86, while his mother, Lorraine, followed the next year, dying in 1989 at the age of 79. Both Lawson and Lorraine went to their graves never believing that Bobby would have taken his own life. Randy, alive today at 75 years old, continued on in the music industry following Bobby's death, though it was never quite the same. For a time, he tried to lead the band, renamed to the Randy Fuller Four, but as several bandmates commented, it was difficult to go on when Bobby had been the heart and soul of that group. In 2015, Randy was a key consultant and collaborator on Miriam Lena's book about Bobby, his death, and the band. Randy remains the last surviving member of the Fuller family, and to this day holds strong beliefs that Bobby would never have taken his life and was likely murdered. What happened to Bobby Fuller? For that question, there's no shortage of rumors and speculation. Many of the theories fit into one of three separate possible categories. The first theory argues that Bobby Fuller, frustrated with his situation and feeling overwhelmed by the pressure of the industry, as well as feeling trapped, made the choice to take his own life in what can only be described as a very strange method for suicide. The second theory follows somewhat along those lines, though ultimately determines that Bobby's death was the result of an accident. Some have argued that Bobby at the time could have been on LSD and may have been hallucinating, which could have led to him putting gasoline all over himself, which led to asphyxia. The third theory, and the one which most people argue for, is that Bobby Fuller was murdered. In terms of a motive for that murder, the list includes revenge from a mob associate who felt Fuller was too friendly with his girlfriend, a mafia-connected record producer who didn't want to lose his contract with Bobby and decided to cash in on his valuable life insurance policy, and some have even tried to apply Bobby's death to Charles Manson. There are those who believe it could have been a random murder, though given the circumstances and the location Bobby was found in, that doesn't make a great deal of sense. Bobby Fuller was an incredibly talented musician whose work continues to maintain radio play some 53 years after his untimely death. He was a son, brother, and friend. His music was but one extension of a truly talented and caring person. While rumor and speculation run rampant around the deaths of many celebrities, few involve details as bizarre and contradictory as those which came out about Bobby in the months and years after his death. Buddy Holly, Bobby's hero, died in the midst of his fame at the young age of 22, and Bobby made it just 1 year older, losing his life at the age of 23, also at the height of his stardom. In a rare 2016 interview with ClassicBands.com, Randy Fuller was asked whether, 50 years later, they were any closer to finding an answer. He replied, quote, "No, I don't think so. Unless somebody admits to it, I don't think we're ever going to solve it. I've got my hopes up still. I still hope that somebody will say the right thing. I pray every day that someone will just all of a sudden come out of nowhere and say, yeah, I did it. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen after 50 years. This is episode 83, The Death of Nancy Argentino. Nancy Lorraine Argentino was born on March 30th, 1960 in Brooklyn, New York to parents Caroline and Ralph Argentino. Nancy would have two siblings, both sisters, Lorraine, who was 6 years her senior, and Louise, who would come along later. Growing up in Brooklyn in the 1960s provided an eclectic and diverse community with many different cultures coming together, though between the 1960s and today, that diversity has only grown more. Nancy grew up in the 800 block of North 27th Street. Her parents were working class and did their best to maintain the home and put food on the table, which, according to the sisters, they did exceedingly well. The Argentino family were Christians, Catholic to be specific, and while in the 1960s that may have provided a more strict upbringing, there certainly was no shortage of care and love inside the family home. From an early age, it was clear Nancy was sharp, free-spirited, and charming. Nancy possessed a charisma that was undeniable, and according to her sister Lorraine, quote, "She had a fun spirit. She didn't have any trouble relating to people. People were drawn to her. She was just fun to be around." End quote. Nancy didn't have any issues making friends and was able to connect with people in a way which made them feel that she truly cared, because she did. According to Lorraine, she had a special bond with her little sister, and it was often she who was there to provide support and offer advice when Nancy sought it out. Later in her life, when she'd find herself in exceptionally difficult and painful situations, it would typically be Lorraine's phone that would ring in the middle of the night. As Nancy grew older, her intelligence was developing quickly, and according to her family, they had high hopes for what it was she might achieve in life. Lorraine has mentioned in the past that while Nancy was not a materialistic person, she did appreciate the finer things in life and wanted to be comfortable. How many children who grow up in a working-class family don't seek to attain and provide more than they'd have the opportunity for? When Nancy entered her teens, it was the mid-1970s and the country was in the midst of a cultural shift. The more buckled-down tones of the 50s had been usurped by the revolutionary protests of the 60s, which spilled into the post-Vietnam War era to the mid to late 70s. By 1975, the 15-year-old had grown into an attractive young woman who was drawing looks from men and certainly had her share of suitors. Her sister, Louise, would later state, quote, "You have a look and an attitude, I think, when you're raised in Brooklyn. She was tall, she was pretty, she took good care of herself." End quote. While most who knew Nancy at the time described her as beautiful, both inside and out, her interest appeared to lie elsewhere. It was at the age of 15 that Nancy began working in a dentist's office and began looking towards a career as a dental assistant. Following her graduation from high school, Nancy would go on to attend Brooklyn Community College, where she'd follow her career path, registering in several courses that could help to further her plans. But a chance invitation from a close friend would forever change the course of her future and open the door to a world which Nancy had previously ignored but would find herself drawn into. That was the world of professional wrestling, and it was through her connections to friends that she would not only be taken into the wrestling world, but also the lifestyle. And soon, she'd have left behind her former plans for a life lived in hotels with travel bouncing her all over the Northeast. But she wouldn't be alone. In 1982, 22-year-old Nancy would go on a date with a man named Terry, who would later go on to rule the professional wrestling world under his ring name, Hulk Hogan. While this date didn't lead to a relationship, or much beyond a few drinks, it was another in a series of events which would propel the young woman deeper into a world she may not have fully understood. While Hogan's destiny would produce a boom in the industry just a few years down the road, there was a man who was arguably already sitting high atop the business, and Nancy, with her magnetic personality and undeniable attractiveness, would go on to catch his eye. His real name is James Wiley Smith, later James Ryer, but you may know him as Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Born in May of 1943 in Fiji, Snuka had been wrestling around the world since the late 1960s when he'd come to the conclusion that there was more money to be made in wrestling than he was making at the time as a professional bodybuilder. Snuka had earned prestigious titles, Mr. Hawaii, Mr. Waikiki, Mr. North Shore, with his driven work ethic and impressive physique. But the future for a professional bodybuilder didn't seem to offer the same opportunities that Snuka craved. For the next decade and a half, Snuka would wrestle from coast to coast in the United States, which at the time was divided into different territories owned and operated by different wrestling companies. This was a very different environment from the one which exists today, where arguably the United States and much of the world knows only of the WWE. Vince McMahon Jr., CEO of WWE, worked hard throughout the 1980s to boost his own territory after buying out his father. Over the course of the next decade, off successes like Hulk Hogan and WrestleMania, McMahon would buy out or push out of business many of the other territories. In 1982, McMahon had the slightest glimmer of a dream he'd call WrestleMania, which would launch in 1985. But prior to making such an expensive and risky move, he wanted to establish a new image for the then World Wrestling Federation. Part of that initiative happened in January of '82 when McMahon signed rising star Jimmy Superfly Snuka. At the time, Snuka was a married man with children at home. The life of a wrestler then, much as now, involves a lot of travel, with higher-ranked wrestlers, like Snuka, being on the road as many as 300 days a year. The then WWF operated predominantly out of the Northeast, with the company's business headquarters being in Stamford, Connecticut, though the true heart of the organization was in New York. And to the wrestlers on the card, there was no better place to ply their craft than in Madison Square Garden. Nancy, who had been going to the shows more often, began attending wrestling events fairly regularly at the Garden, and it was inevitable that she and Snuka would cross paths. Snuka was struck by Nancy, 16 years his junior, standing 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing 115 pounds, her dark hair framing her bronze skin and dark eyes. She appeared quite petite next to the muscular shape of Snuka's 5 feet 10 inches and 235 pounds. Pictures of the couple together frequently show the disparity in size, with Snuka dwarfing Nancy. Despite the complexities involved, the budding relationship between the two would grow, and it didn't take very long for both to be infatuated with one another. Snuka did have a wife at home, though it was not uncommon then, and for anyone who follows the business to this day, to see a wrestler acquire a mistress, or a multitude of them based on their particular location. Frequently traveling around the country, though based more so in the Northeast, many wrestlers had girlfriends and mistresses in various areas around the country. In his own memoir, Snuka defined Nancy as his East Coast girlfriend. The details surrounding Nancy's knowledge of Snuka's marriage are a bit difficult to ascertain. There are those who have argued that Nancy was unaware of Snuka's family and believed that the two were going to get married someday and have a life together. According to the Argentino family, Nancy brought Snuka home with her on several occasions, and for the most part, he was perceived as a decent man. Nancy's mother described Snuka as a good man, though somewhat quiet and withdrawn. Lorraine was less accepting. In an interview with The Morning Call, Lorraine would explain, quote, "I really couldn't figure out what the attraction was. She was pretty, and she had a great personality, and he was weird. He never spoke. He used to come over to the house, and he wouldn't say one word." End quote. According to Nancy's mother, Caroline, Nancy believed that Snuka loved her and that they were going to have a future together. Caroline would later describe Nancy's perspective as taking their time and seeing what developed. She knew her daughter had discussed the possibility of an engagement with Snuka and that the couple had plans to move into a condo together. Furthermore, several members of the Argentino family report having been present on an occasion at which time Snuka presented Nancy with a ring and publicly declared his love for her in front of her relatives. Despite this outward expression of affection, the family did begin to grow suspicious, and soon it was being discussed that maybe the reason the relationship between Nancy and Snuka seemed to not be evolving was that the wrestler may be married. Some, who have given comment over the years, suspect that Nancy may have known about Snuka's family, but that she believed he planned to leave his wife, or perhaps the wrestler had convinced her that that was the case. Their relationship, while romantic and intimate, also began evolving into a business situation. Snuka had a reputation for being a volatile person to deal with, who lived by his own rules and wasn't exactly a great employee. He was frequently angry, difficult to deal with, and was late to events more than he was on time. This may have been due in part to Snuka's overindulgence with alcohol and drugs, namely cocaine. Nancy stepped in as a sort of manager/assistant/secretary, taking on more of the business side of Snuka's life and making arrangements for hotels, travel, and whatever was necessary to keep Snuka on the ball, working, arriving on time, and overall, happy. The latter part may have been far more complicated than Nancy had imagined. As part of their business arrangement, and certainly in connection to their romantic relationship, Nancy began traveling with Snuka. Rather than being in New York and driving or taking mass transportation to meet him in towns or at events, Nancy and Snuka became traveling companions, driving long distances between towns, staying in hotels and motels, eating together, working together, spending their nights together. It wasn't long before those close to Nancy began to notice that something had changed, and the previously caring relationship between the two had grown more volatile, with Snuka's anger coming out more frequently, and Nancy herself being the victim of first verbal assaults and later physical abuse. Snuka would later deny that he'd ever laid a violent hand on Nancy, let alone any woman, but evidence exists to the contrary. Snuka's first wife, Sharon, would later acknowledge that Snuka had been physically abusive with her for years. Buddy Rogers, a former pro wrestler who lived in Snuka's neighborhood, later told a reporter, quote, "Jimmy used to beat the shit out of that woman. She would show up at our house bruised and battered, but she couldn't leave him. He had her hooked on the same junk he was using." End quote. Snuka later claimed that he didn't get Sharon hooked, but that they had been using drugs together. Sharon was, however, at least once hospitalized due to injuries sustained from Snuka. The relationship between Sharon and Snuka would eventually deteriorate further, with them divorcing in 1999, though in the years that passed, Sharon refused to speak much about her former husband. She did, though, remain a part of his life, and towards the end of his life, they were reported to have been on good terms. Another example of the contradiction took place on January 18, 1983. The town of Salina, New York, sits in central Onondaga County. At approximately 1:40 a.m., the Onondaga County Sheriff's Department received a call from the Howard Johnson Motor Lodge. The call, placed by the on-duty manager, came after multiple calls came into the front desk to report a loud and violent dispute taking place in room number 1 between a male and a female. Reportedly, one guest had complained that the occupants of the room were raising hell and a male was beating up a female. According to Lorraine, earlier that day, she had received a call from her sister complaining that she and Snuka had gotten into a fight and she wanted to come home. By the time the sheriff's deputies arrived on scene, it had grown extremely violent. It's been reported that the first thing deputies experienced was a completely naked Snuka and Argentino wrapped up only in a sheet, exchanging loud words outside of their room. According to officers on the scene, Nancy was shouting that she wanted to get away from Snuka and go home. In one officer's report, he specified that once Nancy noticed the police presence, she tried to flee, but Snuka reached out and grabbed a handful of her hair, pulling her back, grinding her face against the wall before throwing her back into the room. As officers approached and asked Snuka to step outside, he slammed the door in their faces, locked it, and then pressed his body up against the door to brace it while shouting loudly that he had no interest in speaking to the police and they needed to go away. While Snuka and deputies exchanged words through the door, Nancy's screams could be heard outside, and it's been reported that she was begging for help and screaming that she wanted to get away from Snuka and be let out of the room, but Snuka wouldn't budge. At this time, officers tried to open the door but couldn't get through, and so they radioed for backup and more deputies arrived at the motel. After arguing with Snuka more and demanding that he open the door or be subject to arrest, Snuka still refused, and so a group of deputies managed to finally force the door open, but that was only the beginning of their struggle. Snuka stood in the doorframe, blocking entry to the room, and the large, muscular man threatened the police to back off. At that time, a deputy tried to force his way into the room, which resulted in Snuka pushing and pinning him to the wall. While Snuka held one officer against the wall, another came up behind him and, utilizing his nightstick, locked in a chokehold. Snuka was surprised and reached up to grab the nightstick from his throat, at which time the deputy who had been pinned to the wall was freed. He managed to snap one ring of his handcuffs on one of Snuka's wrists, but the second cuff would not come as easily. According to the report, it took several minutes for a total of 9 sheriff's deputies and 2 police dogs to successfully subdue Snuka and position his other wrist and secure the cuff. Once Snuka was cuffed and brought down to the floor, He continued to scream, argue, and resist to the best of his abilities. Officers at the time were able to get to Nancy while others instructed Snuka to get dressed. Snuka, however, refused, and by one way or another, officers managed to get him to put on his underwear, but he would not get fully dressed. He continued to resist until he was dragged from his room, across the parking lot, and finally deposited into the back of a patrol vehicle. Nancy was taken to the hospital for examination while Snuka was driven down to the station for processing. According to one officer's report, Nancy's injuries consisted of a bruised right thumb, possibly fractured ribs, an injury to the lower back, and a contusion on her neck. There were also reports afterwards that Nancy had to be treated for injuries to her scalp due to Snuka's violent pulling of her hair. When asked about the incident, Nancy explained that she and Snuka had attended a wrestling event in the town of Elmira, and upon their arrival at the hotel, Snuka began speaking about the truth of God. Snuka reportedly became enraged when he felt Nancy wasn't paying attention to what he had to say. It was at that time that Snuka began screaming and became violent with Nancy. Snuka was ultimately charged with third-degree assault, second-degree attempted assault, resisting arrest, and obstruction. He was locked into the county jail and bail was set at $5,000. Snuka would later address the incident in his memoir, though his statements about what occurred stand in stark contrast to the reports of officers and witnesses who had been present. According to Snuka, he had spent some time drinking and smoking marijuana with some of his friends earlier in the night. He went on to allege that police, along with canine units, burst into his motel room that night and began assaulting him. Snuka claimed to have never fought back, nor to have placed his hands on Nancy. Snuka claimed that Nancy was fine, he did not assault her, and he was not holding her in the room against her will. In an interview with the Toronto Star just a few weeks after his arrest, Snuka stated, quote, "The hotel manager just got a little excited. Yeah, there was some excitement. The cops just didn't give me a chance to explain. They blew it up." End quote. 3 months later, in April of '83, Snuka was set to go to court in connection with these charges. However, Nancy gave a sworn deposition that Snuka had not struck her nor intentionally harmed her. The district attorney of Onondaga County dropped the charges in exchange for Snuka pleading guilty to harassment. In total, Snuka received a 1-year conditional discharge, apologized to the sheriff's office, and donated $1,500 to the Ronald McDonald House charity. The entire incident, as horrifying and disturbing as it is, was handled extremely cavalierly by the media. It did become a national story, but the story seemed more about Snuka's battle with police than what had happened to Nancy. This violent incident has been described by some as not the first, and certainly not the last time that Snuka would become physically abusive with Nancy, though the more time passed, the more aggressive and volatile he would behave. Nancy's sister once alleged that Snuka had threatened her, saying, quote, "I could kick you and put my hands around your throat and nobody would know." End quote. The entire situation in Salina, New York took place just 4 months prior to Nancy Argentino's death, which would bear striking similarities. According to Lorraine, following the terrible incident in Salina, Nancy returned to her family home. During this time, she was obviously upset, physically injured, and emotionally drained. Her family, concerned for her safety and well-being, tried their hardest to convince the 23-year-old not to return to the road with Snuka and to stay home and try to move on with her life. In an interview with the Daily Beast, Lorraine explained, quote, "My mom told her, 'Listen, Nancy, you're too pretty and too smart to put up with this. You have to think about this and get out of this relationship.' But it was too late. Nothing we could do." End quote. Nancy did return to life on the road with Snuka. On May 8th, Mother's Day, she placed a call home. She was traveling with Snuka from Connecticut to Pennsylvania and planned to stop by and visit with her family. Nancy never arrived, and this was the last conversation she'd ever have with her mother. On May 10th, 1983, Snuka was scheduled to appear at a TV taping for the WWF in Allentown, Pennsylvania. According to Snuka, he and Nancy had gotten a room at the George Washington Motor Lodge in the town of Whitehall, just outside of Allentown. Snuka claims that Nancy wasn't feeling well, and so he planned to head to the show alone, leaving Nancy behind in room 427. Snuka alleges that he kissed Nancy goodbye and told her that he'd return after his match. Snuka arrived on time, geared up, and wrestled a match against Jose Estrada, which he was scheduled to win. Reportedly, Snuka had plans after the match to return to the motel where he was going to sit down and share a few drinks with fellow wrestlers Don Morocco and Mr. Fuji. Fuji and Morocco would later tell authorities that, after a few drinks, Snuka told them he wanted to go back to his room and check on Nancy, who he described as not feeling well. When Snuka arrived, he claims to have found Nancy on the floor, barely breathing, with yellow mucus pouring from her nose and mouth. It was at this time that Snuka claims to have called 911 and asked for an ambulance. Paramedics arrived on the scene and found Nancy lying in bed, naked, with only a sheet covering her. Her breathing was weak, her pupils were dilated, but her heart was beating quickly. This is typically a sign indicating trauma to the head. When EMTs asked Snuka what had happened, his first response was that earlier in the day, he'd gotten into an argument with Nancy, shoved her, and she'd fallen and banged her head on the concrete. This will be the first of no less than 7 explanations Snuka would provide over the years. However, by the time a police officer arrived just minutes later, Snuka's story adjusted slightly, this time alleging that the two were fooling around outside the room and Nancy had slipped and banged her head. Nancy was immediately rushed to Allentown's Sacred Heart Medical Center. According to 2 women working in the emergency room that night, Snuka accompanied Nancy into the room, and when he was asked what had happened, he said that he'd pushed Nancy and she'd fallen back and hit her head. Another story was given to Dr. John Fassel, who was working in the emergency room that night. According to the doctor, Snuka told him that the two were messing around, play wrestling, and that Nancy had fallen and struck her head. Snuka at the time allegedly claimed that Nancy recovered and they continued to wrestle around a bit more and that she seemed to be physically in good condition. Later, Snuka will tell a hospital chaplain that on the way to Allentown, they had stopped on the side of the road so that Nancy could relieve herself. Snuka claimed that, while returning, she and Snuka were fooling around and he'd accidentally pushed her a little too hard, at which time she'd fallen and banged her head on the pavement. Snuka's differing accounts will continue on through several more people, and his final statement, the one to which he will adhere for the rest of his life, won't be given until the next day. He will later allege that, despite telling more than 5 individuals that he had shoved Nancy, that they'd misunderstood what he was saying. Nancy arrived at Sacred Heart Medical Center at approximately 12:40 a.m. on May 11th. Less than 2 hours later, Nancy Argentino was pronounced dead at 1:50 a.m. She had never regained consciousness. While not exactly an official declaration, hospital bills later list the main factor leading to Nancy's injuries as an altercation. Other reports specify her death as due to the result of undetermined craniocerebral injuries. Reportedly, it was Snuka, along with the hospital chaplain, who would make the call to Nancy's family, informing them of her passing. Lorraine later recalled her mother on the phone, seemingly completely shocked and repeatedly saying, "She's dead." Later on in the morning of May 11th, at approximately 9 a.m., Snuka sat down for an official interview with investigators in the same room he'd shared with Nancy. The transcript of the interview includes Snuka's account of what occurred and reads, in part, quote, "On the way here, we stopped on the side of the road to use the bathroom. She was desperate to use the bathroom, so she went into the bushes and squatted. In the meantime, there were a lot of trucks coming by, so I said to hurry up, and she jumped across the grass onto the road, and then she slipped and fell backwards and hit her head, right on the concrete on the side of the road. She just slipped backwards. I'm pretty sure this happened on Route 22 coming down. We were already in Pennsylvania. She had a real bad concussion. When I saw that, I just picked her up and slapped her across the face to get her to come to again. I had to pick her up. She was unconscious. This happened early in the morning, about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. It was not quite light yet. We drove right here, and when we got here, she said she was having a little pain in the head, and I told her to come and lay down." End quote. Snuka goes on to explain that the next morning she wasn't feeling well. He went and got her something to eat. He then left at approximately 1 p.m. to go wrestle, returning at 6 p.m. According to Snuka, when he checked on her at 6, she was breathing, sleeping, and seemed to be in some pain. He says he wet a towel, loaded it up with ice, and placed the compress on her head. He then left again to wrestle for the TV taping at approximately 8:50 p.m. Snuka went on to allege that he returned and found Nancy unresponsive, and he tried to get her to wake up and speak with him. When he finally realized something was seriously wrong, he contacted the front desk and asked them to call 911. He also addressed bruises and scratches on her back, claiming that this was partially due to her slip on the road and also due to his attempts to pick her up. Snuka's official account of how Nancy was injured was different from the stories he'd been giving in the immediate aftermath. It was also very much in conflict with the autopsy as conducted by Dr. Isidore Mialakis. In summary, Dr. Mialakis wrote, quote, "After review of the history and complete autopsy of the body of Miss Nancy Argentino, death is attributed to craniocerebral injuries, the pattern of which is consistent with a moving head striking a stationary object, but is not consistent with a single simple fall in view of the multitudinous other scalp, facial, and bodily bruises and abrasions. The multiplicity and magnitude of the injuries may even be suggestive of mate abuse." End quote. Mate abuse is apparently how domestic violence was described in 1983. Dr. Mialakis went on to explain that he examined the clothing Nancy was wearing when Snuka alleged that she had fallen on the side of the road, and wrote that he could, quote, "find no evidence of dirt or tears of the fabric. They were subsequently submitted for criminalistic evaluation. The hair and scalp were also examined at the time of the autopsy, and no gravel or other similar dirt particles were noted." End quote. In terms of the hours leading up to Nancy's death, Dr. Mialakis, in conjunction with a neuropathologist, determined that Nancy had likely been unconscious for approximately 12 hours leading up to her death, and, quote, "the terminal aspirational bronchopneumonia is consistent with an unconscious state. In view of the autopsy findings and the discrepancies in the clinical history, I believe that the case should be investigated as a homicide until proven otherwise." End quote. Lehigh County Deputy Coroner Wayne Schneider later stated, quote, "Upon viewing the body and speaking to the pathologist, I immediately suspected foul play and so notified the district attorney." End quote. I should note, the autopsy report also addresses more than 24 cuts and bruises found on Nancy's body, including injuries to her head, ear, chin, arms, hands, back, buttocks, legs, and feet, which Mialakis also stated were consistent with mate abuse. Over the course of the rest of the month of May, detectives and the district attorney were quiet about the investigation, though the Whitehall Township Police Department did list Snuka as a person of interest. On May 27th, District Attorney William Platt spoke publicly for the first time since Nancy's death and explained that the investigation was nearly complete and they were now waiting to bring everyone together, attorneys and investigators, to finalize the details. Just 5 days later, on June 1st, the case would officially go cold, following a second interview with Snuka, though this time it was not just a few officers and Jimmy Snuka. Attending this interview was District Attorney Platt, Assistant District Attorney Robert Steinberg, Dr. Mialakis, Whitehall Police Department detectives Jerry Procanen, Al Fitzinger, and Vincent Geiger. Snuka arrived, but he didn't come alone either. Vince McMahon, the CEO of the WWF, also attended, with a briefcase in hand. There is no record or transcript of what was said that day, though Assistant District Attorney Steinberg later commented that Snuka was fairly quiet, while McMahon did most of the talking. Snuka himself later claimed to not remember much about the meeting. McMahon's presence that day, over the years, has become a major source of speculation, with some, even Snuka himself, later insinuating that money may have changed hands. The WWF later issued a statement about this, calling it, quote, "absurd, categorically false, and insulting to all parties." End quote. Given all of the information available, one of the questions that has lingered since June 1st, 1983, is why was Jimmy Snuka not charged in connection with Nancy's death? The answer to that question, as frustrating as it may be, is different depending on who you ask. Overall, the common response is that there simply wasn't enough evidence. District Attorney Platt is alleged to have felt that if he brought the case before a jury, he would lose due to there being holes in the evidence. Dr. Mialakis would later say, quote, "The clear-cut forensics weren't there, but the suspicion was there. I did not have a clear-cut case. It was a very worrisome case. Obviously, there was enough there to arouse my suspicion, but not enough to take it to trial." End quote. District Attorney Platt would go on to become a judge, and when asked about why charges were not filed and his overall thoughts of the case, he responded by saying, quote, "I am prohibited by the Code of Judicial Ethics from discussing cases publicly." End quote. Perhaps as a sign of the times and how domestic violence was treated in 1983, one investigator was quoted as saying that just because Snuka had beaten Nancy in the past did not mean that he had beaten her to death. In hopes of ensuring that charges were filed and that Snuka would be prosecuted, the Argentino family hired Richard Cushing, a New York attorney, who was asked to examine the evidence and speak with District Attorney Platt in hopes of getting the ball rolling. Cushing examined all evidence, spoke to witnesses, visited the scene of the crime, and in his opinion, found enough evidence to file charges, but the DA disagreed. In an interview with the Morning Call, Cushing stated, quote, "I was stonewalled at every turn. It became clear pretty soon that he had no intention of presenting the evidence that I amassed. All the pieces were there. There was enough to take it before a grand jury in 1983. I could not understand why the district attorney could not see it." End quote. Cushing would later speculate that Platt may have been intimidated by Snuka, McMahon, or both. For the Argentino family, it was devastating. They believed that Snuka had murdered Nancy, but were also beginning to recognize that charges were not going to be filed. Lorraine later expressed that Cushing had done a good job and worked hard for them, but he simply couldn't get the DA or anyone to push harder for charges. At the time, they were overwhelmed with trying to process what had happened to Nancy, and following Cushing's explanation that he didn't believe Snuka would be charged, they all deflated. Lorraine later expressed that, dealing with the loss of Nancy and the emotional toll it took on all of them, and then the information that Snuka wouldn't be charged, forced them to withdraw. While they loved Nancy and wanted justice for her, it became incredibly painful for them to discuss publicly, or even privately, and as a result, they may have allowed things to slide by that they normally would not have. In Snuka's memoir, he discussed attending Nancy's funeral. Snuka would write, quote, "At the funeral, I told her mother and father how sorry I was about her death. What else could I possibly say?" End quote. Several witnesses reported hearing Snuka commenting on how horrible Nancy looked. The mortician had been unable to completely conceal her injuries. Moments later, Snuka was seen exiting the funeral home, remarking that he would return later for the church service. Lorraine, however, remembers things very differently, explaining, quote, "He came in there with shorts and didn't say anything to my mother. He did not express his apologies or sympathies." End quote. Snuka would go on with his life, touring with the WWF, partying, becoming an even bigger name in the industry than he had before. For the most part, any discussion of Snuka's possible involvement in Nancy's death was that of backstage whispers or speculation amongst groups of wrestling fans. In an effort to try and gain some level of retribution against Snuka, the Argentino family filed a civil suit against him in 1985. The suit accused Snuka of intentional and reckless and negligent and careless behavior, which may have included pushing or shoving Nancy either on Route 22 or at the George Washington Motor Lodge, effectively causing the injuries that led to her death. Snuka responded with an affidavit in which he claimed to be broke, alleging that he owed $75,000 in back taxes, and Snuka's attorneys even dropped him as a client due to his inability to pay them. Snuka also included in the affidavit, quote, "I know the Argentinos feel grief for their loss, and I know they want to be comforted. They were my friends, and I hope they will find a way to show mercy on me and not take advantage of my present situation and my inability to defend their lawsuit." End quote. The Argentino family was granted a judgment in the amount of $500,000, though they would never receive a single penny of that money from Snuka. Following the civil suit, the Argentino family fell out of the spotlight. Together, they struggled to accept the loss of Nancy and what they viewed ultimately as a failure of the law to bring them justice. Caroline kept Nancy's room exactly as her daughter had left it for many years following her death. Over the course of the next 30-plus years, the family would speak of Nancy and how her death had affected them, what their lives might have been like had she lived. Nancy's father, Ralph, passed away in 1999, never seeing justice for the death of his daughter. Lorraine later stated, quote, "I always felt so guilty because I felt that at that moment when she was in trouble and she got injured, I always felt that if she could have gotten to the phone, I would be the one who would have gotten that call from her." End quote. There would be no news in regard to Nancy's case until June of 2013, some 30 years after her death. Lehigh District Attorney Jim Martin announced that his office was going to take a fresh look at the case to decide if it would be possible to convene a grand jury. By this time, Snuka was 70 years old and had no interest in discussing the case with anyone. Martin said that he had received letters from Nancy's sisters, and that, in combination with speaking to one of the sisters, made him decide to take a closer look at the previous investigation. 6 months would pass, but in January of 2014, Martin spoke publicly and announced that the case had been presented to a grand jury. The grand jury was able to review documents connected to the case, including interview transcripts, the medical examiner's report, and even Snuka's own autobiography. I should note that while transcripts are available, a recording of an interview with Snuka went missing over the years, and even the autopsy report was lost for a period of time. The autopsy report was eventually rediscovered, though the tape was not. Snuka also appeared before the grand jury, though he pled the fifth multiple times. His lawyer would argue that this was not to avoid incrimination, but due to the fact that Snuka genuinely couldn't remember, as he was suffering from memory and cognitive issues likely related to the many head injuries he suffered throughout his wrestling career. On September 1st, 2015, 32 years after the death of Nancy Argentino, Jimmy Snuka was officially arrested and charged with third-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. The official report from the grand jury noted that Snuka had provided more than 6 different accounts of Nancy's injuries, ranging from physically shoving Nancy to Nancy falling accidentally without his involvement. In a statement from the grand jury, they wrote that Snuka's, quote, "assaultive acts and his failure to obtain medical attention resulted in her death," end quote. When reached for comment, Nancy's sister Louise responded, quote, "I think that it's been a long road. They did the right thing in the face of all the evidence," end quote. Snuka was arraigned on September 1st and was sent to Lehigh County Jail, where his bail was set at $100,000. At the time that he was sent to jail, Snuka was in a wheelchair and attached to a feeding tube after having a large portion of his stomach removed due to cancer. Snuka's ex-wife, Sharon, ultimately paid his bail. Snuka's attorney, William Moore, made multiple statements in regard to the physical and mental state of his client. Moore would later explain, quote, "His faculties are so compromised you wouldn't know what he's saying. He doesn't understand a simple conversation. You put him up against a sharp prosecutor asking, 'Remember 30 years ago when you said this?' He has no recollection," end quote. WWE later spoke to the media, having inducted Snuka into their Hall of Fame class of 1996, and at the time of his arrest in 2015, they had him signed to a Legends contract. Following his arrest, WWE acknowledged that they were suspending Snuka's contract and removing all references to him from their website pending the outcome of the trial. Robert J. Kerwin II, an attorney speaking on behalf of Snuka, told the press that Snuka was not in good health but did look forward to defending himself, as he would, quote, "like to leave this world knowing he's an innocent man, not with everyone thinking he's guilty," end quote. On Monday, November 2nd, 2015, Snuka went before Judge Kelly Bannock to plead not guilty. At this time, Snuka addressed Judge Bannock expressing that he never went to school, could not read or write English, and was unsure of where he was or what day it was. This resulted in a hearing scheduled to take place in May of 2016, during which time it would be determined whether or not Snuka was mentally competent to stand trial. Snuka's attorneys argued that Snuka was mentally deteriorating and utilized the statements of a forensic psychologist, Frank DiTillo, who found Snuka incompetent, describing him as a shell of a man who is experiencing dementia, as well as his brain shrinking, which is causing major memory loss. The prosecution, however, provided video of Snuka wrestling the previous year in May of 2015. In the match, Snuka dropped 2 opponents before climbing to the top rope and performing his signature splash. Prosecutors argued that Snuka never complained of memory loss or head injuries until after he learned he was under investigation. Records indicated that Snuka scheduled an appointment with a doctor who specialized in concussions on January 29, 2014, 1 week after D.A. Martin announced that they were re-examining the case. This may not have had the effect the prosecution had wanted, as the video of Snuka's match showed him as a frail old man who looked as though he was struggling just to walk. Even Judge Bannock called Snuka's behavior in the video pathetic. On June 1, 2016, 33 years to the day that Snuka and Vince McMahon sat down with detectives in Whitehall, Judge Bannock ruled that Snuka was not mentally competent to stand trial for murder and that a new hearing would be held 6 months later to reevaluate his competency. Snuka's attorney argued that they could reevaluate him as many times as they wanted, but that his mental state was continually deteriorating, and within 6 months, he would likely be far worse than he was already. Judge Bannock added that she did not believe Snuka was faking, nor did she deem him intellectually or mentally capable of pulling off a hoax mental health issue. Snuka, though, would not make it to his next mental competency hearing. In December of 2016, the family announced that the aging wrestler had been placed in hospice care. On January 3, 2017, Judge Bannock dismissed all charges against Snuka, stating, quote, "The court is satisfied that the defendant remains incompetent, and the court is satisfied that the defendant will not regain competence, and it would be unjust to resume prosecution." End quote. Less than 2 weeks later, on January 15th, some 6 months after his initial competency hearing, Snuka died at the age of 73 as the result of terminal neurological issues. For the Argentino family, they viewed it as yet another time that Snuka was able to dodge justice, saying that they felt absolutely no closure following his death. They did, however, express that they were able to take some comfort in Snuka having to go to court in his last years. Lorraine later added, quote, "We made his life miserable his last few years. His life was affected by going to court." End quote. Snuka's death seemingly ended the possibility of pursuing any kind of official charges or ruling in the death of Nancy Argentino. The bright, friendly, and beautiful 23-year-old who died as a result of head injuries may never receive justice, and to this day, the role that Jimmy Snuka played in Nancy's death is highly debated amongst wrestling fans, as well as those who were investigating the case. The common belief is that Snuka caused the injuries that resulted in Nancy's death, but there are those who argue that Nancy may have hit her head accidentally and died later, and that if Snuka was involved in any way, it was his failure to get her medical assistance which resulted in her death. In a case like this, the aforementioned debates are really the only 2 theories to examine. So the first theory suggests that Nancy Argentino's death, while tragic and possibly due to Snuka's failure to get her help when needed, could have been due entirely to an accident rather than physical abuse. The second, and by far more popular theory, is that Jimmy Snuka, a man with a history of violence against women, including his own wife and Nancy herself, assaulted Nancy either on the way to Allentown or once they'd arrived at the George Washington Motor Lodge, causing her fatal injuries, which he then ignored by going to work, and eventually returned to find her unconscious and barely breathing, some 12 to 24 hours after the fatal blows had been delivered. Nancy Argentino was 23 years old when she died in the company of 39-year-old Jimmy Snuka. A bright young woman with plans for the future, a caring family, and a large circle of friends, her life was cut short in a moment of brutal madness. Pulled into a world she didn't fully understand, with a man who may have been capable of things she never imagined, the young woman found herself in love with someone whom she either could not, would not, or was afraid to leave. Her death dramatically changed the lives of her family, who, to this day, are heartbroken at her loss and frustrated and angry at the failure of the legal system to act swiftly. While grateful to D.A. Martin for bringing up charges 30 years later, they will forever wonder why it took so long for those charges to be filed. For many, it's an open and shut case. Head injuries, cuts and scrapes, bruises and fractured bones. The 5'7" 115-pound woman stood little chance against a 5'10" 235-pound wrestler. 36 years later, despite the evidence, contradictory statements from Snuka, and the pathologist's report, the investigation into the death of Nancy Argentino is frozen and likely can never start again now that the prime and only suspect is dead. This is episode 86, The Bishop Family Murders. Bethesda, Maryland is a quiet suburb of Washington, D.C., sitting in Montgomery County. Its proximity to the nation's capital typically results in drawing in the families of those who work in D.C., who make the 7 to 10 mile commute each day. Bethesda is home to the main campus of the National Institute of Health, as well as Walter Reed Medical Center, with many involved in the medical profession living nearby. Bethesda has, multiple times, received the title of Best Educated City in America due to the large percentage of its population boasting graduate and professional degrees. Bethesda is also known as a wealthy area that, over the years, has been granted titles such as America's Most Livable City, and has been listed on Time magazine's list of top-earning towns. Over the years, Bethesda has continued to grow and expand, with the peak of its population striking in 1970, clocking in at just over 71,000 residents. Believed to be safe and attractive area, one which drew in many young families with its good schools and beautiful homes, everything would change in March of 1976, when a horrifying and hideous crime rocked the citizens of Bethesda and catapulted the area into national headlines. On March 8, 1976, at approximately 12 noon, a female caller contacted the Montgomery County Police Department. According to the woman, she was concerned about the well-being of her neighbors, the Bishops. The Bishop home, located at 8103 Lilystone Drive in the Carderock Springs Historic District, had been exceptionally quiet for days, and as the neighbors explained, she hadn't seen any members of the family for approximately 1 week. For Montgomery police, it wasn't exactly an urgent call, and the immediate assumption was that the family had gone out of town without telling their neighbor. But the caller argued that the family, the Bishops, always told her when they were going out of town. She had keys to the home and would take in their mail and water their plants for them. The Montgomery Police Department decided to dispatch a detective to the location for a welfare check, a fairly routine act, but on this day, it would be anything but routine. Just days earlier, on March 2nd, Wilma Swain was working her post at a watchtower 5 miles south of Columbia, North Carolina. The tower granted Swain a view of more than 40 miles in all directions, and she quickly noted smoke emanating from a wooded area along the side of North Carolina Highway 94, approximately a mile from the tower. Swain quickly radioed Ronald Brickhouse, a North Carolina Forestry Service ranger. Brickhouse arrived at the fire, just off Burton Shell Road, at approximately 1 p.m. The fire was burning along nearly 3 acres of brush, and after 10 minutes of trying to get it under control, Brickhouse returned to his vehicle to radio for backup. While making his way back through the area towards his truck, Brickhouse made a grisly discovery. In an interview with the Washington Times, Brickhouse explained, quote, "I saw a pile of dirt and walked over, and there were 2 bodies lying in the hole. It's the first time I ever saw anything like that. My belly turned, and I hustled out of there and called for the sheriff. Brickhouse radioed back to Swain asking her to send the sheriff, though he did not specify why. For the moment, she thought he'd found an illegal growth of marijuana, or possibly a still being run by moonshiners. It would be hours before she would learn the true horror of what was unfolding. While Brickhouse waited, he found himself going back towards the scorched earth, at which time he found a gas can nearby, still burning. Beyond the gas can, he noted also a shovel and a pitchfork. It had recently rained in the area, and so the earth was muddy, and Brickhouse saw fresh tire marks. He determined that the fire could only have been burning for an hour or so before he'd arrived on the scene, and just as he was trying to figure out who could do something like this, he was joined by Sheriff Royce Rhodes, Deputy Edward Davis Jr., and Game Warden Carl Willis. Without saying much, still struggling with the horror show he'd uncovered, Brickhouse directed the men towards the pit, later described as 4 feet deep and approximately the width and length of a bathtub. Once Sheriff Rhodes saw the charred bodies, he immediately reached out to the State Bureau of Investigation for assistance, and they dispatched agents Louis Young, Lenny Wise, and William Godley, who arrived shortly thereafter. Initially, 2 bodies were easily visible to all at the scene, but when agents Wise and Godley climbed down into the pit and began the process of removing the bodies, the horror only became greater. Beneath the 2 bodies, identifiable as adult females, there were also the remains of 3 male children. The smaller bodies were scorched, though not completely consumed by the fire, leaving authorities with little to indicate their identities. The 2 adult women were fully dressed. The 3 young boys were wearing the remnants of pajamas. The older woman wore a pantsuit with an overcoat that had fur trim. The younger woman was dressed in jeans, a denim jacket, and tennis shoes, along with what appeared to be either a wedding or engagement ring with a diamond. Aside from pajamas, 2 of the boys' heads were wrapped in towels, which was believed to have been done to stem the bleeding during transportation. When asked about it later, Sheriff Rhodes replied, quote, "It was something I've never seen before or since, and I hope to God I never see again." There were no missing persons reports in the area that fit the description of the victims, and so their remains were taken to North Carolina Memorial Hospital in Chapel Hill, in hopes of determining identification. Without knowing the origins of the victims, it would be even more complicated to try and track the suspect or suspects. They had only few clues to work with. Remnants of the clothing worn by some of the victims had labels listing several store names. The younger female victim had shoes from a Hans shoe store. The older was wearing a coat purchased at Saks Fifth Avenue. In addition to the clothing, there was also a price tag on the shovel, which held the letters OCH space HD. Sheriff Rhodes made a public appeal through the media for anyone who may have any knowledge of the victims' identities, though he specified that he did not believe them to be local. Beyond the public appeal, Rhodes also reached out to law enforcement in neighboring counties to ask them to go through recent missing persons cases for any case that might fit with their discovery. Rhodes also requested nearby law enforcement agencies to reach out to local schools to determine if there were any children, like brothers, missing from school. By the next morning, March 3rd, many of the state's top investigators were at the scene while the SBI set up a mobile command post near the county courthouse. The autopsies would be conducted the following day and overseen by Dr. Paige Hudson, the state's chief medical examiner. Pending further information from the pathologist, it was a matter of trying to piece together what few clues they had in hopes of determining identities.
In an interview with CNN, Agent Young explained that he and a colleague spent hours driving around looking for a hardware store in the area whose name would fit with the price tag, but the search was unsuccessful. The next step was to send information out to law enforcement branches throughout the country. While it seemed like a long shot at the time, they did receive a response. The Washington Metropolitan Police Department notified Young that in the nearby town of Potomac, Maryland, there was a store called Polk's Hardware. Around the same time, Shelton Ludford of the Terrell Hardware Company was able to provide the manufacturer's number to investigators, at which time they were informed that the shovel had indeed been sold to that hardware store. In addition to the hardware store, Young also verified the names of nearby stores, Hahn's Shoe Store, as well as Saks Fifth Avenue, not far away, matching locations from which the victim's clothing originated. Not sure of what to do, Young and his colleague proceeded up to Potomac, where they spoke with the owner and employees of the hardware store. And ultimately, left with little to go on, Young posted a flyer in the store showing photographs of their yet unidentified victims that had been taken in the morgue. Several days would pass before they received a call about the flyer. Back in Bethesda on Monday, March 8th, Detective Joe Sargent received a call from the station. He was dispatched to the Bradford family home in response to the neighbor's report about them possibly being missing. When Sargent arrived, he pulled into the driveway, which was shared with the neighbors, and found the neighbor who had phoned in the report waiting for him. At this time, Sargent was given the neighbor's set of keys to the house, and he made the decision to go in and check things out. On the way toward the home, he noted envelopes stuffed into the mailbox and several unopened newspapers lying on and around the front steps. Upon closer inspection, Sargent noted splashes of blood on the doorstep. Detective Sargent's belief that this would just be a routine check went out the window as he opened the front door and found more droplets of blood leading toward the den and then up carpeted stairs toward the master bedroom. As Sargent climbed the stairs, he noticed splattered blood along the walls. At the top of the stairs, he decided not to proceed further without calling the scene in, but one of the bedroom doors was slightly ajar, and from his position, Sargent could see what was later described as a house of horrors. Sargent explained, quote, "On the walls, the ceiling, anywhere you looked, there was blood. It was plain to see that something terrible happened here." Sargent, who at this time had been a police officer for more than a decade, would describe this as the absolute worst crime scene he'd ever observed. Sargent radioed for assistance, and multiple units arrived at the home, which was quickly taped off, and the process of going over the scene to determine what may have happened began. Hearing Sargent's call, one of the radio operators for the department remembered seeing the flyer posted at the hardware store. Sargent was informed about the 5 bodies that had been discovered in North Carolina days earlier, and when a copy of the flyer was brought to the scene, the neighbor who made the initial call, she was able to positively identify the bodies as those of the Bishop family. The victims were Annette Bishop, age 37, her mother-in-law, Lobelia, age 68, and the Bishop family's 3 sons, William, age 14, Brenton, age 10, and Jeffrey, age 5. Friends and neighbors described the Bishop family as living a storybook life. Annette and Bradford had been high school sweethearts and seemed to genuinely love one another. After high school, Bradford had gone on to attend Yale while Annette went to Berkeley. They'd married and started a family right away. Annette was repeatedly described as very attractive and fit. At the time of her death, she was taking art classes at the University of Maryland and was highly involved in a tennis program at the country club where she was scheduled to perform in a doubles tournament the next week. Lobelia, even in her late 60s, was described as active as well, with neighbors saying they frequently saw the older woman jogging down the driveway. The boys, they were active too, with Brent performing on the school swim team, while Brad played baseball, performed gymnastics, and swam. The youngest, Jeffrey, he was only in nursery school, but I would imagine he was on the same course as his older brothers. Now, it didn't take long for investigators to notice that one member of the Bishop family, their beloved dog, Leo, a golden retriever, as well as the family station wagon, a maroon Chevy Malibu, were both missing. The family's Volkswagen Beetle was still parked on the side of the house, suggesting that the killer, either Bradford himself or an unknown suspect, left the scene in the station wagon. A witness would later report a vehicle matching the station wagon's description in the vicinity of the location where the bodies had been found in North Carolina. At the time, they didn't know yet if 39-year-old William Bradford Bishop Jr. was a victim or a perpetrator. Neighbors seemed to have less information about Bradford, though he was also described as active, and several noted that he enjoyed riding a motorcycle. The family had only lived in the neighborhood for 2 years. By the next day, March 9th, the story broke and headlines were splashed with grisly accounts of the scene, the intensity of the murders, and the details about where they had been taken and how the bodies had been disposed of. Police confirmed to the media that bloodstains had been found in all 4 bedrooms, in addition to blood spatter and droplets throughout the house, on the front steps, and in the driveway. Officer Mike McNally, who had been present at the home, explained to the Washington Times how brutal the murders were. In one of the children's bedrooms, he noted hammer marks on the ceiling above the top bunk, stating, quote, "The number of marks, you know, how many times he must have hit his son." Bloody fingerprints were discovered in the home's bathroom, and they were later confirmed to be those of William Bradford Bishop Jr., leading investigators to believe that he was indeed the perpetrator and not a victim. Dr. Hudson, the pathologist back in Chapel Hill with the victims' remains, he spent 8 hours conducting autopsies and determined that all 5 victims had been bludgeoned to death with a hammer. Hudson explained that the brutality with which the hammer had been wielded was quite extensive, saying, quote, "When you cave somebody's head in with one blow, why keep hitting them? The fact that there were so many bruises to the children struck me as odd." Hudson also specified that while the beatings had been savage, Lobelia, Bradford's mother, had received the least violent attack out of the group, and that in some instances, her wounds may have been survivable. Dr. Hudson surmised that Lobelia may have been smothered after being lightly struck, or perhaps died as a result of shock and fright. Dr. Robert Albanese, a county medical examiner, estimated that it likely took the suspect more than an hour to dig the hole in which the bodies had been tossed. And he does specify that they were thrown into the hole. They were not placed. The time of their death was ultimately determined to have been late in the evening on March 1st, or early in the morning on March 2nd. For almost everyone looking at the case, investigators and reporters alike, they had one major question: where is William Bradford Bishop?
In an attempt to track down Bradford, authorities were able to obtain his place of work from friends and neighbors, which, as it turned out, was at the State Department, where he held the position of Assistant Chief of Special Trade Activities. After interviewing several individuals at the downtown office, investigators were informed that on March 1st, Bishop had left work early at approximately 5:30 p.m., claiming he was coming down with the flu. Most of his coworkers described Bradford as a highly respected man who was kind and intelligent, a man that loved his family. When asked if Bradford seemed upset or out of the ordinary on the 1st, only one person reported anything strange about Bradford's behavior that day. A coworker and friend, Roy A. Harrell Jr., told investigators that he had seen Bradford exiting the building Monday evening. According to Harrell, he had spoken with Bradford, who was visibly upset. Reportedly, Bradford explained that he'd been passed over for a promotion and he was taking it hard. Harrell tried to calm him down and then hailed a cab for Bradford, who also told him that he was leaving early due to illness. Harrell is the last person to see Bradford at the State Department that day. Over the course of the next several days, with a lot of canvassing and interviewing prospective witnesses, authorities began to piece together the comings and goings of Bradford on the day his family was murdered. After leaving his office in Foggy Bottom at approximately 5:30 p.m., Bradford went to his bank from which he withdrew $200. After the bank, Bradford proceeded over to the Montgomery Mall, where he purchased a 2.5-pound mini sledgehammer and a 2.5-gallon gas can from the Sears department store. Bradford then drove to a gas station next to the mall, filling the can and the tank, his family's station wagon. After these purchases, he went to Polk's Hardware, just a few miles from his home, where he made his final purchase of a shovel and a pitchfork. Police believe that Bishop arrived home sometime between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. At the time of his arrival, his mother was out walking the dog, and police speculate that Bradford entered the home and first murdered Annette before attacking his mother, Lobelia, upon her return home. He then proceeded into the children's bedrooms and bludgeoned them in their sleep. Reportedly, after committing the murders, Bradford carried the bodies one by one from the house into the station wagon. He then took the family dog, got into the driver's seat, and began the 300-mile drive south to rural North Carolina, where he parked, dug the hole, tossed the bodies in, and set them ablaze before driving off. All in all, from the time Bradford murdered his family to the moment he drove away from the horrific funeral pyre, less than 16 hours had passed. It took authorities an additional week to piece things together, and by the time that they discovered Bradford was behind the gruesome killings, he'd already vanished, and they didn't have the first clue of where he could have gone. An all-points bulletin was placed on the vehicle, and police departments all around the eastern seaboard were notified of the crime, given a description of Bradford, and warned that he was likely armed and dangerous. By March 12th, Maryland police obtained a murder warrant for Bradford, while the FBI obtained one for interstate flight. At this time, extensive examination of Bradford's background was underway, and his financial records were being looked at. It was through financial records that they were able to determine some of his travels after disposing of the bodies. On March 2nd, the same day the bodies were set aflame, Bradford used his credit card to purchase a pair of tennis shoes in Jacksonville, North Carolina, some 150 miles to the southwest of Columbia. John Wheatley, who owned the sporting goods store, reported seeing Bradford in the company of an unidentified female. According to Wheatley, the woman stood nearby, holding the leash to Bishop's dog. Wheatley described the woman as wearing a beautiful dress, and he thought she may have been Caribbean, and she had dark skin. When asked about their behavior around one another, Wheatley told the Baltimore Sun, quote, "They seem very much like a couple." The following day, March 3rd, a waitress in Wilmington, 60 miles south of Jacksonville, reported that a man fitting Bradford's description had entered the Copper Kettle Pancake House where she worked. The man behaved oddly, tipping the waitress $2 before she even served him. After eating, he reportedly insulted a few black patrons before tipping the waitress an additional $1, saying that he needed to get back on the road. At this time, investigators believe Bradford was still in the country, so police began patrolling airports in Maryland, North Carolina, and Florida on the off chance that he might try to escape. During their search of the Bishop home, the passports of all family members were located. However, Bradford had a diplomatic passport and had traveled extensively for his job. That passport was not recovered from the residence. The State Department stated that his possession of a diplomatic passport would not in any way give him any special advantages when it came to trying to leave the country, though. It was a race against time, as soon Dr. Herbert Clue, a psychiatrist and special agent for the FBI, noted that Bradford had been taking a prescription medication known as Serax, and that without his medication, he may become suicidal and should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. 10 days after police entered the Bishop home and made their horrifying discovery, they'd get the next major break in trying to track down Bradford. On March 18th, C.E. Hinrichs, a National Park Ranger, received reports of an abandoned vehicle in the Elkmont Campground in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, near Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Upon arrival, Hinrichs found a 1974 maroon Chevy Malibu station wagon with the license plate DFL 896. He stood behind the wagon, jotting the plate down in his notepad, and then he glanced through the back window. In the rear of the vehicle, he noticed the unmistakable sight of large quantities of dried blood. Hinrichs notified the police, and by 3:30 p.m., 10 FBI agents from the nearby Knoxville office were on the scene. The area was quickly sealed off, and investigators began a forensic examination of the vehicle, which had been reportedly sitting in the lot since March 6th. Inside the Chevy, investigators found bloody clothes, a bloody blanket, a shotgun, an axe, a package of personal hygiene items, maps of the Smoky Mountains National Park, the credit card receipt from the shoes purchased in Jacksonville, prescription bottles with Bradford's medication still inside, dog treats, dog prints, and dog fur. The vehicle had blood all over the interior, The wheel well, which housed the spare tire, contained inches of thick, congealed blood. The area in which the vehicle was found was near a popular hiking trail. Investigators considered that Bradford, who was known to enjoy camping, fishing, and getting out into nature, may have packed some items and headed into the densely forested national park, which covers more than 520,000 acres. Notifications were sent out to anyone planning to or already hiking the trail to be on the lookout and consider terminating their hikes early to avoid running into Bradford. The same day the Bishop vehicle was found, Bradford's wife, mother, and 3 young sons were arriving in California for burial.
Back at the park, bloodhounds were utilized to track Bradford's scent from the vehicle, and over the course of the next few days, FBI agents and park rangers gathered up in teams combing through the area. Early on, FBI agents received information that a man fitting Bradford's description had appeared at the Sugarlands Visitor Center in early March, days after the killings, and he requested a map while mentioning that he'd camped there before. One of the tracking dogs did detect Bradford's scent at the visitor center, though ultimately none of the dogs were able to lead investigators to him. Later, a wingtip-style shoe was recovered from along the Appalachian Trail. Though it couldn't be directly tied to Bradford, it did seem out of place. Searchers covered a wide swath of land for a week, but on March 26th, all searches were called off due to a lack of results and a lack of resources. A shallow grave was discovered a few weeks later near Newt Prong, an isolated stream known for drawing casual fishing. Ranger Dwight McCarter went to the grave and took photographs of it, showing multiple stones stacked on top of one another and a makeshift cross made of sticks bound together with parachute cords. McCarter elected not to dig the grave up, though he long suspected it was likely the resting place of Leo, the Bishop family dog. Years later, when others went to look for the grave, the area was overgrown and the cross had been lost to time. The discovery of the station wagon seemed to confirm everything investigators had surmised, that William Bradford Bishop, for reasons unknown, had left his job, purchased the items necessary for his crime, and then brutally murdered his entire family before moving the bodies, setting them on fire, and abandoning his car in the Great Smoky Mountains. Unfortunately, the station wagon would be the last major piece of evidence investigators would find. Whether Bradford had hiked down the trail and spent time in the forest, or was even still there, or if he'd flown out of the country, run off somewhere else, they just couldn't say. Searches were being conducted in multiple states, from the area of Spindale, North Carolina, to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and even some locations in Florida. The story had gone international, with major newspapers all around the world talking about the savage crime and displaying photos of the man believed to have committed the crime. Law enforcement now knew who was responsible for killing the Bishop family and how the murders played out, but the lingering question for everyone was why? What had led William Bradford Bishop to, seemingly on the spur of the moment, murder his entire family and flee? In the hopes of discovering that answer, investigators would need to first determine who William Bradford Bishop was. Born in Pasadena, California on August 1, 1936, Bradford was the son of a geologist, William Bradford Bishop Sr., and a stay-at-home mother, Lobelia Amaryllis, who at one time had dreamed of being a Hollywood actress or professional singer. Bradford was an only child, and little is known about his early years, outside of the fact that his mother seemed to have doted on him, and he was noted for being remarkably intelligent. Jacques D'Amboise, a renowned ballet dancer, met Bradford when he was 14. Bradford's parents were big fans of the ballet, and according to D'Amboise, he lived with the family for a short period of time when he was 17. D'Amboise described teenage Bradford as incredibly smart and determined, saying that they played games together and Bradford was always exceptionally determined to win. D'Amboise kept in touch with Bradford over the years and actually had plans to stay with the family through March 2nd, 1976, the day after the killing, but due to an injury, D'Amboise had to cancel. In his memoir, he wondered, quote, "Had Carrie and I been with them, would we have added our blood to the house? Would we have been in the fire pit? Or would our presence somehow have deflected or deferred the killings?" D'Amboise is still alive. He just turned 84, making him just a couple of years older than the subject of today's case. Bradford attended Pasadena High School, where he would meet Annette Weiss. Weiss was born in Ohio but raised in Southern California. The two were quickly drawn to one another and began a relationship which would run for the rest of Annette's life. Bradford graduated in 1954 and went on to attend Yale, where he studied economics. According to college friends, Bradford was incredibly smart, even for the Yale crowd. He played football his freshman year and often spoke about possibly becoming a doctor. Bradford dropped out of Yale for a year at one point, but he returned and graduated in 1959. After obtaining his bachelor's degree, Bradford married Annette in August of '59, and days later, on August 7th, he enlisted in the United States Army. In the Army, Bradford was enrolled in intelligence school in Baltimore. A year later, he studied Serbo-Croatian in the Army's language school in Monterey, California. It was here that Annette would give birth to their first son in 1961. Just over a week after the happy occasion, Bradford was assigned to the 163rd Military Intelligence Battalion. This required shipping over to Europe, and once they were fit to travel, Annette and their son, William Bradford Bishop III, would join him. While Bradford would be stationed in multiple areas over the next 2 years, he spent the vast majority of his time in Italy. Bradford loved traveling and he loved being abroad, but he wasn't fond of his work, which consisted mostly of translating Serbo-Croatian papers and books to English. In 1963, Bradford, now with the rank of staff sergeant, accepted an honorable discharge. The family chose to stay in Italy a while longer, with Bradford enrolling in Italian classes at the Florence campus of Middlebury College. After completion, the family left Italy, returning to Pasadena, where Annette would give birth to their second son, Brenton Germain Bishop. By 1965, Bradford was in Washington, D.C., where he entered the State Department's Foreign Service Program. It didn't take long for him to climb the ladder, as by November of '65, he was promoted to Foreign Service Officer Grade 7. His first overseas assignment would come the next month, just days before Christmas, when he and his family traveled to Ethiopia, where Bradford worked as a junior officer in the U.S. Embassy. In January of '68, Bradford transferred to Milan, Italy, where he would stay until the following year after receiving another promotion. In 1970, the family returned to California, where Bradford would attend UCLA, graduating a year later with a master's in African Studies. That same year, the family would welcome their third and final son, Jeffrey Corder Bishop. Not long after the birth of Jeffrey, Bradford returned to Washington, at which time he was assigned to the East African Office of the Bureau of African Affairs. Bradford's father passed away around this time, and his mother, Lobelia, came to live with the family in Washington, and just 1 year later, in 1972, she would travel with them to Gaborone, Botswana, where Bradford was assigned as deputy chief, second only to the ambassador himself. The family remained in Botswana for 2 years before returning to the United States, where they purchased a split-level home for $100,000 in 1974. The house was located at 8103 Lilystone Drive, Bethesda, Maryland. The beautiful home, which the family loved, would just 2 years later become the scene of 5 brutal murders. And if you are interested, the house is on Zillow, and the listing features some photos of the interior. It's worth mentioning that the house is largely unchanged from its layout at the time of the murders. According to friends, the Bishop family seemed perfect. Annette was an artist and an athlete who was afforded time to pursue her interests, as Lobelia was happy to step in and perform the day-to-day work of being the family's mother figure. Two of their sons were athletes, with the third likely going to pursue the same path. 8mm film shows the family laughing, joking around, and embracing. In one, Bradford sits in a chair on the front lawn holding Jeffrey in his arms. Less than 2 years later, he will murder Jeffrey, along with the rest of his family, using a 2.5-pound mini sledgehammer. How could that happen? What would drive someone to commit such a heinous crime against his own family? There are several different perspectives on this.
Friends and colleagues noted that Bradford's biggest fear was that someday he'd find himself tied to a desk job at the State Department, and in January of 1975, that's exactly what happened. Bradford was given the position of Assistant Chief of Special Trade Activities and Commercial Treaties. Reportedly, Bradford loved traveling, being out in the field, and getting his hands dirty. Several friends said he had a genuine disdain for bureaucrats and was worried that, sitting behind a desk all day, he would become what he despised. Instead, he chose to focus on becoming an ambassador, no easy task by any measure. Everyone knew he was going after the position, looking to be promoted from within the State Department. On March 1st, 1976, the promotion listing was posted, and Bradford didn't make it. According to friend and colleague Roy Harrell Jr., there may have been more to this story. Harrell, in several interviews, noted that Bradford had an inferiority complex, but also a large ego. According to Harrell, both Bradford's mother and wife told him his career was a dead end and that he wasn't going to get anywhere he desired. When the promotion list came out, Harrell suspected that aside from being the straw that broke the camel's back, it may have caused Bradford to fear the response of his family to what, in his eyes, was a failure to achieve, and his violent and vicious acts may have been a way to silence their criticisms. There were also reports at the time that the Bishop family were experiencing some financial issues. How severe the issues were depends on whose opinion you believe. In some places, the issues are described as fairly minor. In others, there is speculation that the Internal Revenue Service was auditing the family's tax returns, though the IRS would neither confirm nor deny their involvement with the bishop's finances. We know that at the time of the murders, Bradford was making $25,962 a year. That translates to around $117,000 a year today. This income wouldn't stretch far in Bethesda, especially living in a $100,000 house. A house valued at more than $500,000 today, belonging to country clubs, paying for private schools, sports for the kids, and college for Annette, with whom, it's been said, Bradford was frustrated as she was looking to expand her horizons while he wanted her to simply be a stay-at-home mom. Beyond that, Bradford wanted his career to take them back into the world, traveling abroad. But Annette was hesitant, wanting to provide a stable life for the children while not wanting to give up her academic pursuits. There have also been comments that Bradford's relationship with his mother was tense, defined by some as strained but salvageable. The origin of the issues between Bradford and his mother are unknown, but if indeed they were having problems with money, moving his mother into the family home could have exacerbated things. One possible point of contention may also have been related to finances, as it's been reported that Lobelia fronted Bradford $30,000 as a down payment on the Bethesda home. But was this really enough to make a man murder his entire family and disappear, or was there a darkness growing inside of him for a long time?
Reportedly, after the murders, the State Department became aware of Bradford's psychiatric history, which had been previously hidden. Records indicate that Bradford initially contacted and visited with a psychiatrist during his time at UCLA between 1970 and 1971. The visit was allegedly related to mood issues and insomnia. Before leaving for Botswana later in '72, he visited a physician and complained that he was experiencing back pain, though the doctor could find no cause and determined that the symptoms were likely psychosomatic, referring him to a second psychiatrist. During his time in Botswana, Bradford was also reported to have continued complaining of back issues and seeing doctors, failing to mention his previous visits stateside. Upon return to the U.S. in 1974, Bradford began seeing his third psychiatrist, and this time he was given a prescription, Syrax, which at the time was prescribed to assist with depression, anxiety, and insomnia. Cerex is a brand name for oxazepam, a benzodiazepine which today is used for treating anxiety or alcohol withdrawal, while also functioning as a sleep aid for insomniacs. Like many medications, Cerex has a long list of side effects, though in this case, the ones that draw the most interest are amnesia, forgetfulness, trouble concentrating, tremors, sleep disturbances, and mental and mood changes. Less common side effects include hallucinations, restlessness, confusion, anger, and aggression. I should note, in many descriptions of Bradford, it's said that he loved drinking scotch and wine. And oxazepam, when mixed with alcohol, can cause impairment to thinking and judgment, as well as dizziness, drowsiness, and difficulty concentrating. Bradford's last psychiatrist, the one who prescribed the medication, soon after closed down his private practice and returned to military service. When a reporter from the Honolulu Advertiser asked the doctor about Bradford, he would not answer any questions, citing doctor-patient privilege and saying, quote, "If he turns up, he could sue me." The psychiatrist passed away in 2005. And remember, Cerex was found in the station wagon, suggesting that Bradford had either stopped taking it or would run out, and so notifications were sent around the country to pharmacies. However, Dr. Clue of the FBI added that without the drug, Bishop could get extremely depressed. Stopping a drug like this cold turkey can lead to some difficult side effects and withdrawal symptoms. One item which may grant insight into the mind of William Bradford Bishop was his diary. The diary had an interesting journey, having been auctioned off with the contents of the Bishop family home in July of '76. A woman later purchased the book from a flea market in Greensboro, North Carolina in 2000. On the first page it said, Bradford Bishop Diary. And when the woman's son looked him up, she contacted police and handed the book over. In the diary, Bradford discusses some of his issues, including insomnia, and as the years progress through the diary, the more erratic his handwriting seems to become, moving from neatly scrawled lines to jagged, jutting sentences that veer off the lines. One entry from February 27, 1967 reads in part, quote, "Toxic, degenerative, psychosis, chronic, low-level maniac, involutional megalomania." 6 months later, in August of '67, he writes, quote, "I am getting better. I am on the threshold. I recognize now that to twist my accursed confines, I must develop a continuing and constant sense of surging for confidence, awe and becoming and love. This is my greatest challenge, for this has always been the great impediment to freedom and total self-realization, to burst the bounds." Another entry dated 1971, the year the diary ends, reads in part, quote, "Your family grows more beautiful, and still you stand on the threshold. Outwardly, your accomplishments are great. My, such symbols, promotions, citations, languages, degrees, still you stand on the threshold. You have soared to the heights and plummeted each time to the depths." Another line that stands out simply says, quote, "This accursed insomnia makes me sleazy." It seems clear, given Bradford's psychiatric history and the entries in his diary, that there was something at work inside of him that today we would definitely associate with any number of mental health issues. As a result, to this day, many in the field of psychology have studied his diary in hopes of unlocking the vault into the darker depths of his psyche and what role it could have played on his behaviors. While generally Bradford was described positively, the FBI would later release a statement in which he was defined as intense and self-absorbed, prone to violent outbursts, and that he preferred a neat and orderly environment. Having 3 young sons in the home, that is not conducive to a neat and orderly environment. Thousands of sightings of Bishop have been reported over the years. A caller in the 1980s notified Montgomery County Police that he believed he spoke with a man who could have been Bishop in the southwestern United States in 1980, but was unaware of the story until much later. None of these sightings could ever be confirmed, but there are 3 which authorities believe may have been legitimate. The first of these took place in July of '78 in Stockholm, Sweden. This report came from a woman who had previously known the Bishop family during the time they were in Ethiopia. According to her account, Bishop had grown a thick beard, and she'd seen him in a public park on several occasions. Reportedly, the woman said she was absolutely certain it was Bishop, but she didn't report the sighting until months later when she learned he was wanted for murder. As a result of this sighting, Swedish authorities launched a 6-month investigation. The FBI sent an agent to the country to follow up, but nothing was ever found to prove Bishop had been in Sweden. The second sighting came the following year, in 1979. Roy A. Harrell Jr., the man who last spoke to Bradford at work the day of the murders, had an incredible encounter in Sorrento, Italy. According to Harrell, he was waiting to take a bus to Rome and stepped into the men's room before boarding. As he entered the restroom, he saw a bearded man who, judging from his clothes and appearance, he thought could be a transient. And according to Harrell, he stood beside the man at the sink and then turned and looked at him. Harrell would later explain, quote, "In my mind's eye, I stripped off the beard and saw the Foreign Service officer I had known in D.C. I just impulsively said, 'You're Brad Bishop, aren't you?' And he began trembling and shaking and said, 'Oh God, no,' and turned around. I have no doubt it was him." Harrell pursued the man, but he disappeared into the rainy afternoon. And the third sighting came 15 years later, in September of 1994. A former neighbor who had lived near the Bishops in Bethesda was boarding a train in Basel, Switzerland. According to the woman, as she took her seat on the train, she turned and looked out across the platform. At another train, and there, framed in the window, she saw a well-groomed man who she is certain was William Bradford Bishop. The woman explained that as soon as she spotted him, the doors closed and the train began moving, leaving her no time to act or get a closer look. Outside of these 3 sightings, all of which took place outside of the United States, authorities have never listed any other sightings as credible.
William Bradford Bishop has been missing since March of 1976. Having left behind a wealth of items and evidence, there are 3 items outside of Bradford himself that have never been located: his diplomatic passport, wallet, and the mini sledgehammer that was used to murder his wife, mother, and 3 young sons. For 43 years, Bishop has been in the wind, with speculation rampant that he took his own life in the Great Smoky National Forest, or fled the country and is living abroad, or perhaps remained inside the United States, where he used his training and intelligence to carve out a new life for himself. Despite the vast amount of time that has elapsed, new details continue to emerge from time to time. Authorities have stated that it's possible Bradford was living in Sorrento, Italy, as recently as 2010. However, they also listed Switzerland, Eastern Europe, and even California as possible locations where Bradford may reside. In 2010, the FBI released a letter written by federal prison inmate Albert Kenneth Bankston, a convicted bank robber. In the months leading up to the murders, Bankston and Bradford exchanged several letters. Montgomery County Sheriff Ray Kite reported that after reading the letter and speaking with 2 individuals named in the letter, it appeared that Bradford had been inquiring about hiring a shooter to commit murders for him in exchange for a clean passport. It's believed by law enforcement that Bradford first tried to hire someone to murder his family before choosing to do it himself. One man mentioned in the letter, David Paul Allen, was interviewed via telephone from prison and explained that Bradford had paid him and some others in cash and jewels to pose as home repair workers and murder his family while he was on a trip overseas. Bradford was scheduled to travel to Geneva from January 27th to February 6, 1976, having him returning less than a month before he himself would commit the murders. Bankston died in 1983, before the letter was discovered, and authorities were never able to question him about their correspondence. In one of the letters, Bankston wrote, quote, "Now, in answer to your question, yes, I am most sure she is in the North Carolina State Penitentiary." This vague reference to a woman made authorities wonder if she could be the dark-skinned woman seen with Bradford in Jacksonville, North Carolina, the day after the murders. Could this be why Bradford went down to North Carolina in the first place? That answer remains unknown. In 2014, the remains of a John Doe who had been killed in a hit-and-run while walking along an Alabama highway near Scottsboro in 1981 were exhumed. The unidentified man bore physical similarities to Bradford, and these were recognized by Alabama police while going through records, at which time they found photos of the John Doe. The FBI was notified, and after some discussion, DNA was taken for comparison. After several weeks of eagerly waiting, the FBI were given the bad news. The man was not William Bradford Bishop. It was another letdown, as just a few years earlier in 2011, fingerprint records were used to prove that two deceased men, one in China and the other in France, were not Bradford either. Also in 2014, the FBI enlisted the help of forensic artist Karen Taylor, who created a sculpture of Bradford to reflect how he may appear at the age of 77. The sculpture was then mixed with digital image editing to show variations of Bradford with different hair lengths, hair colors, eyewear, and facial hair. On April 10, 2014, William Bradford Bishop was added to the FBI's 10 Most Wanted Fugitives list. Just last year, on June 27th, Bradford was removed from that list. The FBI later explained that they planned to replace the then 81-year-old with a more dangerous fugitive. When last seen, William Bradford Bishop was described as being a white male standing 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing 180 pounds. He has brown eyes, and at the time, his hair was brown, though it may be gray and thinning now. Bradford has a cleft chin, a mole on his left cheek, and a 6-inch surgical scar on his lower back. He was an accomplished outdoorsman and has a pilot's license. In his free time, he enjoys riding motorcycles and working out. He's reported to be fond of dogs, prefers drinking scotch or wine, enjoys peanuts and spicy foods. At the time of his disappearance, Bradford may have been in possession of his Yale-class ring and possibly his father's .38 revolver with the serial number C981967. If alive today, Bradford would be 82 years old. He is wanted on 5 counts of first-degree murder, and a $100,000 reward remains active.